Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're gonna get test, test, test. Test one,
Testing,
two.
testing,
There
1,
we
2.
go. All right, bro, we can get started, bro. Shalom, how about you, how shot Barak a thumb to all the brothers, how Shema a thumb, Bashim, how shot all the sisters. It's the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Okay, I got you, kind of. Start out of one west. I gotta look for it. It should be no sweat, no sweat. That's actually not the end of the world. Cause I got him. Salakia. I.S.U.P.K. Durham. This is the closing of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All right. Bear with us just a moment. If not, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got you. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, we good. Okay, yeah, I got it right here. All right. Imadium, which means a stand. Wapanya Kudum, which means turn to face the east. We're going to start off with the Lord's Prayer. So like we're going to start out. You can be able to read that? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. We're going to start out in the Hebrew. Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Quadash.
Quadash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shamka.
Shamka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwaka.
Malakwaka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Batazayaka.
Batazayaka.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'arataza.
Ba'arataza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nathan Lanawa.
Nathanawa.
Lakam.
Lakam.
Cow.
Cow.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalak Nawa.
Wasalat Nawa.
Kabawathnawa.
Kawathnawa,
Kasalaknawa.
Kasalaknawa,
Kabawathnawa.
Kawathnawa,
Wala'a.
Wala'a,
Tabi'ayanawa.
Tabi'ayanawa,
Bonasaya 1.
Bonasai 1,
Abol.
Abol,
Hawashayanawa.
Hawashayanawa,
Wa. Salakia. Mayan.
Mayan,
Rai.
Rai,
Laka.
Laka,
Hamalakwith.
Hamalakwith,
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala,
Wahathaparis.
Wathaparas,
Iwalamyam.
Lawalamyam,
Aman.
Aman. In the English, Our Father,
Our Father,
which art in heaven,
which art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name.
hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come,
Thy kingdom come.
thy will be done
Thy will be done.
in earth
In earth
as it is in heaven.
as it is in heaven.
Give us this day
Give us this day
our daily bread,
our daily bread.
and forgive us our debts,
Give us our debts
as we forgive our debtors.
as we forgive our debtors.
And lead us not
Lead us not
into temptation,
into temptation,
but deliver
but
us
deliver us
from evil.
from evil.
For thine is the kingdom,
Thine is the kingdom
and the power,
and the power
and the glory,
and the glory
forever.
forever.
So be it. I'm gonna turn this sideways.
Prayer for the power of the Hakak in the Hebrew. Yahweh.
Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashim Hawashai,
Babakashai.
Baba Kushah,
The thunder
the
now.
thunder now,
Hakak.
Hakak,
Hakak.
Hakak,
The Para'ah.
Larpa'ah,
Cow Makala.
Kal Makala,
Cow Madawa.
Kal Madawa,
Hakak.
Hakak,
Tahar.
Latahar,
Hamatazarayam.
Hamatazarayim,
Hakak.
Hakak,
La Hakwi.
Hakuyim,
Hamathiam.
Hamathian,
Hakak.
Hakak,
Al-Rawakawa.
Awakawath,
Hatama'ala.
Hatama'ala,
Agarashan.
Nagarashan,
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashim Hawashai,
Wada Aman.
the water Aman. Salakia. In the English, Yahweh,
Yahweh.
in the name of Hawashai,
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
please give us the power to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease, the power to cleanse the lepers, the power to raise the dead, the power against unclean spirits, to cast them out. In the name of Hawashai, thank you, so be it. Salakia. Just a moment. God. Blessings.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Why Yahweh Shai.
Why Hawashai.
Why Mayaka Allah.
Why Mayaka Allah.
Why Allahayim.
Why Allahayim.
Matazaba Ya'ah.
Mataz of Ya'ah.
Allah-wap Yahanna.
Allah-wap Yahanna.
Allah-wapiyam.
Allah-wapiyum.
Hasaranyam.
Hasaranyum.
Matazayanyam.
Hakodazayanyum.
Hakoyoyoyam.
Hakoyoyoyum.
Wahakwathiyam.
Wahakwathiyim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashim Hawashai.
Wada Aman.
The water Aman. Slack you. In English, bless you, Yahweh.
Bless you, Yahweh.
And Yahweh Shai. And Michael. And the angels. Commanding General Yahanna. The generals. The captains. The officers. The troopers. And the sisters. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Thank you. So be it.
Psalm 121 in the Hebrew. I.S.U.P.K.
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 Ahaharium.
Ma'ayan.
Ma'ayan.
Yaba'ah.
Yaba'ah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Ma'aim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Aisha.
Shamayim. Wa'aratazah. Al-Yathan. Lamawat. Regalka. Al-Yanawam. Shamarka. Hanala'ah. Yanawam. Wala'ah. Yayashun. Shawamar. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shamarka. Yahweh. Tazalka. Al-Yad. Yamyaka. Yawamam. Hashamash. La'ah. Lakaka. Wayarak. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamarka. Kalrad. Yashamar. Athnapashka. Yahweh. Yashamar. Taza'atka. Wabwa'atka. Ma'atha. Wa'id Iwalam. In the English, I will lift up mine eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Psalm 83 in the Hebrew. Alahayim.
Alahayim. Al Damayalaka. Al Thakarash. Wa Al Tashakwat. Al Yahanna. Al Yabyaka. Yahama. Yawan. Ra'ash. Al Imaka. Ya'arayamwa. Kawada. Wayata. Ya'ai Tazawa. Al Tazapawanyaka. Amarwa. Lakawa. Wanakakinum. Magoya. Wala'a. Yazakar. Sham Yasha'ala. Iwada. Kaya. Nawa'ai Tazawa. Laba. Yakadwa. Alyaka. Barayath. Yakarathwa. Ahoya. Adawam. Wayashamai. Alayum. Wa'aba. Wahagarium. Gabor. Wa'amawan. Wa'amalak. Palashath. Am Yashabya. Tazawar. Gam Ashawar. Nalawa. Imam. Hayawa. Zarawai. Labunya Lawat. Salah. Aishalahum. Kamadian. Kasaya. Sara'ah. Kayabyan. Banakol. Koyashwan. Nashamadwa. Ayan. Da'ara. Hayawa. Daman. La'arama. Shayatamwa. Nada. Yabmawa. Ka'arab. Wakazaba. Wakazabak. Wakatazol. Mana'ai. Kal Nasayakoma. Ashar. Amarwa. Nairashah. Narawa. Ath. Na'awath. Alahayim. Alahaya. Shayatamwa. Kagogala. Kakwash. Lapanya. Waraka. Daradapma. Basa Iraka. Wabasa. Wapathka. Dabahalam. Mala'a. Panyahum. Palawan. Waibakwashwa. Shamka. Yahawa. Yabashwa. Waibahowa. Ayaid. Waikaparwa. Waya Abadwa. Waya Daiwa. Kaya. Atha. Shamka. Yahawa. Labadka. Al Yawan. Al Kalha Arataza. In the English, keep not thou silence, O Yahweh. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Yahweh. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel. Salakia. And because Salakia. Lost it. Pardon me. Salakia. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, the tabernacles of Edom, and the Ishmaelites of Moab, and the Hagarenes, Gabal, and Ammon, and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Assur also is joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot. Salah, do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kison, which perished in Endor. They became as dung for the earth. Make their nobles like Oreb and like Zeeb. Yea, all their princes as Zabah and as Zalmunna, who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of Yahweh in possession. O my power, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind, as the fire burneth the wood, and as the flame setteth the mountains on fire. So persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name. O Yahweh, let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let him be put to shame and perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Yahweh, art the most high over all the earth. Turn, you can face, you don't got to face east anymore. You can face me, yeah. Sorry means to turn. You shall be seated. Salakia. Young man, it's your name, Salakia. Trooper, Salakia. Please, present thyself. All right, state your name and your registry. So I'm Mighty Shabbat. Trooper. Trooper Shemai Debar, Bun Yahawada, Bun Yasha Allah. Yahweh Bashim Haushah Rakatah. Shall be seated. Of course, as you know, this is the closing. If you just scoot down just a little bit, bro. Most high guys. Closing of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So for the past 8 days, there has been a bit of a restriction on our diets as far as what we can consume and also what's been in our households. So we've removed all the yeast from our households, and we haven't been eating anything with yeast in it, okay, to commemorate the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All right, but as of what it's been sundown now for how long? About what, like 15 minutes, something like that? Yeah, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So as of 30 minutes ago, leaven is tawab. I know you've been waiting a long time to hear that, so you can go get your sandwiches, your regular bread, and you know what I mean, and all of that stuff that you took out the house, you can put it back in the house now. You know what I'm saying? All your favorite cereals and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So most high in Christ for that. All right. But we're gonna go ahead and we're going to go. Bear with me, because I want to find the Hebrew joint. We're gonna be in Leviticus. Go ahead. Yep. Oh yeah. Most high in Christ. I think I got it too, Horn. I just might. No sweat, no sweat. We're gonna go to the book of Leviticus, chapter 23. We're gonna start at verse 1. Now, of course, being this is the Sabbath service, right? It's a holy convocation. We're gonna read it in the Hebrew first, right? And then we're gonna translate it to the English. So I'm gonna have Yanazar, if you could, Baba Kushah, go ahead and get it in the Hebrew first. Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 1. If you want to follow along with the Hebrew and you don't have it to not, then of course you can just go to blueletterbible.org, go to the scripture, and the Hebrew is there, and you can follow along with us. All right? Unless Trooper Shemai Debar knows how to speak the Hebrew. No sweat. But nonetheless, follow along with him as he's reading the Hebrew, you understand, so you can kind of start seeing what's going on, all right? So I remember Hebrew is read from right to left. So where we at? 23. Should be over here. Yeah. Right here. I believe this is where it starts. 23 and 1. I think that's it. Okay, so go ahead, Yanazar.
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 1 in Hebrew. Wayadabar Yahweh al-Mashah la Amar. Verse 2. The bar al-Banya Yasha Allah wa Amarath alham mawa idea Yahweh ashar Kwara Athum Makwara Aya Kodash Allah Mawa idea. Verse 3. Shishath Yam Yam the Aisha Malaka. You good? That's good.
That's what. There we go. Go ahead, bro.
Wabayawam Hashabaya Aya Shabbath one Makwara Kodash Kal Malaka La the Aishawa Shabbath Hawa La Yahweh Bakal Mawa Shakathia come. Verse 4. Allah Mawa idea Yahweh Makwara Aya Kodash Ashar the Kwara Awa Athum Bama wa Idam Salakia Bama wa Idam. Verse 5. Bakadash Hara Ashawan Ba'a Rabai Aishar La Kodash Bayan I Rabium Pasak La Yahweh. Verse 6. Waba Kamasha Aishar Yawum Lakadash Azah Kag Hama Tazawath La Yahweh Shabaith Yam Yam Matazawath the Akolwa. Verse 7. Bayawum Hara Ashawan Makwara Kodash Yahaya Lakam Kal Malakath Ibada La'a the Aishawa.
Take from this side. So you can take
Leviticus chapter Leviticus chapter 23, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 2, speak unto the children of Israel and unto them concerning the feasts of the Lord, which ye proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. Verse 3. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile, ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. Verse 4. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. Verse 5. In the 14th day of the first month, at even is the holy, at even is the Lord's Passover. Verse 6. On the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. Verse 7. In the first day ye shall have on holy convocations. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
Just up here, I.S.U.P.K. Hold on, if you could. Present thyself, state your name and your registry. Hawan, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasha'Allah. How about Shemi Al Brakatah? All right, just up here. Yashab, be seated. Salaki. So now we're going to pick it up, Leviticus chapter 23, verse 8. You want to get a Hebrew shot? I know you know it. No, you don't need that. You got this right here. No sweat. I got you. I got you. I got you right now. Here we go. Go to verse, start at verse 8.
It's the book of Leviticus, chapter 23, verse 8. Wahakar Raptam Asha La Yahweh, Shabuaf, Yam Yam, Mayim, Ba Yawam, Hashabaya, Makara, Kadash, Ka Makalaf, Abad, La'a, Taishawa. Verse 9. Wayadabar, Yahweh, Al, Masha, La Amor. Verse 10. The bar, Al, Manya, Yasharala. Wa I'm the Raf, Alayim, Kaya, Tabawa, Al, Wa, hold on. Ha'arataza, Ashar, Anya, Latan, Kam, Wa Quatazarium, Af, Quatazaria, Wa Ala, Wa Ha, Batam, Alf, Amor, Ra Sha'ah, Quatazarium, Al, Hakatham. Verse 11. YAHANNA, Ata, Ha Amor, La Payam, Yahweh, La Ratazakayam, Ma Makarath, Hashabaf, Yanyum, Yap, Nawa, Hakan. Verse 12. Wa Asha Yadhum, Bayawam, Hamniyamkim, Af, Amar, Kabash, Tamayam, Ban, Shanaf, Wa, La Yahweh. Verse 13. Ya Maf, Wa, Shinyah, Asharayim, Salaf, Balawa, Ban Shimon, Asha, La Yahweh, Rekak, Nakak, Wanaka, Yanyam, Rabba Yaf, Hayam. Verse 14. Wa Lakam, Wa Wakaya, Wakamal, La, Da, Akawa, Id, Asazam, Hayawam, Hazai, Id, Ha, Bayakam, Af, Karaban, Alayam, Kikak, Awalayam, La Dabrakayam, Bakal, Mashabataya, come. Okay. Okay. This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23, verse 8. But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. And the 7th day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no several work therein. Verse 9. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 10, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. Verse 11, and he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. Verse 12, and ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf and he, lamb without blemish of the first year, for a burnt offering unto the Lord. Verse 13, and the meat offering thereof shall be 2 tenths deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor, and the drinking offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of an hin. Verse 14, and ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, unto the self-aim day that ye have brought an offering unto your God. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings.
Slug K was gonna say something,
No. Unless anybody has any questions.
sir? No sweat, sir. If anybody has any questions anytime, of course, you just raise your hand. Just raise your hand, of course, and we'll get to your question. Cap will, you know what I'm saying, break it down for you, whatever question you may have. All right. But now just up here, Imadium, which means to stand. Come up, sir. Come. All right, so pull you up. Stand right here. You can get into Imadium Shabbat. You're just going to state your name and your registry. So you just say, young man Shep, Bon Yahawada. You're a Judite, right? Yeah. Bon Yahawada, Bon Yasha'Allah. And we'll repeat it. Young man Shep, Bon Yahawada, Bon Yasha'Allah. Now you salute. Yahweh Hashem. Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabrakatah. Just up here, Yashab, be seated. All right. So now we're going to continue with Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 15. I'm pick it up in the Hebrew. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go to blue letter. I'm going to use the actual joint. Lock you. Okay. Leviticus 23 and 15. God. This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 15 in the Hebrew. Wasaparathum, lakum, mamakorath, hashabath, mayawam, havayakum, af, imar, hatha nawapa, shabai, shaba slakya, shaba thawath, amai slakya, amayamath, lahaya yana. Verse 16, Id, Mamakaraf, Hashabath, Hashabaya, Habashabaya, that's a parwa, Kamashim, Yawum, Wakwarabthum, Manaka, Kadashah, La Yahweh. Verse 17, Mama, Sakya, Mawashabath Yakum, Fabaya Awa, Lakum, Tana Wapa, Shathyum, Shathayum, Shanya, Aisharanyum, Salath, Tahaya Yana, Kamataza, Apayana, Baksakya, Bakawarium, La Yahweh. Verse 18. Wahakwarabthum, Al, Halakum, Shabaya Aith, Kabashyam, Tamayamum, Bunya, Shana, Wapar, Bun, Bakwar, Akkad, Wa Ayalum, Shanayum, Yahayawa, Ilah, La Yahweh, Wama Naka Wama Nakathum, Wana Sakyahum, what's like Wana Sakat Salakia. Wanasakyahum, Asha, Rayak, Nayakak, La Yahweh. Verse 19. Wa Aishayah, it's like here. Wa Aishayathum, Sha'ayar, Isayum, Akkad, Lakata'ath, Washanya, Kabashyam, Banya Shana, Lazabak, Shalomyam. Verse 20. Wahanayap, Hakahun, Athum, Al, Lakum, Ha Bakawarium, Tanawapa, Lapanya, Yahweh, Al Shanya, Kabashyam, Kodash, Yahayawa, La Yahweh, La Kahun. Verse 21. Wakwara Athum, Ba'aitazum, Hayawum, Hazah, Makwara'a, Kodash, Yahaya, Lakum, Kal, Malakath, Ibadah, La'ah, the Aishawa, Kwath, Iwalum, Bakal, Mawashabath Yakum, La Darath Yakum. That's the end of verse 21 in the Hebrew. So now you're going to jump to Leviticus 23 and 15 in the English. So from right there, go ahead and read it. There you go.
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23, verse 15. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave. Offering 7 Sabbaths shall be complete. Verse 16. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto the Lord. Verse 17. Ye shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baken with leaven. They are the first fruits unto the Lord. Verse 18. And ye shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 young bullock, and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto the Lord, with their meat offering. And their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire, and sweet savor unto the Lord. Verse 19. Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. Verse 20. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before the Lord, with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. Verse 21. And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day that it may be a holy convocation unto you. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations.
First time reading, right, bro? Just you gonna say something, Cat?
No.
So just up here, I imagine stand again. All right. Nah, I need y'all up. Yeah, Con. I'll call you back up on one. Oh no, Salaka, can we Salaka, sir. Right on time. Please present thyself. Trooper Kazaquapan, state your name and your registry. Come up a little closer. Right there's good, yeah. State your name and your registry. Kazaquapan, Bun Yahawada, Bun Yasha'ala. Yahabashim Yahashabrakatah. Right. Oh, just up here, Yashab, be seated. We're going to pick back up Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 22. You want to try the Hebrew? No sweat, no sweat. Lock in. This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 22 in the Hebrew. Waba kwatazarkum kwatazayar aratazarkum la'a bakala pa'atha shadak bakwatazarka walakwat kwatayarka Saki kwatazayarka la'a falakwat ala yunya wala gar the izab athum shun anya Yahweh alahayakum. Verse 23. Waya debar Yahweh al Masha la Amar. Verse 24. Debar al Bunya Yasha'ala la Amar Bakadash Hashabaya Aya Ba'akad Lakadash Yahaya Lakam Shabathwan Zakarwan Tharawai Makora'ah, Kodash. Verse 25. Tal, Mala'akat, Ibadah, La'ah, Ta'ishawa, Waha Korabthum, Asha, La Yahweh. Verse 26. Wayadabar Yahweh, Al Mashah, La Amar. Verse 27. Akar, Salaki Khan, Akar, Ba'ishawar, La Kadash, Hashabiyah Ayah, Hazah, Yoram, Hakaparium, Hawa'ah, Makora'ah, Kodash, Yahaya, Lakam, Anyathum, Ath, Napashatyakum, Wahakorabthum, Asha, La Yahweh. Verse 28. Wakol, Mala'aka, La'ah, Da'ishua, Ba'itazum, Hayawam, Hazah, Kaya, Yawam, Kaparium, Hawa'ah, La Kapar, Al Yakum, Lapunya Yahweh, Alahayakum. Verse 29. Kaya, Kal, Hanapash, Ashar, La'ah, Da'aina, Ba'itazum, Hayawam, Hazah, Wanakaratha, Ma'imya. Verse 30. Wakal, Hanapash, Ashar, Da'aisha, Kal, Mala'aka, Ba'itazum, Hayawam, Hazah, Waha Abad, it's like Waha Abadathia, like yeah. Hanapash, Hahawa'ah, Makorab, Aima. Verse 30, select. Go so 28 was the last one of that set. So go to Leviticus 23 and 22. The lock it. So start at verse 22. You don't gotta get too close.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 22. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field when thou reapest. Neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of thy harvest. Thou shalt leave them unto the poor and to the stranger. I am the Lord your God. Verse 23. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 24, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation. Verse 25, ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 26, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 27, also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your soul and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 28, and ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord of your God.
Just up here, I bog him. Select.
Which one?
Oh, select. It's like your shop. Select, sir.
Read it one more time.
Oh, which verse? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 22. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field,
Right.
when thou reapest.
So what is that saying? What is the Lord trying to put in blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians? Come on. The brotherhood, that's what it is. You understand? And blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, what we're going to have to realize is this. we're going to have to recognize we're going to have to give up everything Esau have taught us. Or we have learned in the churches. These churches don't teach brotherhood. You understand? Read that part over one more time.
Verse 22. And when ye reap the harvest of your land.
So you have land. Now today we don't have any because it was stolen from us. Right? You have land. Right? You have crops on it. He's saying to do what?
Thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners.
Make clean riddance of the corners. Right? What's on the corner? What's on the boundary of the land? The Lord is telling you, leave that. Leave that right there. Right? Get everything else inside. But leave what's on the corner of your land. Right? Read on.
Of thy field when thou reapest.
Right? When you reap. Whatever crop you have, it could be oranges, it could be apple. He's telling you to leave the corners alone. Why? Because back then, brothers and sisters, more than likely didn't have money to pay for certain things. They was hungry. So instead of having them steal, there's food right there. There's no need for you to steal in Israel. There's no need for you to say you're hungry and now you have to go chain yourself. You understand? By committing a crime and stealing. There's no need to do that. Come on, enjoy your hand. I've set this up in here, this school right here, where if you don't have food, you say something. Right? Come on.
It be something that we take account for, like every business. Like, say I got a clothing brand. Should I set something aside just to give to the poor, to brothers who may not be able to afford it? Is that something that
you could do that? You could do that, but this is more pertaining to food. You understand? To eating, because that's something. You know, me brothers and sisters, they will become criminals for that. You understand? So you have no excuse in Israel. You understand? Because the Lord laying these laws down right here, so you don't have to go. You know, you don't have to go hungry. There's food. Come on, read on.
Neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of thy harvest. Thou shalt.
Right. What's the gleaning of your harvest? Show how the Lord is. What's the gleaning? Anybody? Type of one. What's the gleaning? Come on.
You said you shall not gather the gleaning of your harvest. Would the gleaning be like some crops, like the crops that fell on the ground?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're not still on the stalk; they just kind of fell on their own on the ground.
You're gonna reap your crop. That orange fell off the tree. Leave it alone.
Okay.
You understand? Right? That's for somebody else. The Lord trying to tell you. Right? Read on.
Thou shalt leave them unto the poor.
Leave them unto the who?
Unto the poor.
Like that's what the rich supposed to do. Take care of the what? Poor. Not feed off the poor.
Right.
You understand? In America here, that core capitalism is them feeding off the poor. You understand? Our laws, we don't feed off the poor. We take care of the poor.
That's right.
We take care of the weak. That's what we do. You understand? Read on.
And to the stranger, I am the Lord your God.
And now to the strangers. Who are the strangers? Who are the strangers? Come on. Yes. Or not so much that wasn't following your customs. Okay. Bring it to today. Come on.
Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that don't consider themselves Israelites, even though they are.
You're somewhat on it. Come on. That's what your remark is basically getting at. Come on. That's it. Like I would be a stranger if you look at it, right? I'm not from here. I'm from Caribbean. I would be considered a stranger. Coming here, he's telling you that stranger come into town, right? And come into your zone, right? Remember, he didn't have no way means of feeding himself. You know, you know his family.
Okay.
So guess what? He poor. So guess what? Leave that for him. Come on. No, that's it. Yes. You know what I mean? We take care of each other, man. Like, because of the so-called oppressor, we don't really follow these laws that's in this Bible because of him. So now, when we supposed to be doing this, now we're looking at the Ethiopians. No, now the Africans, we had to look at them and be like, well, we got to take care of them too. We don't have to take care of them.
Right.
Have enough Africans to take care of Africans. Enough Caucasians to take care of Caucasians. Every city you go in, who do you see not being taken care of? Black people, Hispanics, and Native Indians. You understand? Right? And the Lord is leaving these laws right here for us to come and follow. So now you see a brother who is out of town. You don't pray on it. Or a sister, you don't try to pray on her. You understand? When I say pray, meaning what? No, don't go Caucasian on me now. What I mean? Come on. Yes. Don't take advantage because they're not from your city. And that's what Esau tried to, you know what I mean? Because of him, because of Christianity, we do these things. We take advantage of each other. And we're not supposed to. You see, like what we did for that Passover, brothers and sisters came into the city. We took care of them. You understand? Somebody need a ride to the airport. They got a ride to the airport. Needed somewhere to rest their head. Give them a place to rest their head. You understand? Read on.
Verse 23. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 24, speak unto the children of Israel.
Speak unto who?
The children of Israel.
No, it means specific. You understand? Like Moses ain't speaking to everybody. He's speaking unto who? The children of Israel. Not those people across there on our land, the so-called Jewish man. Moses was not speaking to them. Moses was not one of them. Moses was speaking to us, Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Read on.
Saying, in the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets.
Right? A Sabbath, a memorial of what? Blowing of trumpet. You understand? This is sacred to us. This right here. See this right here? We blow this for what? The Sabbath service. We blow this to do what? What the priest will blow this for? Another thing they'll blow it for. Come on. Yes, to warn them of danger. That's why you hear those sirens that go off on the ambulance. That's from this. You understand? Like, this is very sacred to us. This is very sacred to us. This oil. You understand? And the Lord is telling Moses to let the people know that what? That this day you're going to have what? The blowing of trumpets. That's going to be holy unto you. You understand? Like, we have our own holidays or high holy days.
Okay.
That's given to the Lord that we're supposed to observe. And one of them is what? We just observed what? Passover. Now we in what? We did what? The Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now we closed in the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We don't do Easter. You understand? Easter is not in the Bible.
That's right.
You understand? Read on.
In holy convocation. Verse 25. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
And no servile work therein. What's servile work? Come on, Hawan. Uh-huh. Yes. So this thing, servile work, is work that you doing for someone else, basically. Like you trying to make somebody else rich. You understand? That's all. But can you do anything? Can you work on the Sabbath day? Can you do any work on the Sabbath day? Yeah. You could do whatever you want to do on that Sabbath day. That's for you. You understand? Read on.
But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
Read on.
Verse 26. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 27. Also, on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement
Right. That Day of Atonement. How many of you ever did the Day of Atonement? Okay. How many of you have not done the Day of Atonement? Come on, you can raise your hand. No, that's right. It's the first time. You know what I mean? Let's see. I see the hands going. You never did it? Well, brother. Well, sisters. I hope you all be looking forward to the Day of Atonement. You know what I mean? These so-called heathens who I think it's the Arabs, they call it Ramadan, right? They went and bastardized the Day of Atonement. You understand? But when do we celebrate the Day of Atonement? Is it in October or September? September, right? We're gonna celebrate the Day of Atonement, and that day you eat what? Nothing and drink no water from sun down to sun up on that day. Come on.
Sundown to sundown.
I mean sundown to sundown. I apologize. Sundown to sundown. Right? Oh, boy. I mean, we'll see what you make. We'll see what you're made of on that day. We'll see if you're really about serving the Lord, right? Or that belly going to, you know what I mean, be a Lord. You know what I mean? Come on. Read on.
It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your soul and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
Right. And so you're going to afflict your soul, right? How do you strengthen your body? How do you strengthen your body? Don't tell me you go to the gym. Right? Because I know people who go into the gym to cast up smoking cigarettes. Right? Come on. Yes, that's more on it. How do you discipline your body? How do you get control of your body? Come on. Fasting. And that Day of Atonement, you are telling the Lord, you are going to change. You are going to change. You're going to be somebody brand new for the rest of your life. You understand? That's what you're going to tell the Lord. That fasting is to strengthen your body. Right? What did I think Paul say? Paul said the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I think I'm saying it back to front. Right? Because your body always wants to go against what this is. But you are going to have to fight and strengthen your spirit so that you are in control of your body. You understand? And with gaining control of your body, you learn to control your mouth. You understand? You learn to control everything. You understand? So you fighting, smoking, you're going to strengthen your hands not to pick up that cigarette or that weed or that pipe. You understand? You have an issue with running your mouth on your husband. It's going to change. You know what I mean? It's going to have you control that mouth. You understand? Right? You're a man, you having issues drinking, you're gonna curb it. It's gonna strengthen your body to curb it. Oh, guess what? We're gonna help you with it. If you can't help, we could help you with it. All right? Right? That was it? Go ahead.
Verse 28. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement.
So you're saying no work. Can you imagine when we're in our kingdom, when we celebrate the high holy day? Ain't no work. That Passover, how much days the Lord asked Pharaoh to come out in the wilderness for? Come on. 3 days. We was going to party. We're going to serve the Lord party. You understand? Now you upset because our what was black party. We're going to have more of that. You understand? If you miss it, you miss it. You understand? But the Lord is trying to show you in this Bible here that we have our high holy day. But because we're in this captivity, we have to celebrate and then get right back to slavery. You understand? But in our kingdom, we ain't gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing exactly everything to script right here. Not saying you can't do it here, but your boss, you know, your boss sometimes, boy, he runs a plantation. So now you ask for what 3 days, he's like, to come back on that 30 might not have your job. So guess what? Now you have to do what? You have to see which one, what ways outweighs the other. But not in our kingdom. When the Lord said, no serve I work, no serve I work. In your 3 days to go party, go party. I read on.
To make an atonement for you before the Lord your God.
That was it? Come on.
Just a question about the significance of the leaven, of removing the leaven from our diets. All of us, or the majority of us, are celebrating the feast of unleavened bread. There may be, you really understand like how much leaven is in our food, how you can't really like, what can we buy, what can we eat? That feeling that we have right now, a lot of us like we can't wait, so we can actually get a sandwich or a pizza or things like that. But what was the spiritual reasoning that the Lord knew in His infinite wisdom about this yeast baking, so these leavening agents? What were we supposed to? What are we gaining from this experience? Just like
Okay, what you have to take into consideration, America have turned us into, boy, we spoil kids. Everything you want is right at, you know what I mean, right at hand's reach. And the oppressor, he knows how to tempt you. He knows to tempt you real good. But the significance of the taking out the yeast and stuff is just to let you know how we had to run out of Egypt. You understand? And when you have to run out of Egypt, you don't have time to. How many of you ever bake bread? Oh, we need a class here, brother. Okay, well, bread, right? You bake some nice, good old bread. It might take you about a couple hours. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna have to need the flour. You have to put the yeast in it, and you're gonna have to make sure. Sometimes you have to make sure the temperature is right. Because if the temperature ain't right, it ain't gonna activate the yeast. Right? You put yeast in it, you need the flour, you set it aside, it rises. It takes some time to rise. Forget how long? 20, 30 minutes just for it to rise. Then you stick it in the oven. So we didn't have time to do all of that. The Lord say, once Pharaoh and them realized the firstborn was being unalive, we had to get out. We had to run out to Egypt and take whatever we had to take with us. So we didn't have time to, you know what I mean, put the bread and let it sit there and rise. So we did it without the yeast, without the baking powder. You understand? And we made that bread unleavened. Right? And the significance is just to remind us what we had to go through for us to be free. You understand? To get out of Egypt from under these so-called Africans, the Egyptians. All right? But it's not to say he was trying to curb your diet. Nothing like that. It's just that we didn't have time to do all of that, to really break bread. Because you know how Israel is, once we get down on baking, it's ridiculous. Bake a cake, you know what I mean? We bakes. You understand? These heathens that baking cake and selling us food, they're only doing that because your so-called oppressor, he's oppressing you. So now he's giving them the opportunity to do whatever they want to do. But us, we don't have that. That's why we're in here tonight. And we're going to learn and we're going to come together. You understand? And we're going to learn how to serve the Lord. Right? So that's basically it, Ira, for the leavening. Right? It's just we had to, you know what I mean, we had to do it in a hurry. Come on.
It's like if I could, sir, I'm not sure if sorry, this is where you was going with it too, but also like I don't know if you have enough time, but like the spiritual significance of leaven. Like, and if I could just read it, 1 Corinthians real quick, sir. in 1 Corinthians 5 and 7, where it says, purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. So there's a few times in the scriptures where it has this concept of like removing the leaven from your spirit or something like that. Like how does, how can you break that down? So if we have time, Slack. So.
As you go to read it one more time for them.
Carl Concept. This is the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 5, Salakia, and verse 7. Purge out, therefore, the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump.
Right. So this is Christ, I believe, speaking here, right?
Carl
And he's telling you to purge out that old leaven, right? Meaning that old man, that old person, right? And what you'll get to realize is Christ also too, because his father was a carpenter. You'll hear parables on houses, on land, on soil and stuff. You understand? Okay. Now, leaven is something that we know we're not supposed to eat around the time of Passover. We have to what? Push that out. So much that we had to get it out our house. Okay. You can't leave it in your house. You understand? You're supposed to take everything that has leaven in it and put it outside. Put it in your car outside your house. You understand? Okay. Come on.
Salaki, sir. That ye may be a new lump.
Right. And you may be what? A new lump, a new person. You understand? Like we had to do what? To come in here. We had to do what? Some of us had to stop smoking, doing drugs. You understand? We had to stop, you know what I mean, sinning against the Lord once we came in here. That's us purging out that leavening in us. Read on.
Come on, sir. Salakia. That ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened.
As ye as what?
Are unleavened.
Right, read on.
For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us.
Right. Christ or Passover. What do we eat the Passover with? No, you know. Come on. Lamb and unleavened bread. So this year is giving you, saying that Christ is what? Come on. That lamb. He's the new sacrifice.
Okay.
Now, does that mean, like what the Catholic Church try to do is go pray over some wafer and say, this is the body of Christ? No. No. That's not what it's saying. Read it one more time.
Come on, sir. The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 5 and verse 7. Purge out, therefore, the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. Right. For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us.
Right? Even Christ was what? Sacrificed for us. Meaning this. For us not to have to die, Christ had to be sacrificed for us. Meaning Christ had to go up on that cross and die for us. You understand? Because with there's no remission of sin, right? Without the what? Without blood. That's how the Lord look at it. Christ gave us that second chance.
Okay.
And that what he's basically telling you here. Like, make good use of that second chance. You're sitting down in this room tonight, you better make use of that second chance.
Okay.
Don't think you have time. You don't have time. You don't have time. You understand? So many of us think we have time when you don't. This life is short. You understand? All right? Read on.
Okay, sir. So, like verse 8. So if I could, so can I go jump to verse 6? Because I think there's a part there. So lock the other one. Verse 6, I think this is probably the best place to start. It says in 1 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 6, your glorying is not good. Know ye not that a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump?
Right, a little what?
A little leaven leaveneth the whole lump.
Meaning what? A little leaven does what? Come on. Yes. Right? Not meaning this. You can't say, well, you know what? This have a small percentage of leavening in it. If it does, you can't eat it.
Okay.
For a feast of unleavened. That whole week you can't eat it. You can't be like, come on.
I was going to say, like, if a fly gets on one part of your plate.
Right. Yeah, you done. That's done. You understand? That's done. Right? Come on.
Come. Verse 7. Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump.
Right? So you have to purge it out. Meaning you're going to have to stop sinning.
Come.
That's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to come in here and you're going to have to learn what the Lord said to do. And you're going to have to change. You got to stop. You want to know why so much of your family members don't want to stop? Don't want to change? Because the Bible don't conform to their lifestyle. You understand? They're going to have to get rid of that leavening, but they do not want to get rid of it. Because getting rid of that leavening means you're going to have to do what? You're going to have to change. Just like each one of us in this room here. We came in here one way, but we had to do what? We had to change. We had to get rid of that leavening in us. You understand? To become a brand new lump. Read on.
Come. For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us.
Right? But Christ, he sacrificed for us. And guess what? Christ didn't have to. He didn't have to. He didn't have to go up on the cross. Why? He ain't the one that sinned. But guess what? He knew that he had to do it for us. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. So we can have a second chance with the Lord. Read on.
Verse 8. Therefore, let us keep the feast, not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness.
Right? You understand? He said, let you do what?
Not, it's like, therefore, let us keep the feast, not with old leaven.
Not with what?
Not with old
Not
leaven.
With old leaven, meaning not old you.
That's right.
Right? Read on.
Neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness.
Right? With that malice and wickedness, that jealousy.
Okay.
That you hating your brother.
Right.
We have a black party. Instead of you coming and support, you hating.
Right.
You ain't showing up to the Passover. You holding on to malice and hatred.
Okay.
You understand? Read on.
But with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
What the Lord wants. You're going to have to what? Eat that unleavened bread. And be what? Be that changed person.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
Be one West.
Okay. That's right.
Right?
Okay.
Read on.
I think that's it. So
That's it?
I believe that's it. So.
Yeah. And that's the spiritual side of the leavening. You understand? Like the Lord Christ is trying to show you that to be somebody brand new, you have to get rid of that old leavening in you. You got to get rid of that. Right? All right.
I think you done here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just up here, I Imadium, which means to stand. Hawan, if you could, present thyself. Hawan, Banya Hawada, Banya Sha'ala. Yahweh Shemel Shah Brakatah. All right, just up here, Yashab means to be seated. Now we're gonna pick it back up, verse 29. I got you. Oh, you got it? Oh, what's on your place?
30, 29 through
29 to 35.
okay, I got you. Kayakal Hanapash Ashar La Diana by Sazam Hayawam Hazah Wa Nakara Ma Amya Mayamyam. Verse 30. Waka'al Hanapash Ashar Da'asha Kal Malakat Batzayim Hayawam Hazah Waha Abada Wadabath Ya Ath Hanapash Hawa Makarab Amai. Verse 31. Kal Malakai La'a I.S.U.P.K, Kwaf, Hawalam, La, the Roth, Yakam, Bakal, Mashabaf, Yakam. Verse 32, Shabaf, Shabbat the one, Hawa, Lakam, Wa, Anyam, Ataf, Napash, Yakam, Bashiaya, La, Kadash, by Rob, Aid, Arab, Tashabawa, Shabbatim. Verse 33, Wayadabar, Yahweh, Al, Mashah, Lamar. Verse 34, Debar, Al, Banya, Yasharala, Lamar, Bakamasha, Yashara, Yawa, Lakash, Lakadash, Hashabaya Aya, Hazah, Hasakawaf, Shabarash, Yam, La, Yahweh. Oh, verse 35, Bayawam, Harashawam, Harashwan, Makarai, Kodash, Kal, Malakath, Abadu, La'a, Ta'ashwa. This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23, verse 29. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. Verse 30. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Verse 31. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. Verse 32. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at even, from even unto even. Shall ye celebrate your Sabbath? Verse 33. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 34, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of this 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto the Lord. Verse 35. On the first day shall be in holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. Okay.
All right, just up here. Armadium, you stand. Slug, sir. Trooper Shawan DeBar. Can you present yourself? You don't have to just let you know you don't have to say trooper first. You just say your name, bun, and so on. Okay. You stand on Shabbat. There you go. Shemai DeBar, Bunya Howard, Bunya Sha'ala. Yahweh Shemel Shabakata. Not yet. No sweat. Yashab, be seated. You're going to jump to Leviticus 23 and 36. So I'm going to get it in the Hebrew first, and you just have it ready in the English Bible shop. Okay, so lock you. With me. Blue letter. This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 36 in the Hebrew. Shaba'ai, Yamayam, Akorabwa, Asha, La Yahweh, Bayawam, Hasha, Shamayanya, Makwara Kodash, Yahaya, Lakam, Wahakorabthum, Asha, La Yahweh, Itazarath, Hawa Kal, Mala Akat, Ibada, La'ah, the Ishua. Slakia. Verse 37. Allah, Mawa Idea, Yahweh, Ashar, Makora Awa, Athum, Makora Ayah, Kodash, Lahakorayab, Ashar, La Yahweh, Ilah, Wama, Slakia, Wamanakab, Zabak, Wana Sakyum, Debar, Yawum, Bayawumwa. Verse 38. Salakia. Malabad, Shabbathath, Yahweh, wa Malabad, Matha Nawathikum, wa Malabad, Kal, Na Slakia, Nadaryakum, wa Malabad, Kal, Nabawathikum, Ashar, Fathanawa, La Yahweh. Verse 39. Akar, Bakamasha, Ishar, Yawum, Lakadash, Hashabaya, Asapkum, Af, Tabawa Af, Ha'aratazah, Takagwa, Atha, Kag, Yahweh, Shaba'ith, Yamayum, Bayawum, Hara Ashwan, Shabbathwan, Wabayawum, Hashamayanya, Shabbathwan, verse 40. Wala Kwakthum, Lakum, Bayawum, Hara Ashwan, Paraya, Itazar, Hadar, Kapath, Amarium, Wa Ainap, Itazar, Ibath, Wa Arabia, Nakal, Wa Shamakthum, Lapunya Yahweh, Alahayakum, Shaba'ith, Yamayum. Shalakia. Verse 41. Wakagthum, Athawa, Kag, La Yahweh, Shabaya'ith, Yamayum, Bashana, Kakwath, Iwalam, La Darathiakum, Bakadash, Hashabaya'aya, Takagwa, Athawa. Verse 42. Basakath, the Shabwa, Shaba'ith, Yamayum, Kal, Ha'azarak, Ba Yasha'ala, Yashabwa, Basakath. Verse 43. Lama Salakia. Lama Ain, Yadaiwa, Dorathiakum, Kaya, Basawakath, Hawashab, Hawashabathia, Af, Banya, Yasha'ala, Bahawatazaya Aya, Bawa Athum, Awathum, Ma'arataza, Matazarium, Anya Yahweh, Alahayakum. Verse 44. Waya Debar, Masha, Af, Ma'aya, Yahweh, Al-Banya, Yasha'ala. That's the end of verse 44. So you're going to pick it up in Leviticus 23 and 36. And you're actually going to read it all the way to the end of the chapter. So you're going to read to verse 44. Okay.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 36. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation. You and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. Verse 37. These are the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer
an offering made by fire unto the Lord, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offering, everything upon his day. Verse 38. Beside the Sabbaths of the Lord, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your free will offerings, which ye give unto the Lord. Verse 39. Also, in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath. On the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. Verse 40. And ye shall take you the first day, the boughs,
Branches? Oh, boughs.
boughs, okay, boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. Verse 41. And ye shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate in the 7th month. Verse 42. Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All the Israelites born shall dwell in booths. Verse 43. That your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Verse 44. And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feasts of the Lord.
Verse 44.
Verse 44.
Salaki, does anybody have any questions before we go ahead and start closing the Sabbath service? Any questions? No sweat. All right. Just up here for now, I.M.A.D.I.M. That'll conclude the Sabbath service portion of the closing of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And with that, I.M.A.D.I.M, everybody, which means to stand. It's like I got you, sir. Wapanya Kwadum, which means rise and face the east. Slaki. You want to start off with the Lord's Prayer? Yeah, you can hold this one, sir. Oh, you got it right there? I had it for you on the joint. Okay. We're going to start off with the Lord's Prayer. We're going to start it in the Hebrew. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Taba'ah, Ratazah Ka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawa, Hayab, Bashamayim, Nathan Lanawa, Lakum, Kal, Yawam, Wasalat Lanawa, Kalbath Nawa, Kasalat Nawa, Kalbath Yanawa, Wala'a, Tabi'a Nawa, Bonasai 1, Abol, Habashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwath, Waha'ala, Wahathapareth, La'iwalumium, Amun.
Our Father,
Our Father,
which art in heaven,
which art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name.
hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come.
Thy kingdom come.
Thy will be done.
Thy will be done
in earth
in earth
as it is in heaven.
as it is in heaven.
Give us this day
Give us this day
our daily bread.
our daily bread,
Give us our debts
and forgive us our debts
as we forgive our debtors.
as we forgive our debtors,
And lead us not
and lead us not
into temptation,
into temptation,
but deliver us
but deliver us
from evil.
from evil.
For thine is
For thine is
the kingdom
the kingdom
and the power
and the power
and the glory
and the glory forever.
So be it.
So be it. Prayer for the power in the Hebrew Hakak. Yahweh, Bahashim Yahweh, Baba Kushah, Nathan Lanawa, Hakak, Hakak, La Pa'ah, Kal Makala, Wakal Madawa, Hakak, La Tahar, Hamatazarayim, Hakak, La Hakwiyum, Hamathium, Hakak, Arakawat, Hatama Allah, La Garashun, Bahashim Yahweh, Fawada Amun,
In English, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
in the name of Yahweh,
in the name of Yahweh,
please
please
give us the power.
give us the power,
The power to heal
all manner of sickness,
all manner of sickness,
all manner of disease,
the power to cleanse the leper,
the power to cleanse the lepers,
the power to raise the
the
dead,
power to raise the dead,
the power against unclean spirits,
the power against unclean spirits,
to cast them out.
to cast them out.
In the name of Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh,
Thank you.
thank you.
So be it.
So be it. Prayer for the blessings in the Hebrew. Barakatah Yahweh, Wa Yahweh Shah, Wa Mayaka Allah, Wa Alahayim, Matazab Ya'ah, Alawap Yahanna, Ha Alawapium, Ha Saranyum, Ha Kwatazayanyum, Ha Koyoyoyum, Wa Ha Gwathian, Yahweh, Wa Hashim Yahweh Shah, the water Amun. Bless you, Yahweh, and Yahweh Shah, and Michael, and the angels, Commander General Yahanna, the generals, the captains, the officers, the troopers, and the sisters. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah, thank you. So be it. Psalms 121 in the Hebrew. Asha'ah, Ayanya, Al-Haharyam, Ma'ayan, Yaba'ah, Isaiah, Ma'aim, Yahweh, Aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, Al-Yathan, Lamawat, Regalka, Al-Yanawam, Shamarka, Hana, La'ah, Yanawam, Wala'ah, Yayashun, Shawamar, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shawarka, Yahweh, Tazalka, Ayad, Yamyanka, Yawamam, Hashamash, La'ah, Yakaka, Wayarak, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamarka, Makal Rai, Yashamar, Athnapashka, Yahweh, Yashamar, Tazaatka, Wabawaatka, Ma'ithar, Wa'id Iwalum. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. Keepeth thee, will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Psalms 83 in the Hebrew. Alahayim, Al Damayalakah, Al Thakarash, Wa Al Thashakwat, Al Kayahanna, Al YAHANNA, Yahamaya one, Ra'ash, Al Aimakam, Ya'ira Yumwa, Sawadab, Wayathab, Ya'ai Tazawab, Al Tazapawanyakam, Amarwa, Lakawa, Wanakakirum, Magoya, Wala'a, Yazakor, Sham Yasha'ala, Iwada, Kayab, Nawa'ai Tazawa, Laba, Yakadwa, Alyaka, Baryath, Yakarathwa, Aholia, Adawam, Wayashamai, Alayum, Mawa'aba, Wahagarium, Gabal, Wa'aimawan, Wa'aimalak, Palashath, I'm Yashabia, Tazawar, Gam Ashawar, Nalawa, Imam, Hayawa, Zarawai, Labunya Lawat, Salah, Aisha Laham, Kamadyan, Kasaya, Sara'ah, Kayabyan, Banakol, Kwayashwan, Nashamadwa, Ba'ayanda Ara, Hayawa, Daman, Larama, Shayatamwa, Nada, Yabmawa, Ka'irab, Wakazaba, Wakazabak, Wakatazol, Mana'ai, Kal Nasayakumwa, Ashar, Amarwa, Nairashah, Lanawa, Ath, Na'awath, Alahayim, Alahaya, Shayathamwa, Kagogala, Kakwash, Lapanyarawaka, Ka'ash, Taba'ira Ya'ira, Wakala Haba, Talahat, Harayum, Khan, Daradatma, Basa'iraka, Wabasa, Wapaka, Tabahalam, Mala'a, Daradatma, Basa'iraka, Wabasa, Wapathka, Tabahalam, Mala'a, Panyahum, Kuala Waibakwashwa, Shamka, Yahawa, Yabashwa, Waibahowa, Ayaid, Waikaparwa, Wayabadwa, Wayadaiwa, Kaya Atha, Shamka, Yahawa, Labadka, Al Yawan, Al Kaharataza. Keep not thou silence, O Yahweh, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation. In the name of Israel, maybe no more remembrance. But they have consulted together with one consent. They're confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarenes, Gabal and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines, with the inhabitants of Tyre, Assur also was joined with them, have hoping the children of Lot, Salah, do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kison, which perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth. Make their nobles like Oreb.
Yea, all the princes,
As Zabah and as
Almuna,
Almuna,
who
who
said,
said, let us take to ourselves
the
the houses of Yahweh in possession.
O
O Yahweh, make them like a wheel,
as
as a stubble before the wind, as the fire burneth the wood, and as the flame setteth the mountains on fire. So persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name. O Yahweh, let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Yahweh, art the most high over all the earth. Okay, call counsel.
Blessed are you, Yahweh,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, King of heaven and earth,
all things living.
and all things living. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, listen to us now, right now. Send evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the heathen that speak against us, thy prophets, the teachers, the princes, the priests, the Israelite brothers, and the school. Send evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the heathen and shake loose the treasure of rich of Israel that refuse to give to the school, force their riches to enter to thy sanctuary, and evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the Edomites and the nations and their drug dealers, the court system, the prison system, Planned Parenthood, all the governments of our enemies, Amalek synagogues and armies, Roman Catholic Church, the Pope, Islam, Christianity, Egyptology, militia, Ku Klux Klan, Aryan Nation, skinheads, posse comitatus, the gay movement, the lesbian movement, spies, workers of witchcraft, NASA space program, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Wall Street. Open up the internet and the airways, the cable access channels, and the radio channels. Convict the spirit of any of thy people that seek to stop us and bring swift destruction to all the heathen that stand in the way, try to stop us from broadcasting your words throughout the planet Earth. Let loose all the plagues, cause them to go to and fro through the earth and consume them. Let the plagues take the house of the thief and the murderer. Let Yahushua, Michael, and Gabriel come down with the flying saucers and punish all the heathen that come up against us as we speak thy word. Cause it to be known by all that it is the angels that have done it. Cause it to be spread through the media, throughout the whole world. Cause them to shake at thy coming. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you. So be it. Sar, which means a turn.
Sisters, Shab, seated. Men of Israel, Sar, turn to face the teacher. Men of Israel, give one courtesy salute to the teacher. Men of Israel, I.S.U.P.K, Shabbat, I.S.U.P.K, Barak, Yahweh, Yahweh, Shem Yahshai, Barakatah. Sar, turn to face the sisters. Sisters, I.S.U.P.K, which means to stand. Sar, turn to face the brothers. Men of Israel, we give one courtesy salute to the sisters. Men of Israel, we give one courtesy salute to the sisters. Men of Israel, Shabbat, I.S.U.P.K, Barak. Yahweh, class dismissed. Come on, Salaki, what we just said was Yahweh Shamar, which means the Most High, watch over you. Yahweh Shamar Alatha, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, in the name of Christ. So that's what y'all said to us, and then we said it to y'all as well. And that class is what's it?
Serious and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord to do his will, I'm that nigga.
One West, 125th Street. Look, y'all put y'all faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Run the league and let y'all play cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come here on cargo.
I don't like no soldiers. It's still the Lord. We don't like no soldiers.
Black, Hispanic, Native, they hate y'all as the same. Hate Christ and they image, hate you as a slave. God ain't all love. Scriptures say he hate African soft niggas. They know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in the cell toilet connected to the saint. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dream. They just took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We live in bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lie sound promising. Prophecy, gift and the curse. Dylan started killing, they was sitting in church. Black boy forgave him, man, this shit is absurd. You should never let your enemy, that shit ain't gonna work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of war. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my sister a prostitute. My brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't banish no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hung from a noose. I was on a run in Nashville and I found the truth. I called the school, classes being held by the shock on my life. I want to be a gangster like a God. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My nigga, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We in hell, I ain't got nothing against them. That's another religion. If it ain't under YAHANNA, ain't he murdered by them and got a hug from your honor. That's the way out for a coward in my observation. They don't fear the Lord, they indoctrinated. Wolves in sheep clothing, Joe Osteen. Real priest bringing back black royalty. One West on my headpiece, ranking order. Can't let them trick me off the streets, I gotta raise my daughter. I got brothers at the border ducking ICE agents. I got the name change, it was life changing. My family thought it was a game. I don't know I'm black, they said I was going through a phase. It's more of us in jail than it was slaves. Chose.
Aquí somos la Escuela Israelita del Conocimiento Práctico Universal. Hoy estamos aquí. Lord Commander General YAHANNA, I.S.U.P.K. I.S.U.P.K. This is what Commander General YAHANNA This is what he did.
First camp, I cut off all my dreads. I took an oath when that oil hit my head. Niggas capping like they lids. I'm a priest, I never stick no fork in no pig. I was dead till I found out how to live. This brotherhood taught me how to be a man. I came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to this work. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church. I had to dig.
That's right.
Hey, Shalom, Israel, Shalom, escucha.
Esté atento hoy a la negra vista a las 9 de la noche.
You heard it. La verdad. Shalom.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. I can tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. All black is the uniform. Soldier dead and gone. I'm forever pouring liquor for them. Try me or my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for them. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas dying for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks, they call this shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose, nigga. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
Yeah. What's going on, Israel? Holding it down, man. I'm up here in the building, man. Got the man himself killing it on TikTok.
Sorry.
What's going on, Kazak?
Shalom, General.
YAHANNA.
YAHANNA, sir.
How you making out, Warrior? You killing them on TikTok. I mean, on TikTok, yeah. Oh, man.
Sorry, sir.
You brutalizing them. Live shows, this and that. You know what I'm saying?
Kawaka, sir.
Rocking out good, man. I'm so glad you could jump in with us, man.
Kawaka, sir.
On this one. I wanted to get in on this one because Israel is out of control with this belief in New Year's, man.
Right.
This New Year's thing goes so deep, and it's so evil. Right now, we just had this so-called Christmas. Now we get ready to have this so-called New Year's. And here's what we don't think. We look at ancient religions like they are, old, ancient, stuff that nobody studies no more.
Right.
But what I'm gonna show you tonight is that those ancient religions are fully alive and ruling over you right now. What a lot of people don't know is that the UN was established by Luciferians that believe in the exact same philosophy of the Tower of Babel. Like the Tower of Babel is being built by way of the philosophy of the United Nations, man. By the same ideology that they built back then. And here's the thing, we've been fighting this for so damn long. We've been fighting this from the days that the Lord told Abraham to get away from his people. When the Lord told Abraham to get away from his people, that was the UN is the religion that we were getting away from, believe it or not. We were getting away from that very religion. Let me get into it a little bit if I could. If you could, Kazak, pull up if you can. Do a quick Google search and pull up Lucis Trust. LUCISTRUST. Okay? And let's take a peek into the world of this evil, man. Let's take a little peek into
it. Sir. I have Lucis Trust.
Shout out to Shock My Young, set us all up tonight, man, as usual, hooking us up tirelessly, man, throwing it down. Go ahead, Doc, I'm sorry.
No sweat, sir. Salaki, sir. Lucis Trust is a form of the Latin word lux, which means light. The Lucis Trust is dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world.
Don't that sound so noble and right? A new and better way of life for everyone in the world. That is so the mantra of people every day.
Right.
New Year's resolutions, all coming together as one. Merry Christmas. All of it is Babylonian and all of it is evil and it's deeply satanic. And it is why we're still in captivity, man.
Right.
Every time you check out this in the Bible, which we're going into tonight, you're going to see how evil this was. Give me some more on what it says.
Sir. It's a establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity.
The divine plan of humanity. The divine plan of humanity, there it is. The divine plan of humanity, okay, is for the world to worship Satan. First of all, in that article, did it say what Lucis stands for?
Sir, light, sir.
For light. Now, y'all know where we going already. Okay. Lucifer, translated into Latin, means light bearer.
Right.
Lucis means light. So let's go a little bit into history because we're going to tell you that they established themselves straight out from serving Lucifer. Go ahead.
Sir.
The divine plan. This plan has been fighting against the Lord since its inception. Go ahead.
Sir. Its educational activities promote recognition and practice of the spiritual principles and values upon which a stable and interdependent world society may be based.
A world society can be based, according to them, a world society can be based on this information, on this philosophy, on this understanding. A world society. That's the UN. That's the United Nations. That's God loves everybody. That's the Roman Catholic Church. That's everything you've ever learned in the past. You're going to see it in this tonight. Go ahead.
Kawakan, the esoteric philosophy.
Esoteric philosophy really means like ancient philosophies, but they're really satanic philosophies. They're really all the pagan philosophy. What we're living in is a full pagan philosophy type of world. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. The esoteric philosophy of its founder, Alice Bailey, informs its activities, which are offered freely throughout the world in 8 languages.
Right. She spread this all over the world. She's born in England, came to the United States like in early 1800s or 1920s or something. She came to the United States. And when she came to the United States, she began to spread this philosophy all over the United States and really all over the world, which is the philosophy of Satan. Okay, go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. It has different tabs now, full moon meditation.
No, we don't have to go into that. Can we go into the history of her?
Sir, let's
will they allow you to do that?
Sir, I can definitely type her in. Alice Bailey. History.
Or you could go into just who she is, and it'll give you her Luciferian history. And once again, they hide it so beautifully in plain sight. They hide this in plain sight, and we fall for it hook, line, and center. We celebrating Christmas, celebrating New Year's. We have no idea how much we anger the Lord when we take on the spirit. Go ahead,
Kawakan, sir. A publishing company initially named Lucifer Publishing Company.
Stop right there. That's where it started. Now, what people don't understand is what you're looking at on your screen is the real founders of the United Nations. You're looking at them right now on your screen. I'm going to show it to you as we go on. Now, it said she had Lucifer Publishing, the Light Bearer Publishing.
Right.
And she had it because she was publishing books about Satan.
Sir.
And his philosophy. Go ahead.
Kawakan.
And it goes ones deep. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. The Lucifer Publishing Company was established by Alice and Foster Bailey in the state of New Jersey in May 1922 to publish the book Initiation, Human and Solar.
Right.
The ancient myth, Kawakan, the ancient myth of Lucifer refers to the angel who brought light to the world.
Stop right there. Okay? This is what you're doing on New Year's, and I'm going to show it to you. It's all going to tie in. This is a demonic world that the Lord is about to end, and it is time for us to come the hell up out of it. So this white woman and her husband, who were basically witches. This is a witch and a warlock. Okay. Set up their own publishing company, boldly called Lucifer Publishing. And they publish books about Lucifer in a good light. Now we're gonna hear what she says about Lucifer, and you're gonna understand why you're in such a cruel and evil world. You're about to figure it out. Go ahead,
Kawakan, sir. The ancient myth of Lucifer refers to the angel who brought light to the world, and it is assumed that the name was applied to the publishing company in honor of a journal which had been edited for a number of years by Theosophical founder H.P. Blavatsky. It soon became clear to the Baileys that some Christian groups have traditionally mistakenly identified Lucifer with Satan.
See that? In their eyes, Lucifer is not Satan. That's a misidentification of Lucifer. But then Lucifer instead brought light to the world.
Right.
What did George Bush Sr. say when he was president at his inauguration? 1,000 points of light.
Damn.
His speech, I pray Michelle can pull up his speech, where he said, we're embarking on a new world order with 1,000 points of light. And it's deep because she's going to go into how they go into different areas in society, take them over, and start to move them into a one world order ideology.
Right.
And each one of them becomes a point of light for them.
Right.
The whole idea is to bring the whole world together in this light, because in essence, to them, Lucifer was good and right and brought light to the world. Not that he was evil, when in fact he did evil in this world by the Lord's judgment.
Right.
But he didn't bring light to the world. He brought confusion to the world. And how did he do it? By stopping us, by getting us to eat of the fruit of good and evil. He drew us into the left-hand side through Eve and destroyed us by having us take on the left-hand side and turning against the Most High. Right. These people are ancient demonic spirits come back into the earth to re-push what they've been pushing before. Let's tie it all in. Keep going.
Kawakan, sir. For this reason, the company's name was changed in 1924 to Lucis Publishing Company.
They changed the name because they had to hide what they was doing. Oh, wait a minute, Mashak, can we play this? Mashak, pull it up. Let's hear Bush Sr. for a second.
I've spoken of 1,000 points of light, of all the community organizations that are spread like stars throughout the nation doing good. We will work hand in hand, encouraging, sometimes leading, sometimes being led, rewarding. We will work on this in the White House, in the cabinet agencies. I will go to the people and the programs that are the brighter points of light, and I'll ask every member of my government to become involved. The old ideas are new again because they're not old. They are timeless. Duty.
Stop right there. You heard what he said? They are not old, but timeless. Because those old ideas come from ancient Babylon, man. Right back into the earth again today. And New Year's falls right into it. Let's read on. Let's play on, Michelle. The water.
The old ideas are new again because they're not old. They are timeless. Duty, sacrifice, commitment, and a patriotism that finds its expression in taking part and pitching in.
Now we watch that and think this is just a presidential speech to motivate the nation. When it's not just a presidential speech. It's a satanic speech to draw your spirit into worshiping Satan.
Right.
You understand? Like that's the 1,000 points of light. Here is its beginning. Let's bring it on up to the UN. Read some more if you could, First, we'll get a little bit of the philosophy of Satan, of what he just said. And then we'll go into the UN's charter and how the UN first established this. And then we'll break it down into New Year's and walk it all the way back to the day we came out of Egypt. Go ahead, Ak. We'll do it, wrap it up, and we'll do it quickly. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. Alice Bailey was one of the first writers to use the term New Age.
That's right. She's the one that started the New Age movement. When you hear that New Age movement, that's a satanic idea of people, becoming so-called spiritual or so-called esoteric. You're a dumbass if you believe that garbage. You being brainwashed and you being played into ancient philosophies of Satan. The Lord went and got Abraham and told him, get away from them. Hold what you got if you can. Pull that for me, Kazak. The Lord told Abraham, get away from them, because this is what they were believing in. This is what they were worshiping. This is the schools they were setting up. They were setting up philosophy that made Satan look righteous.
Right.
That made it good. You heard George Bush say sacrifice and all these things. They believe that Satan sacrificed himself by coming down to give mankind light or intelligence. Like they feel like he sacrificed himself to get us knowledge. And because of that, they look at him as great. And so when you hear George Bush say, George Bush Sr. say, you know, sacrifice, hard work, this and that, all of that comes from the philosophy of worshiping Satan. For years, we thought, man, you can accomplish anything if you work hard. You work hard. The Lord did not make us to work hard. He made the earth to function for us to work not hard, but easy. You ain't supposed to have to work hard. You got to work hard because you're in captivity under this beast.
Right.
But you wouldn't work hard if you wasn't under this beast. If all the resources weren't being drawn to him, you would have everything you need. You wouldn't have to work hard.
Right.
In our empire, in the ancient days, we didn't even work in the wintertime. A lot of people don't know that. Right now, you see out the middle of winter, the crops are down, the animals are grazing. All you had to do in the wintertime was make sure your animals had food and water. But you already brought in everything. That's why you had the whole harvest celebration. You brought in everything. So you wasn't out there all winter in the cold trying to farm and trying to work and trying to do a bunch of things. The Lord built this earth to be a paradise.
Right.
Satan wants to draw the world into one world order and have everybody serve him while he kill off who he wants. While he and killing to Satan and to these people is a sacrifice. Like they believe in that kind of sacrifice. And we've fallen for it, hook, line, and center. You wonder why we in hell. When you celebrate Christmas, you specifically celebrate a Babylonian version of satanic worship.
Right.
And when you do that, the Lord is watching this, which we're going to go into the scriptures and show. The Lord is watching it, and you anger the Most High.
Right.
You make the Most High turn against you and not have your favor. The same with this New Year's, man. Don't go out and celebrate New Year's. You're going to see what New Year's is in a second, but I want to try to get to this temple. Go ahead,
Kawakan, sir. Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred.
See what he said? He told Abraham, just for those of you that may not know, in the history.
Right.
Way, way, way back when men were on the earth and people started to multiply on the earth, one of the first nations that ever came up on the earth, it may have been the first, is Babylon.
Right.
Ancient Babylon. It was the first nation to take people and to bring them all together. And from there, they went totally into satanic worship. They went into, that's where you get the Anunnaki from and all those philosophical stories, or what they call the mystery schools. Right. It's all witchcraft. It's all Satan, including Christmas, New Year's, Easter, all of them.
Right.
They're all satanic holidays where you sacrifice for the greater good, supposedly, of mankind. When you sacrifice it, really, to empower those that worship Satan so they can rule the world, which is what they've been trying to do since back then. The Chaldeans were trying to rule the world.
Right.
That's why they brought everybody together. And the Lord knew he was going to destroy it. So he turned around and told Abraham, get away from them, man. Get away from them. And that's what makes us chosen.
Right.
The Lord chose us to not fall into the philosophies of the rest of the world. How you going to fall into the same witchcraft from ancient Babylon back then, and you reading in the scriptures that it's satanic?
Right.
It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Give me a little bit more, Kazak, if you could.
Kawakan, sir. And from thy father's house, and unto a land that I will show thee, and I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing.
Right. I'm going to separate you and I'm going to make you great. I'm going to make you greater than these people you see right here. I'm going to separate you from those that work this witchcraft. Now, if you could, because this one or Mashak, either one of you, this one might be tricky. Google Lucis meditation room in the UN. And see if you could pull that up. Now, we just proved that it was satanic and it was about Lucifer. We proved that it was esoteric philosophy and witchcraft.
Right.
Now, let's find out where that 1920 New Jersey Lucis Trust exists right now.
Right.
You got it?
Yep. Kawakan, sir.
Please tell me where is that?
Kawakan. United Nations Gifts. Meditation room.
Say what?
The meditation room.
No, start again. Start again, please.
Kawakan, sir.
Please.
United Nations Gifts. The meditation room, sometimes called a room of quiet, was opened in 1952 and then renovated in 1957.
It was opened in 52. She came to the United States and moved into New Jersey in 1922.
Right.
In 30 years of publishing books about Satan, they had already brought it to the level to establish the UN.
Right.
And from the UN, set up this they call it a meditation room. But we know what it is because it's from the same people.
Right.
It's the same philosophy. There it is. Oh man, Mashak, you on your game. It's got a weird black box in the middle of the room. Lord knows what's in that box.
Right.
And you go into this box and you supposedly meditate, but this is really where you go to worship Satan at.
Right.
And why is this meditation room in the UN? Why is this meditation room here?
Right.
Because this is where the UN is designed for the philosophy of Satan. It's one wing of the 1,000 points of light.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, in the UN, you got every nation represented. What are they trying to do with these nations? Bring them together for one world order.
Right.
What is the philosophy of Satan? Bring everyone together for one world order. Where does it come from? The Tower of Babel. Where was the Tower of Babel? In ancient Babylon. Where was ancient Babylon at? In the land that Abraham was in, that the Lord separated him from. Down there with and Summer and those different cities that Nimrod had built. Both Christmas and New Year, both tied in directly to Satan.
Right.
And we laughing and partying and playing with it like it's light, when this is something that was built over thousands of years, and show you how fast they work.
Right.
In less than 30 years, they had the temple set up in the UN. You got more on it?
Kawakan, sir.
Please.
The one black dot or half circle brings the visitor's eye to a point of rest. The abstract design was decided upon to align with the room's interfaith purposes, where people could withdraw into themselves regardless of their faith, creed, or religion.
You see that? That's satanic.
Yep.
That's witchcraft.
Kawakan.
Regardless of what your religion was, it brings you in the room. They try to hypnotize you with the abstract painting. So you look at it and you're trying to figure out, what is this?
Right.
What am I looking at? What is this that I'm looking at? That's to distract you, so that, as according to them, so that you could, inner reflect on yourself.
Right.
When in essence, that is a satanic temple, man. That's a temple to Lucifer right there.
Right.
That's a temple to Lucifer. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. It says, this room is devoted to peace and those who are giving their lives for peace.
Right. Those who have given their, let me stop you right there. Those who have given their lives for peace. That's very important. It's very important how the words of sacrifice are being used. Those that gave their lives for peace. The peace they're talking about are those that gave their lives to bring this one world order together. which
Right.
they say would mean peace, which is so stupid in this. The Edomites don't even understand their own nature.
Mm-mm.
They ain't coming together in peace with nobody.
Right.
You give them power over the earth, they gonna slaughter the earth.
Right.
You give them power over the nations, they gonna slaughter the nations and count that slaughter to be sacrifice.
Kawakan.
They're gonna act like that's a good sacrifice they made.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. It says, painted in blue, white, gray, and yellow, its geometric forms are joined. It represents the light of the skies, giving light to the earth.
They lie. What do they mean, the light of the skies? Are you talking about the sun? Are they talking about the firmament?
Right.
No, they're talking about the lights, like George Bush said, the greater lights, the ones that rule to give light or give the philosophy of Satan to the ones that are less bright.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. The 6-ton iron ore slab in the middle of the room was donated by Sweden in 1952, King Carl VI Gustav, and represents an altar that is dedicated to the God whom man worships under many names and in many forms.
Damn. Huh?
Good night.
It's a damn altar.
Sir.
To many gods, to a God that has many names. That's
Right.
your 1,000 points of light.
Kawakan.
That's your Roman Catholic Church, your Jehovah's Witness, your Baptist, your Methodist, your Episcopalian, your Protestant, all of it.
Right.
Your Hinduism, your book, whatever you call Satan, long as you about bringing everybody together under the philosophy of Satan, as far as they're concerned, you can keep that name. And this altar is for that.
Right.
We are special people. We should never celebrate New Year's and Christmas.
Right.
We're a special people separated from all the other nations for the purpose of this never happening. And we failed the Most High when we broke the law, statutes, and commandments. We failed him to do what we needed to do. Okay? We failed him on it. Let's keep going.
Kawakan, sir. It symbolizes solidity and leads our thoughts to the necessity for choice between destruction and construction, between war and peace, as iron can represent swords, but also plowshares.
Once again, a bunch of philosophy of dragging everybody together for peace, but not a righteous peace, man.
Right.
A wicked peace, a peace where they rule and not the Most High.
Right.
But that they rule, okay, which is not of the Most High. Now, let's get some more. And then we're going to jump into the scriptures and go into the history on the scriptures on this.
Kawakan.
If we could. So we done established that that's what the UN stands for. The UN is a satanic philosophy set up to bring all forms of so-called light together. They got the UNESCO heritage sites. So they go and find out all the ancient philosophies and religions, and they infiltrate them with the idea of Satan to make them a point of light. They have the UN to bring the governments together from all over the world. They're the ones that established the WEO, what is it? WHO, the World Health Organization.
Sir.
That believes in setting up healthcare and helping people with health. All of it is satanic, huh? All of it is satanic. The Lord wanted every nation to be in its own land and for Israel to rule over that nation, all those nations, so that all those nations would have a boundary to themselves, so that all of their power and resources wouldn't be brought together in an attempt to fight the Most High.
Right.
When in essence, that's what they want. They feel like Satan gave them the wisdom to fight against the Most High. And that's what they want to do, and why they tried to build that tower.
Right.
Because the end game is to take down, supposedly to take down the Most High. There it is, UNESCO World Heritage Site. Many of them. Anywhere where there's heavy ancient understanding and philosophy, they go in with UNESCO. And UNESCO goes in, gathers all the philosophy and makes sure that any technology or anything like that does not get out into the public sphere. They make sure that it gets sucked in to the Luciferian way of life, another point of life. You got groups like you hear about the Bilderberger groups and all these groups. These are all groups that worship Satan. And they will never, ever put the Lord's chosen people in with them. It's ridiculous, man. It's demonic. And you got to fight against that. Like we've been called to do something special. To be Abraham was called to be the seed of a nation that would be totally separated from every other nation. Because as you go into the history of this, and we'll see some of that every nation followed this. Every nation took on this religion and ideology.
Right.
You're going to see that. And they all held it in high esteem. They respected it on a level that it should have never been respected. And we see it still here today.
Yep.
There you go. That's Petra in Egypt, in the Sinai. Once again, they take all the philosophy, they decipher it, translate it, look into it. They make sure that it does not get out because they see what happened when the Bible got out. When the Bible got out, it destroyed their way of life. They tried to use the Roman Catholic Church to meld paganism with Christianity. That's why you got Christmas, a pagan holiday named after the King of Israel.
Right.
Yahushua, known as Christ in the English. That's why you have that. You have it because they took their paganism or witchcraft or Luciferian philosophy and married it with the scripture.
Right.
And came out with this religion. All right. Give me some more. Now, I might have to read what I got. You got more on that? Or
that's it, sir, for that one, sir.
That's it for that?
Kawakan, sir.
All right. Let me see if I can pull up what I have on Babylon. And then we're gonna go to some scriptures, all right?
Kawakan, sir.
And this is some heavy philosophy, man, that these bastards is into. It's very, very demonic. I warn you now, as I begin to read this. This is evil as hell. All right, and that's why those of you who are running around out there worshiping the Anunnaki and believing that Inky and Marduk, I guess you can pronounce it, that they created mankind. All these, I see all these videos they putting out that these people, that we're genetically engineered and that they did genetic engineering on us. All of it is satanic worship. The whole idea is, if we genetically engineered, let's go find the engineers of us. That's what the movie Prometheus was about.
Right.
Prometheus is a Greek god who is a copy of an ancient Babylonian god.
Right.
Part of the Babylonian pantheon of gods. So they made a whole movie about Prometheus because supposedly he was involved in creating mankind. And in essence, that movie was to try to modernize the whole philosophy of being born of the gods of Babylon creating mankind. So was the Star Wars movies. Them Star Wars movies was filled with the philosophy of the Babylonians, man. Okay? So are many of the superheroes we worship today.
Right.
They deal with the philosophy of the Babylonians or the Egyptians. Okay? Let's get some. Here's what it says. I really wish I could send it to you, but I don't know if I'm able to. Hold on.
It's like, so I can try to pull it up. So if you,
this was pulled up from the research, though. I don't know if you
okay,
gonna be able to do that. Let me just bear with me a second. Oh man, bear with me a minute because I think I'm gonna try. I think I'm gonna try and bear with me a second.
Kawakan, sir.
try. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Mashak. I'm gonna send it to Mashak. Mashak, if you could send it to Kazak. Oh yeah, there it is. The movie Prometheus. You see that? So in essence, they're trying to say that the Babylonian gods are, in essence, the creators of mankind, but that the Babylonian gods are really space travelers or aliens. Once again, this is the Anunnaki philosophy. This is ancient Babylon's philosophy. This is the philosophy of Lucifer. Supposedly, Lucifer came down and gave us the wisdom and the knowledge and changed us over to have intelligence. And there's a misconception that the Bible is wrong. The Bible is what's right. What's wrong is the evil philosophy of Babylon, which is satanic. Anyway, I'm gonna send this over. Mashak, I'm sending this over to you. I'm gonna try to text it to you. No, it's not gonna let me. I'm gonna have to email it to you. If you could send it to, let me see. Mashak, I need to know if it's Gmail or Hotmail. I'm gonna send it to both. Mashak, you got a lot of emails, Hebrew. I'm gonna send it to both. All right, let's go. Make sure it's attached. Yes. Send it to Kazak. Or Kazak, give me your email if you want to do it that way. That's another way.
Salak, you hear me, sir? Yes, Salak.
Yeah, I can hear you, Salak. I just want to try to get it to you.
Kawakan. It's just kazak.imad@gmail, sir.
Okay, hold on. All right. Mashak, I'm trying to send it to you as well. CHAAZAQ.
Kawakan.imad, sir.
.imad. Imad?
Yep, Kawakan, sir.
Zak Imad, right, that's right. At?
Kawakan.
Sorry, y'all, for those of you watching with us live, Salafi, bear with me. Go ahead.
Kawakan. At gmail.com. Captain Mashak just sent it to me as well, sir.
Okay, cool. Can you open it?
Yep, Kawakan, sir.
Okay.
Kawakan.
You can open it
right here. Yep.
All right, excellent. Now, what we're about to read for everybody that's watching, what we're about to read is we're going to add to this breakdown before we even hit the scriptures. We're going to now take it back to the Tower of Babel and the whole philosophy of the Tower of Babel, and we're going to tie New Year's in. Right now, tonight, you're about to find out the absolute 5,000-year-old philosophy behind New Year. All of the stuff that came later was also added, but this philosophy goes back thousands of years.
Right.
All right. And it shows you also how much they love these gods, right, and how much the Lord hates these gods, and how much they're an abomination and an enemy to the Most High.
Right.
All right. Go ahead and open it and read that, Kazak.
Kawakan. Tower of Babel. Marduk and Nebo.
Marduk and Nebo. That's the Father God and the Son God. That's where you get the Holy Trinity from. The Father, the Son, and then they bring in Mary later on. This is where it comes from. Okay? This is where they say that they're all God, all one God. Let's read on.
Kawakan, sir. Marduk was regarded as the creator of the heavens and earth.
Now, who do we know did that? The Most High.
Right.
But they worship Marduk as that. Go ahead.
Kawakan, co-creator with Enki of human beings.
A co-creator of human beings with Enki. And they got a whole philosophy of how one took one sperm and did something else with the sperm, or some homosexual thing that they came up with that created this situation.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakar, sir. An originator of divine order following his victory over the forces of chaos.
Right. Stop right there. Divine order. Isn't that what she was saying when she said she wrote that book?
That's exactly
That's
what
she was writing about. She
was
was writing about these gods and their divine order. And their divine order is what you see being established by the United Nations.
Right.
Their divine order is that everything, all resources draw into one place. New world order. That everything is in order under them.
Right.
Read that part again. That's why they call it a new world order.
Right.
Because it's an order that comes from ancient Babylon that they believe is out of chaos. Why? Because they believe the Lord is the one causing the chaos. The Most High is the one causing the chaos. Because without him, they believe they could make the whole world be one.
Right.
Which if left alone, they would. Which is why the Lord went and got Abraham. And why it's so heavy what we read in these scriptures, man. Because without the Lord intervening in the Tower of Babel, they would have brought everybody together and destroyed mankind. The Lord had to come down and separate that garbage. This is what we read. And this is why New Year's is so evil. Thanksgiving, Easter. Thanksgiving for the murder. That doesn't tie into this. But Easter does. Christmas does.
Right.
And it's so demonic, man. It's such an evil thing to do to our people. Go ahead, Al.
Kawakar, sir. Co-creator with Enki of human beings and originator of divine order, following his victory over the forces of chaos, led by the goddess Tiamat, as told in the Enuma Elish.
Some bull crap they got. Go ahead.
Right. As the father of Nabu, he took precedence over him, at least theoretically in Babylon.
Right. In Babylon, Marduk, or whatever the hell his name is, that god was the god they worshiped the most. They worshiped him like the Most High. They worshiped him, and not just in ancient Babylon. The Assyrians worshiped him. The Greeks and the Romans worship him. America worships him right now. That's why you got the UN, the Roman Catholic Church being the main church. All of that comes from the philosophy of Marduk. The philosophy, that's what they've been doing all these years in the earth. They've been trying to bring all forces in the earth under one order. Religion, government, economic, all of that. I'm gonna ask you in a moment to pull up the UN plan for 2030 of sustainable development. Everybody's hearing about this sustainable development. It's demonic.
Right.
It's Satanism. Let's finish with this, and then we'll go to that while we got a little bit of time. We got a little time, so we'll go to that, and then again we'll hit them scriptures and get it in, tie it all in together. Go ahead.
Kawakan. Marduk name means bull calf.
Say what?
Marduk name means bull calf.
Now let's think about that for a minute.
Damn.
The bull calf. Where do we know about the bull calf?
So like
ancient. Go ahead,
it's like it's ancient Egypt when we came.
Damn right.
God, sir.
Like that is who we went to worship when we got out in the wilderness and thought Moses was God.
Right.
We went and took on Murdoch. That's what that bull. That's why the Lord said we made a golden calf.
Right. Damn.
Read that part again.
The Kawakan, sir. Marduk name means bull calf.
That's what his name means. Bull calf. He's represented by the calf of a bull, a baby bull. That's what we worshipped in Egypt. That's what we made Aaron turn into gold to bring back Marduk. Why? Because that's what we were worshiping in ancient Egypt. There it is. You see this statue all over the place.
Kawakan.
They named a basketball team on it, the Chicago Bulls.
Yep.
You understand? That bull with the sun disk, it's in Egypt. It's all over the place. It goes all the way back 5,000 years, man. to the worship of Satan. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. His name was later known as Baal.
As who?
As Baal.
That's important right there. Baal is throughout the scriptures, man.
Right.
Baal or Baal, which means Lord. You understand? That's the ancient word for Lord is Baal or Baal.
God.
Which is, once again, that's what they called him after a while. And you're going to find him all in the scriptures. We're going to pull some of it out. Go ahead.
A name derived from the Semitic word Baal.
Right. That's heavy right there. You see that? Wall Street, the bull. Everywhere where they represent that bull has something to do with them 1,000 points of light and the worship of Satan. That's why they're so powerful and we're so weak. They're so powerful out because they're pulling all the forces of the world into this ideology of one world government, man, and sacrifice.
Right.
And it's destroying us, man. And New Year's is a big part of it. This year, New Year's, every year they have a man and a woman at the head of the New Year's party on I think it's CBS. This year they're gonna have two sodomites, Anderson Cooper from CNN and some other sodomite. So now instead of a man and a woman, they're coming all the way full circle for the New Year's party, and it'll be a man and a man. And any man that wants to still be a man, you better embrace the Most High in Christ quickly.
Right.
You better learn his laws, statutes, and commandments and his judgments quickly, because this world is quickly going to Satan. And Satan has no room for heterosexual men in his kingdom.
Right.
He has no room for it. Let's get some more.
Kawakan, Salaka, Junior, if I may too.
Please.
Captain Shock said that there's another statue of that bull at the Birmingham, UK camp spot called the Bull Ring.
Damn. See that? That's the worship of that bull. This woman spread this philosophy. There it is. This woman spread this philosophy all over the world. She revived the worship of ancient Babylon philosophy, man.
Right.
You understand? She revived it, brought it back, and so fast and so powerful that it became the philosophy of the United Nations, man.
Right.
And all these governments have all the power to pull this stuff. And that's also why they let you think that they preserving ancient religions, you know, because they're antiquities. They don't give a damn about the antiquities. They're preserving it to make sure they don't miss any new information that might help them get to the rulership of the planet. They don't want anything to get them to the rulership of the planet. It's also why we honor and respect King James, because the Roman Catholic Church, who was also pagan, who was also satanic, was also trying to stop the publishing of the Bible. The worst thing that happened to them was the Bible being published by King James. When King James published the Bible, the common man was able to get God's word. They did it because they knew what the Roman Catholic Church was doing. They were ruling governments by the hand of using the Bible. They had the Bible for themselves, and they were teaching it how they wanted. And again, when you go across America and Great Britain, you see how they was using it. They were electrocuting children, torturing people, locking them up in cages. They were conquering, man. And they look at it like, even if we kill somebody, it's a sacrifice. The Rosicrucians, other groups, all of them think the same philosophy, man. And that's what the hell they've been doing, man. They're pushing this thing to go into Satan. And the Lord, that's why what King James did was so precious. By getting this record out, that was the Lord's hand that did that. That's why the prophets of God are precious. You understand? That's why Obadiah hid them in cages, getting away from Jezebel, because she had that same philosophy. One world order, bring everybody together, kill all them prophets that didn't believe in what she believed in. That's also why they want to destroy America, because America was founded as a republic where the individual was more powerful than the group. In America, you had what they called God-given rights, meaning you couldn't take these rights away. Well, that can't work in a one-world government. In a one-world government, you have to have no rights so that they can take whatever they need to take, kill you, do what they want with you, so that everybody ends up under Satan in one world order. And that's why they're trying to destroy America now. They're looking, itching for a reason to wipe out that Constitution. It's basically gone already. But they're just looking for reasons to just make it official and bring all the way in with a new government. That's why they're calling it a new world order. All them orders that you had before, we want to get rid of them orders and bring in the new order under Satan and have it fully established, man. Give me a little bit more, please.
Tawakan, sir. Marduk, had all the attributes of Marduk, and his status in cult were much the same.
Right, his status in cult was much the same. He was worshipped almost as the level of his father. His name was Nabu. Go ahead.
Kawakan. Baal, however, gradually came to be thought of as the god of order and destiny.
You see that? The god of order and destiny. We're going to bring the whole world into order. We're going to bring forth a new world order. That is directly worshiping Satan. Go ahead. And black people buying into it like crazy.
Right.
You buying into it like crazy. You don't understand. Having free gender identities is to eliminate any seriousness about genders. Having a people that care nothing about their identity as a people is a way of wiping out all identities of people.
Right.
That's the idea. Like these ideas that they bringing in, they come from Satan to eliminate what is established. Okay, go ahead.
Kawakan. The statue of Marduk is attested by the ancient work known as the I.S.U.P.K Chronicle, which relates a time of civil war in which the I.S.U.P.K festival, New Year's celebration.
The who?
The New Year's celebration.
The who?
The New Year's celebration.
You want to know where New Year's started from? Don't you dare go out there partying with these people, man.
Right.
You want to know where it came from? This is where it came from. Ancient Babylon 5,000 years ago. And they were so serious about that New Year's that they would not celebrate that New Year's if that God wasn't in the city. You're going to see real.
Kawakan. The New Year's festival could not be observed because the statue of Marduk had left the city. During those times, when the statue was carried off by hostile nations, the I.S.U.P.K festival could not be observed because the patron god of the city was not present.
So if that statue was not in that city, they couldn't have New Year. They went to war over that statue. You're going to see it in the scriptures. And in this. They went to war over that statue because that's how much they believed in that philosophy. That's how much they fought to spread it across the world. And they've done it too. They spread it all over the world. That's why they constantly pumping out these different videos. And that's why they lying about aliens. Aliens, 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 aliens. Because they want to get you to the point of these gods. To say that these gods came down and changed the DNA of mankind. As if a white man could tell you who the hell created and made this DNA. And for what reason and purpose. All of that's a lie. They're getting it from Babylon and they just regurgitating it like it's science.
Right.
They don't know where the DNA comes from. The Lord brought the DNA in.
Right.
But they're going to act like they totally understand it. No, you believing in the philosophy of Marduk. You understand? The bull calf of Baal, Satan, one world order, New Year's. Give me some more.
Kawakan, sir.
Please.
On New Year's Day, it was customary for the people to carry the statue of Marduk through the city and out to a little house beyond the walls where he could relax and enjoy some different scenery.
Imagine that. This is a statue.
Right.
They would carry the statue out in the new year and let him sit in another place so he can enjoy, he can have a vacation. Enjoy some different scenery like he's alive or something.
Right.
He's not alive, he's a damn statue.
Right.
But they was treating him like he was alive because they believed in his philosophy. That's where all that astrology comes from. All of that astrology, zodiac signs, and trying to understand the signs in the sky, all of it is witchcraft. And the Lord, matter of fact, if you can, take a second and pull up the scripture where the Lord said, you know, not to deal with divination. If you, brothers and sisters, if you out there talking about New Year's resolution and talking about, you know, the year of the rat and the year of the cat and all of that garbage and what and the different zodiac signs and what is to come in, especially that horoscope garbage, you in the sign of Sagittarius, so this gonna happen, that gonna happen, blah, blah, blah. Witchcraft. Witchcraft. That's what that is, man. Fully under the, and it's why it's promoted. Once again, it's another one of the 1,000 points of light. You got to understand, you're on an island by yourself when it comes to this truth. You battling 1,000 different philosophies trying to seduce you and brainwash you into the worship of Satan. And there's 1,000 of them.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 10. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
Because they would burn their children to sacrifice to this God.
Right.
In the scriptures, it tells you we pass through the fire. We would burn our children. That's what we carried over there into South America under the Mayans and the, what's the other one?
The Aztecs.
The Aztecs. We would go up into the temple, that same temple, which is the same like the Tower of Babel.
Right.
In that article, matter of fact, I think you got a picture of it, don't you?
I believe so, sir. It's
if you have it, can you just zoom in on the picture in the article? That picture in the article is the same as the step pyramids in Mexico by the Aztecs and the Mayans, because we went into the left-hand side and re-erected those temples and was sacrificing our children to Marduk. Translated into the Spanish language. Brother, the world is filled with wickedness and evil. You don't understand how much we've been called from this world to do something far more special than you ever seen. That's why the Lord gave Christ's disciples that power.
Right.
He gave them that power because they were willing to stand for what was right against all the philosophy and evil, man. And that's our job. That's what we call to do. This is a spiritual walk from Yahweh and Shem Yahweh Shah.
Right.
We need to follow that walk, man. Okay. Give me some more while Mashak looks for that picture, if he can pull it up, because you see it in the article. Am I right?
Yeah, sir. Look, just like what you said, sir.
Most High in Christ. So Mashak, if you can, he's probably working it right now, and we'll pull it up for everybody else to see. That's a step pyramid, just like you see in Mexico.
Right.
Why is it that the pyramid in Mexico looks just like the pyramids from 5,000 years ago in ancient Babylon? Because they believe the same philosophy, man. Read on.
Kawakan, sir. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or daughter to pass through the fire.
There you go. That's the temple. Let me stop you for a second, Salaki. See that little door all the way up there at the top?
Yep.
You would walk up that pyramid all the way to the top. Those pyramids were representations of the Tower of Babel. That's why they built them like that. Stepped all the way up to the sky. Because they were temples to the god Marduk, to the Tower of Babel, to the bringing everything together to one order for the destruction of the Lord's chosen. That's why Christopher Columbus came over. You think Christopher Columbus came over here just looking for India? Hell no. He came over here looking for the 12 tribes because they knew to bring us to get the one world order, you have to bring the 12 tribes into captivity. They knew it. Why? Because the Egyptians taught them that. Remember, we made the golden calf when we came out of Egypt in the wilderness.
Right.
Why did we make the golden calf? Out of all the gods in Egypt, why did we make the golden calf? For the same thing Kazak just read. The golden calf was considered the highest God, the creator of man. Satanic witchcraft. And we was caught up in it, just like we caught up into it in America. That's just like we caught up the same way. If you're a Christian in the church, hear me good. If you're a Christian in the church, in the philosophy that God loves everyone, you are in the worship of Murdoch. You are a Satanist and you don't even know.
Right.
You're a Satanist and you're following the philosophy of Satan. And you got to free yourself, blacks and Latinos and Native Indians, from all that. If you're a Latino that goes to the Catholic Church, you're a Satanist, man.
Right.
And you don't even know it. They got you hook, line, and sinker. They paying you into this philosophy, man. And it's been around a long time.
God.
And that's why the men of God are great, great men. That's why they're going to get great crowns. Because it will come a time when Christ will rule and the entire world will come under the authority of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
We've been the ones battling this for many years. All right, give me a little bit more.
Kawakan, sir. Or that useth divination.
Right, that use divination, looking into the stars, to the horoscope, throwing them bones on the ground, using crystals, that crystal garbage. A lot of you Negroes, because you like something that's, you know, cute and shiny, so you love them damn crystals. Drill a hole in them, putting them around your neck, thinking they can create some of you trying to make batteries out of them. See, look, they use electrical power. You can use them in solar system. Yeah, they refract light and create a little goddamn heat. So does a lot of things in the earth.
Right.
The Lord ain't tell you to go worship no damn crystals, man.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Once again, the Egyptians did all that. And we turn around and worshiping it as well. There you go. Full of crystal worship. You know what I mean? That's Satan. That's a 5,000-year-old philosophy that they pushing.
Right.
Pushing. That's why they got laws making sure everybody can have whatever religion they want, because they're going to make every religion go towards worshiping the Satan. You understand? That's why the purple fake Israelites, them purple fake Israelites, they working for Satan.
Right.
They don't even know they working for Satan, many of them that's in there. They working for Satan.
Right.
They were brought up to come up against the real prophets and to do it by eliminating all the things in the worship of the Lord.
Right.
To eliminate the Hebrew, to eliminate the Lord's name, to eliminate all the things that make us who we are. What's the point of doing it? To bring everybody into something more palatable. One world order. You understand? One world order. That's why they take off the garments and put on those garments that you see them cats wearing in purple. Pull that picture back up, Mashak. Let me show you them purple garments. Let me show you them purple garments right quick. You see them purple garments them cats wearing over there in that fake Israelite group? Pull that picture back up with that pyramid, with the Babylonian to the side. They so dumb, they dumb as a stick. They're dumb as a stick. Look at that. That's your purple garment.
Right.
That's it right there, without the headpiece. You know who else has that garment? You know who else has that garment? The Roman Catholic Church.
Yep.
They started it with the Jesus Christ Church. It was on their way. They was in power. They said, we got them. The Jesus Christ Church. But the Lord destroyed it. Wiped out Tazadaq. And so they started again. They took these cats and said, now we'll do it. And we'll use some law enforcement and some forces, and we'll get them up and running. And they doing the same thing. There's only one place the prophets are, I.S.U.P.K.
Right.
That's it. That's where the Lord called this order to be. And it's a great thing, and it's a great order. Okay, let's keep going. Salah.
Or that useth divination, or an observer of times.
Right, you observing the times, observing what's going to happen next, observing all these things in the heavens. You understand? When the Lord already gave you the prophecies in the scripture, you want to know what's going to happen. the Lord gives them to you in the scriptures.
Right.
And it ain't good. None of it is good because Christ's kingdom ain't set up.
Right.
But meanwhile, you in there looking at the horoscope to see, you know, when you're going to have a wonderful day, when things are going to be beautiful and nice. It's satanic.
Right.
From the ancient Babylon. Now, we are already proved that the New Year's comes from this ancient philosophy. Let's go on back. We could drop that. What we were still reading in the story with Babylon, right?
Yep.
Right. Let's read a little bit more of that. And then again, I'm going to jump on some scriptures.
Kawakan, sir. The Marduk prophecy relates how the Hittites, Assyrians, and Elamites all captured Marduk's statue at one time or another, and how it was finally returned to the city when King Nebuchadnezzar I defeated the Elamites.
Right. So in other words, when they would take that statue, it was like they lost their heart. They stopped having New Year's celebrations. They stopped all of that. Then Nebuchadnezzar came and got it back, and it's like they was wonderful again.
Right.
Show you how deep that nonsense is. And they pushing that in this kingdom, and they got way more technology now, way more ability now. They using every bit of that ability to bring in this new world order under Satan. And New Year's celebrations that's what it's based on. That's why you have New Year what do they call it? New Year's resolutions. That's where that comes from. It's witchcraft. It's Satan. It's the worship of Lucifer, the worship of Baal. Okay,
so
worship of Baal. Say again.
I had a question. Is that why Elam worships the bull too?
Absolutely. The Assyrians got the bull. Remember, the Assyrians got the bull with the wings.
Right.
They call it what do they call that thing? They got a name for it. I forget the name of it. They got a name for that creature. That's like a bull with the wings from the Assyrian Empire. They worshipped it. The Elamites worshipped it. They all worshipped it. The Egyptians worshipped it.
Right.
All of them worshipped it. The Greeks and Romans worshipped it. In the Greek philosophy, Marduk is called Jupiter. In the Greek philosophy.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead. So if you wanted to, I'm not, of course, going into it. Me and Kazak Ayman ain't going into it. But you could trace every religion from all those ancient kingdoms, and you'll see they all tie in together. They all tie in together. There it is. That's that cow worship in India. That's why they don't kill them cows.
Right.
They'll starve to death before they put a 2x4 to one of them cows. They'd rather die first. That's the worship of Marduk. Or Murder. I'm probably mispronouncing the bastard name. But that's the Sphinx. No, not the Sphinx. The Griffin. I think the Griffin might be right. I'm not sure. Blackie might be right. I think it's the Griffin, but I think it's got another name for it. Oh man, I gotta look it up. It's got another name for it. But that's why they do that in India. That's a good point Mashak brought in. That bull. Okay? That bull. All right, let's keep going.
Kawakan, sir. Nabu, whose name means speaking, was the son of Marduk and a major god.
That's right. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. And a major god in Babylonia. He was patron of the art of writing and a god of vegetation.
Go ahead.
Kawakan. Nabu's symbols were the clay tablet and the stylus.
Right. These are symbols of him in their hieroglyphics. Go ahead.
Right. Kawakan. The instruments held to be proper to him who inscribed the fates assigned to men by the gods. In the Old Testament, the worship of Nabu is denounced by Isaiah 46:1. Samsudin, the last king of the first dynasty of Babylon, introduced a statue of Nabu into Esaglia, the temple of Marduk, who was the city god of Babylon.
He was a city god, and they brought in other gods. They had a whole pantheon of gods. That owl they worship over there in Bohemian Grove, the one Alex Jones exposed. That's another one of their gods in their pantheon of God. They working them from every angle. From every angle, they bringing in the Satanism.
Right.
They got agents everywhere. Let's go to the scriptures, all right?
Kawakan.
And we'll get into this for just a moment, and then we'll wrap it up. Because we basically proved it. We basically shown that it's a New Year's celebration, that it is the founding of the UN, that it comes from ancient Babylon. There you go. That's it there. Who does this? A giant ass owl. And not really an owl, because it's really a man with an owl's head on. And they worshiping him. And you know what this represents? For those of you that don't know, the reason they work this, the reason they have this private ceremony in Bohemian Grove is because the owls in general have extremely good eyesight in the dark.
Con.
The Lord made them that way. Owls can see in the dark. So while it's dark out, you can't see anything. That owl is sitting in that tree real still. And he sees what nobody else sees. Even other animals can't see what he sees. And he can see things far, far away. And so what they did was create a God that they could worship for his ability to see. Now, what does that sound like? The all-seeing eye in the pyramid on the dollar bill.
Right.
This is the God that it represents right here. And what you got to understand is what they're trying to say is that we see in the dark. We see things in the dark, meaning they have knowledge that you don't have in the dark. That's why a lot of CIA officers were in this Bohemian Grove. A lot of heads of states were in this Bohemian Grove because a lot of people in the intelligence world believe in this philosophy, the ability to see in the dark, the ability to see what you can't see, the ability to see what you can't see. Anybody doing that is into witchcraft and Satanism. If you're a person that's into seeing what nobody else sees and trying to basically spy.
Yeah, con.
That's basically what this is. Basically, this is, once again, another one of those 1,000 points of light for you to worship and get brainwashed under, which is the belief that you could see things that other people don't see.
Right.
And so they want to call you into seeing things that other people don't see. Basically spying. The Jesuit priests believed in this God. They were spying. Other spies from other nations believed in this philosophy. All of it is witchcraft and against the Lord. Go ahead, Al.
Kawakan. Like if I may too, sir, and what you're saying is so heavy. And like it's like you tying together so many different things that I just heard and knew. But it's like you're bringing it all together. And in Esau's intelligence community, they refer to information a lot of times as light. Like it's,
there you go.
Like information is looked at as if you have the information, you have the light, you have the illuminated. Like you illuminate. Like right.
You see that? You know what I'm saying? Because they know this is one aspect of making them powerful.
Right.
Is having a great intelligence agency or a great way to spy and see in the dark.
Right.
And so they worship it in that manner. You understand? It's so satanic. It's so against us. It's why we should be in our house hiding on New Year's Day, so to speak. I'm not saying literally to do that, but you get my point. I'm trying to say that you are in one of the most deeply witchcraft holidays of Satan in this kingdom when you start to celebrate New Year. And the draw is so heavy. They give you the 3-day weekend off. They talking buzz about it all the month. They advertise parties and celebrations. Those parties and celebrations come from Wicca or witchcraft or the worship of nature. You understand? The worship of nature. In other words, the worship of nature is to eliminate you from your identity, from your gender, from the things that make you separate. In other words, to bring you back to your animal state, having sex orgies, having sex men with men, women with women, having no tie in your sexuality, no tie in your natural nature. Now, in their real worship of it, they would also it would not just be sex, it would be killing and murdering too. That's why you see them talking about, they made movies. What's that movie they made where one day a year you could go out and kill people?
The Purge.
The Purge. A lot of people don't know the Purge comes from a real ritual that was worshipped in the Greek Empire. And that, once again, that's another ritual that came from ancient Babylon, that they followed up through the generations, and they carried it out in the Greek Empire, where it was a day where there was no laws. Mashak probably can pull it up, where there was no laws and no rules. You could take revenge on people you wanted to take revenge on. You could rape women if you wanted. You could molest little boys. You could break any law you wanted. That's that law of nature, that law of wickedness that they pushing. And they just bringing it in slowly, slowly. They pass laws saying everybody, you have to call people by their pronoun, when really they want to get to that point. You understand? That's why some of the businesses now are even saying they no longer arrest you for petty crimes. They want to be able to free you to be like an animal. Why?
Right.
Because making you like an animal allows them to bring everybody together. They can bring all the resources together, because here's what they do know and understand. That to fight the Lord, they know we need all the resources of the world, and we can't have any enemies. We can't fight the Lord, and he got Abraham building a whole nother nation coming against him. They don't want that.
Right.
Because by Abraham building another nation, it stopped all the philosophies in all the empire. It broke them all down. And the Roman Catholic Church took the biggest hit, because we came out serving Christ, and it destroyed their pagan worship. Everything that they was pushing in Satan's direction got shut down.
Right.
Paul and them brothers shut all that down. When they shut down Ephesians, when they shut down that goddess Diana, when they shut down on Mars Hill, when they were talking about the other gods, all that battling, man, shut down. Today, when we on that street, make no mistake, it's no small thing when we crush Islam, when we crush Christianity, when we crush Buddha, when we crush Hinduism, when we crush all their philosophies and go straight to Satan and crush the philosophy of the UN and their way of life, this one world order, this everybody coming together. It's no small thing,
right?
It's a big thing in heaven. It's a big thing in heaven, because they understand the records and everything that took place. Right. So it's a big thing to them. All right, where we at?
So, like I said, I don't know if you still wanted it, but I had where that purge comes from in the ancient Roman culture.
Please read that for us,
Kawakan, sir. If the concept of a lawless purge sounds to you like something that can only come out of the modern movie industry, then you might be surprised to learn that the idea is actually rooted in a very real ancient tradition.
Did I not say that?
Kawakan.
And that's where it comes from, Babylon. Like they want to break off of you the rules of life. Even communism is now infiltrated with this philosophy of Babylon.
Right.
That's why they when you read about Black Lives Matter and you read about their charter and what they believe in and how they say they want to destroy the traditional family. Mm-hmm. All of that comes from Babylon. Right. All of that is ancient witchcraft. They've infiltrated these groups. You understand? All of that comes from that. Go ahead.
Kawakan. The Roman festival of Saturnalia goes back thousands of years, and some aspects of the celebration bear an unsettling resemblance to the film's premise.
That's right. They know what they're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Kawakan, sir.
And that's another thing. These movies, man,
yeah,
they really, a lot of these movies are to slowly bring you into the worship of Satan.
Right.
That's the point of the movie. It's to walk you down that road and get you into that mindset. Go ahead, Salaki.
No sweat, sir. The jolliest and most popular holiday in ancient Rome, the festival of Saturnalia, was a week-long celebration where the only rule was that there were no rules. Everything was fair game during Saturnalia, and people could indulge their every whim without fear of consequences. Saturnalia is mentioned in Roman sources as far back as the 5th century BC, but it was likely inspired by even older traditions.
See that?
Sir.
Go ahead, keep going.
Sir. Pagan farmers had long.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kazan.
Pagan farmers had long been celebrating the end of the darkness of winter and the coming of the longer days.
That's New Year's.
Right.
Go ahead.
Of spring with feasts and festivals honoring the winter solstice.
When's the winter solstice? New Year's. Go ahead.
The shortest day of the year. As the Roman Empire spread throughout Europe, this pagan solstice tradition was incorporated into the Roman culture and mythology, and it evolved into the festival of Saturnalia. It was associated with the religious cult of Saturn, the Roman god of agriculture.
Which, if you go back and read about Baal, Baal was the god of the weather god, the god of that brought rain to your crops.
Kawakan, sir.
Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. To kick off the celebrations, a young pig would be sacrificed in the temple, and the statue of Saturn, which normally had its feet bound with wool, would be ceremoniously untied to signify his liberation and to free him to join in on the fun and mischief.
And if I could, if for those of you that may have heard of the running of the bull that they do in Italy, where they let them bulls loose once a year, and them bulls run through the city. Mashak will probably pull it up. It's called the running of the bull. That's what this is. They unleash that pig, and the bulls would normally chase that pig. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. As the Roman Empire grew, the ruling class began to realize that festivals and celebrations were a valuable tool for controlling and pacifying the masses.
There you go. Back to that one world government. That's why we got so many black entertainers, all these sports, all these arenas. All of this is to anesthetize you and bring you into the worship of Satan. When you got to come up, you got to come out of it. You got to wake up and realize you're in a full-out demonic world that you're not a part of. If you leave it to them, they'll bring in the one world order, and you will be the first ones they eliminate. Because once again, to have their kingdom, they got to get rid of you. They can't have you ruling, you functioning on the earth. Why? Because you're going to turn back to the Lord. You don't fit in that program, which is also why you got to take your side with the Most High in this Bible and do his bidding, man, and raise this nation up. Go ahead, Salaki.
No sweat, sir. By the year, Salaki, and Saturnalia underwent yet another transformation. It was
See that?
Sir.
The running of the bull. They do it in Italy every year.
Right.
That's the worship of Murdoch.
Right.
Which is what they're talking about here. The whole winter solstice, Saturnation, BS, all of that is coming from these worships in the beginning. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. The Saturnalia was on the verge of becoming the real life purge. By the year 120 AD, the festival of Saturnalia had grown from a single day to an entire week of festivities. As the celebrations grew longer, rulers began granting a holiday reprieve from certain social norms, and before long, Saturnalia had become a week-long free-for-all.
Any more?
Kawakan. Under later Roman rulers, Saturnalia was a time when the populace was encouraged to act out their every desire without fear of retribution. So it's not that surprising that it was the most popular holiday in ancient Rome.
They loved it. Raping, killing, robbing, stealing is all part of this kingdom now. All of it. Go ahead. There's more?
Sir. Just a little bit more, sir.
Go ahead.
Kawakan. It says, it was thought that this holiday from the rules would give people a chance to release any pent-up resentment, rage, and frustration on each other, leading to lower crime rates during the rest of the year and concert, and a lower chance that the people would revolt against their rulers.
Dang. Like they had plan after plan to bring everybody underneath them. All right, let's jump in these scriptures right quick. They mentioned Isaiah 46, right?
Kawakan, sir.
Let's do Isaiah 46, 1 to 10, where the Lord pleads with us to turn away from this specific God that we are about to worship on New Year. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. Isaiah chapter 46, verse 1. Baal boweth down. Nebo stepped down.
See how the Lord named them right after their name. That's that same Nebo.
Right.
Same God. And he said he bowed down. Go ahead.
Kawakan.
Go ahead.
Nebo stoopeth. Their idols were upon the beast and upon the cattle. Your carriages were heavy loaded. They are a burden to the weary beast.
Right. In other words, what the Lord is saying here is that you, trying to worship Baal and Nebo, Baal and Nebo, you trying to worship them, but their burden is too heavy because they're trying to build a one world government. So that's why you got to starve in America. That's why you got to work all these hours. That's why your life is miserable. It's miserable because you are part of building an empire to Satan.
Right.
And they need all the resources to build this empire because they know they're coming up against the Lord.
Right.
You understand? So the Lord is saying your burden is too heavy, man. You trying to do something. You trying to serve these gods when that burden is too heavy. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. Verse 2. They stoop. They bow down together. They could not deliver the burden. But
you couldn't deliver the burden.
Right.
You couldn't deliver the job. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. But themselves are gone into captivity.
But instead, you just really went into captivity. Now their gods are going to go into captivity. Go ahead.
Kawakan, hearken unto me, O house of Jacob.
See that? Go ahead.
Kawakan, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, which are born by me from the belly, which are carried from the womb.
The Lord is saying, man, listen to him.
Right.
I born you. I brought you from the belly. Like the Lord be pleading with us because he know how deep this witchcraft is, how much we want to be a part of it. And he be begging us to turn back. That's also why we smoke weed. They want you to smoke weed. The same way they wanted them people to have that purge is the same reason they want you to smoke weed. Right. Because the weed is a relaxant. It's a muscle relaxant. It's what it's made for. So by you smoking that weed and getting in a semi-hallucinogenic mindset, they believe you're less capable of rioting in the streets and turning on them while they rob everything that you had. Right. Like we need to serve the Most High, man. Like I can't even explain. Go ahead,
Kawakan. And even to your old age, I am He.
Right. To your old age, I'm the Lord. I'm the one that's really with you. Go ahead.
Kawakan. And even to hoar hairs where I carry you. I have made and I will bear, even I will carry and will deliver you.
Right. We turn back to the Most High. He's saying he'll bear us.
Right.
He'll deliver us. Like once again, the Lord didn't make man for man to strive and struggle and strain. He made the earth a paradise.
Right.
That's why he's saying, man, I born you, man. You don't let your child at 2 years old force them to make their own food, do you? You don't send them out there. You don't let your child have to pry the refrigerator open. You understand? And try to find something to eat and tear open packages and try to find it. No, you feed that child. That's what the Most High is saying with us. He called us the children of Israel. He called us that.
Right.
He called us that for a reason. Because he wants us to be his children and him to be our God. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. To whom will ye liken me and make me equal and compare me that we
Right,
may
like
be
we
like.
were trying to compare Murdoch to the Lord.
Damn.
Once again, that's the purpose of Murdoch and Nebo is to get you to worship him like the Lord. They trying to take credit for making man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? For making the heavens and earth. They trying to take credit for it.
Right.
And the Lord is saying, nah, man, you can't compare me with them.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you even do that? It's almost an insult to the Most High.
Right.
Seeing that he took us, you understand, really from the time of Adam and tried to guide us into what was right. And then when we turned our back on him, he still brought us back under Abraham and tried to guide us. He's been fighting for us to do the right thing and carry over this nation so that he could put this earth in real order, not in fake order that they claiming. They in a genocidal state.
Right.
Is what they're into. Go ahead,
Kawakan, sir. Verse 6. They lavish gold out of the bag and weigh silver in the balance and hire a goldsmith, and he maketh it a god. They fall down, yea, they worship.
Right. He maketh it a god. What's the god? That golden calf.
God.
And they fall down and worship that God. Go ahead. You're gonna stop at the end of 10. Go ahead.
Sir. They bear him upon the shoulder.
Right.
They carry
I'm sorry.
him.
Go ahead.
Salaki, sir.
Salaki.
Kawakan, sir. They carry him and set him in his place, and he standeth. From his place shall he not remove. Yea, one shall cry unto him, yet he cannot answer.
The Lord is saying he's a statue. What are you doing?
Right.
What are you worshiping him for? What are you fighting wars over him for?
Mm-hmm.
Turn back to the Lord is what he's saying. You got to get out of that damn church, man.
Right.
You fighting an uphill battle with a church trying to come into your own with the Lord. With these wicked Negroes that's in charge, Steve Harvey, Oprah Winfrey, and these types.
Right.
You got to come out of that. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. Nor save him out of his trouble.
Right.
Remember this, and show yourselves men. Bring it again to mind, O ye transgressors.
Right. He's saying, man, like basically the Lord is saying, man up, man.
Right.
Man up. Look at your transgressions, man. Look at what you did in this earth.
Right.
Look at your mistakes you made. Look at your crimes against the Lord. And fix yourself, man, and get back to serving the Most High. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Well, this thing here runs deep.
Right.
What they've been doing. Come on with it.
Kawakan. Remember the former things of old, for I am God, and there is none else. I am God.
Right. He's the former things of old.
Right.
Not no Babylonian God, not no damn New Year's, Christmas.
Right.
He's the God of old. So remember them things, man. Get back to what's right. Go ahead. The Bible, once again, the Bible is the most powerful book on the planet.
Right.
By far. Nobody has ever written a book or philosophy that's been more popular, more translated in more languages, more disagreements over than the Bible.
Right.
It is the most powerful book on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And what it says is against everything else that's on the planet.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. And there is none like me. Declaring
That's right.
Declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times, the things that are not yet done. Saying,
see that? The Lord, you don't need to go look up no philosophy of Babylon. The Lord said, I declare the things that's going to be at the end from the beginning.
Right.
I was there in the beginning. I'm the one that formed you up. I brought you out the belly. That's a plea from the Most High, man. And we better answer that plea, man.
Right.
We better answer what the Lord said. All right. Come on. I got two more for you, and we're gonna probably start wrapping it up.
Kawakan, sir.
All right. Anybody got any questions? You throw them in the chat. And because I'm gonna be finished with these shortly, and then I might answer a couple before 11. All right, a couple of questions if anybody has any. Jeremiah 51:1. We're gonna also take that to 10. And there was a lot in this too, because it's also Jeremiah 46, I believe, also is super powerful about this. And here's what's heavy about Jeremiah is that Jeremiah lived at a time when we were in captivity in Babylon.
Right.
And a lot of what he was saying was coming up against these gods that they had. Go ahead.
Khan, sir.
Go ahead.
Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 1. Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of them that rise up against me.
Right. He's going to destroy this place.
Right.
All this that you see them build, that seems so great. This 1,000 points of light, the Lord's going to destroy every one of them.
Right.
Go ahead.
A destroying wind, and will send upon Babylon fanners that shall fan her and shall empty her land.
Meaning he's going to create stirs with people and nations and groups. You see it going on in the Middle East right now. America is tied into the Israelis right now. They tied into the Israelis. Why? Because their money, that new canal, the strategic situation in terms of the Arab world. You think they don't want to take over the Arab world? They've been friends with Saudi Arabia since the 30s.
Right.
That means nothing. They want to take over the Arab world. Esau is trying to raise Satan out of the ground, which means whatever they take is a sacrifice, and a sacrifice for the greater good of all mankind.
Right.
To make the planet one peaceful planet, which is really going to end in genocide for the entire world. You understand? That part they ain't putting in. They putting in this whole wonderful idea of Satan, but they ain't putting in the part where he's going to kill off everybody in the damn earth.
Right.
That part is not up in there. So he's going to stir them up, and that's what he's doing. He's creating these wars and these beefs and these conflicts, and these things are going to stir up more and more, and we're going into a full-out war and the end of Murdoch and Babylon and Satan and all of this worship in the earth. And now you also know why the Lord, like people thought the Lord was unjust when the Lord turned around and built and raised the children of Israel and put them above all nations on the earth. He had to do that because all the nations on the earth would have went and worshiped Murdoch.
Right.
But he got one royal seed that he's calling on to fight against that spirit. And that's the children of Israel, his chosen people, man. That's how big our job is and how important it is.
Right.
Give me some more, because I
can't. For in the day of trouble, they shall be against her round about.
They're going to be against her all around about. Ooh, the Lord going to do this place in bad. These empires going to go down bad. The scripture saying, Obadiah, he that is confederate thee with thee have brought thee to the border.
Right.
Meaning you confederate with those Israelis. You are basically approving those bombings and killings and those weapons, and they are looking at it. The Lord is looking at it. The nations are looking at it. It says, he have laid a wound under thee. I'm paraphrasing. Meaning their friends have laid a wound under them.
Right.
Because they're tied to them now. They're being drawn in to this valley of Jehoshaphat. Go ahead.
Khan, sir. Against him that bendeth, let the archer bend his bow.
See that? Against him that bendeth, let the archer bend his bow. Meaning let the conflict jump off. All this talk of nuclear weapons, they're going to drop some nukes. It's going to happen, man.
Right.
Go ahead.
Khan. And against him that lifteth himself up in his brigandine, and spare ye not her young men. Destroy
and
ye
spare not her young men. What verse you in?
So this is verse 3, sir.
Come on.
Khan. Destroy ye utterly all her host.
You want to know the future? That's the future. That's biblical prophecies. You looking at it right there. Go ahead.
Khan. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans.
Right.
And
right. Listen, the slain, and when it says in them Chaldeans, hey, are you getting ready to roll out? No, that's all right. We're just doing the class. I'm getting ready. So read that part again. I'm sorry.
Kawakan, sir. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans.
You hear that? The slain shall fall. And when it says in the land of the Chaldeans, it ain't talking about ancient Babylon. It's talking about here in America. America's now the land of the Chaldeans. You're the ones that are taking up the philosophy of ancient Babylon. You're the ones that's honing the mystery schools together. The UN is in New York City, one of your main capital cities. This is the land of the Chaldeans that this biblical prophecy is coming down on. You don't need to go look at the stars and go to some divination, some horoscope person. Read these scriptures. Learn what the Most High is saying. Join his nation, man, and you'll know everything that's happening in the earth. All the pitfalls, all the gains, all the future prophecies, how to get in and out of it. And the Lord will be with you in it, man. Come on with it, because I got this one and one more. Go ahead.
Kawakan. And they that are thrust through in her streets.
For they're gonna be killed in the street. That's riots.
Right.
That's riots. That's law and order falling apart. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. For Israel hath not been forsaken, nor
Judah. Why is this gonna happen? Because Israel has not been forsaken. You ain't gonna take chaos and bring in no one world government, and the Lord gonna stand by and let it happen. You think you're gonna build ancient Babylon again, and the Lord ain't gonna step in and do what he did the last time?
Right.
That's why you got telescopes out there, and you worry to hell, and you're building rockets and all kind of nonsense out there, because you know that the Most High is coming to destroy. He's gonna wipe all this out, man. Go ahead, huh?
Kawakan, sir. Nor Judah of his God.
Right. Nor you gonna rob Judah of his God. He's going to worship Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. He's going to do it. And so will the other 12 tribes. And so will every other nation on the earth.
Right.
In Christ's kingdom in the future, nobody will know what Baal was. They'll hear about it and see it in a museum and maybe read about it in a book. Maybe.
Right.
And it'll be gone off the face of the earth for those that serve the Lord. And many of us think we serve in the Lord by going to church when you are not serving the Lord. You're serving Satan, man. Go ahead, Op.
Kawakan, sir. Of the Lord of hosts, through their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel.
Right. Even though our land was filled with sin against the Holy One, we still gonna worship the Lord. We still gonna serve the Lord. The Lord's program is still gonna be established. Go ahead, Op.
Kawakan, flee out of the midst of Babylon.
The Lord saying, flee, run.
Right.
Out of the midst of this empire, man. Meaning, get spiritually out of here. Don't listen to no fool to tell you get on a plane and go live in some other country or some nonsense. It's not what it's talking about.
Right.
It's talking about getting your mind right, getting your spirit out of this place, laying up your sins, stopping smoking, stopping getting high, stopping whoring, stopping robbing, stopping stealing, stop worshiping these other gods. Stop participating in things that are satanic and against you. Stop killing your baby in the abortion clinic, man. Stop trying to join these people and sacrifice your soul to be among these people. Stop hating your own nation, man, and identity, because they've been crushed under the feet of Babylon and the Chaldeans. Love them anyway, like Daniel loved them in that captivity, like Jeremiah loved them, like Isaiah loved them. Love them anyway, even though you're catching hell with them and dealing with them in such a horrible way, man. Fight for them because they belong to the Lord. I'm going to show you that in the next scripture after this. Go ahead.
Kawakan, and deliver every man his soul.
Right, and deliver every man his soul. Get your soul out of here. Revelation 18:4, the Lord said, come out of her, my people. You understand that you be not partakers of her sins. Another part, the Lord said, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired. You are a special people. You different. You can't see niggas as different. You can't see Hispanics as different. You can't see that. You can't see Native Indians as different than anybody else. You can't see their flavor, their culture, their identity. You can't see they different. You can't see everybody copying them. You can't see everybody stealing their culture and their identity. Wake up, man.
Right.
Wake up. Look around you, man. It's the Lord's chosen people and they different, man. Go ahead, Doc.
Kawakan, sir. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of the Lord's vengeance. He will render unto her.
Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. He will render unto her a recompense.
Right. He gonna a recompense, meaning he gonna return some of what you gave out, if not all. He gonna give you back something on your head for what you put on the head of the Lord's chosen people.
That's
all
right.
Kayawana, Yahawada, Salakia, sis, if I messed up your name. Salakia, sir, if I may, why is it, even though I tell Esau that I don't celebrate Christmas, the dorm counselors at my college still trying to bring me a bag full of stuff a day before? That's a good question, sis or brother. Well, this is an excellent question, because the witchcraft on them is so heavy that they got to get you to get in it too. Remember when we was reading earlier where they said the misunderstanding of Lucifer, that of someone that Lucifer is really a light bearer, is really here to help. When you reject Christmas, their spirit is shattered in that you're rejecting the help. It's like you're rejecting the one that the person is trying to love you and care for you. It's witchcraft in their mind. It's brainwashing. Even though you say, I don't do Christmas, in their mind, it's like you just can't receive love. You just can't receive Christmas. Did I lose Kazak? You still
No,
with us?
I'm still here, sir.
Oh, okay, most I'm correct. Like in their mind is you can't receive love. Your heart is too hard to get Christmas. So we'll give it to you ahead of time. It's damn near. And let me tell you something. This is such a deep witchcraft that they need a day. They are so demonic that they need a day to give away things, because otherwise they would just rob the earth and give nothing away.
Right.
You understand? And so it's damn near like, even though you say you don't believe in it, it's like they got to give away this stuff now, because after this, they're going back to their evil self. You know what I'm saying? They're going back to this. It's like, this is damn near like, you know what it's like? It's like a day of atonement for Israelites. This is a day they give away toys and give away gifts, and they clear their conscience for the evil they do to you all year. They clear their conscience for being your slave master. They clear their conscience for being a racist towards you. They clear their conscience for everything they prey on you with. They clear it for Christmas. Give you a gift, some days off. It's what you would do with a slave. You beating that slave ass all year, working them to death, but you pick that one day a year and say, no, man, go on and enjoy yourself. Take some time off. Now, if you tell the slave master, no, man, I ain't doing none of that, he gonna feel like, oh my God, this is the only time I'm gonna have some mercy on you to give you some time off. You gotta take this. And damn near like you're not letting his conscience off. Well, let me tell you something, sis. Don't let his conscience off. Tell him don't even bring it to you the day before.
Right.
Okay? You stay on it, just like you've been on it. You tell him, look, I don't deal with it. Don't send it to me. I don't want nothing to do with it. Don't send it to me the day before. I don't have nothing to do with it. That's how you got to come at him. You know what I'm saying? And press it on them, and then they'll get up off of you. And if they press you too hard, tell them the truth. It's an ancient Babylonian ritual. And listen, tons of people don't know about Genesis, the 10th chapter.
Right.
We didn't read it tonight. But if they press you too much, tell them go read Genesis, the 10th chapter, and then tell me about Christmas. And when they finish reading Genesis, the 10th chapter, where it clearly shows that tree and that worship is the worship of Nimrod in Babylon, written by Jeremiah, who was in captivity in Babylon, you tell them I stick with Jeremiah. I would do what Jeremiah did. He rejected Christmas, and I'm rejecting Christmas because I'm a slave like he was a slave.
Right.
And see what the hell they say then. I bet you they shut their damn mouth. They're going to look the other way when they walk down the hall and see you. You're going to become invisible.
Yep.
Because they ain't going to dare open their eyes to look upon the evil that they've done. And that's what they want out of us anyway. That's what the strip clubs are for. That's what the drugs and the Oxycontin is for. That's what the clubs is for. That's what all the evil that they create. That's what the football teams and basketball teams and baseball teams is for. It's to get exoneration from slavery, from putting us in hell. The Lord's chosen people, the proper rulers of the earth, the righteous in the earth. That's what that's for. And guess what? Don't give them a pass. Don't let them off the damn book. Nah, no toys. No, don't want none of that. Keep that. Nope. You understand? Don't let them off of none of that. Okay? Go ahead, because I got one more and we getting out of here. We got about a minute left.
Kawakan, sir. You want keep reading where we are, sir?
Khan. Oh man, wait, real quick to answer the sister's other half. She said it right. She said, and not only that, they have a bunch of trees in the building along with a few shields of David in our lodges. Yeah, that's to bring all the religions in together. If you're a Jew, if you know, they trying to bring in the whole festival spirit.
Yeah.
You be the same and keep them the hell on out. You doing the right thing by it. Okay, go ahead. Because was that you finished 10?
No, we didn't get to 10. Yes, sir.
What verse you at?
We are at verse 7, sir.
Come on, wrap me up with the 10, and then I got one more. I've got to give you one last one in numbers. Go ahead.
Kawakan, start at 7 and go to 10, or go straight to 10, sir.
Start at 7 and go to 10.
Okay.
Everybody stick with us. We're gonna go over by about 5 minutes. I know it's late. Give us 5, maybe 10 minutes at max, just so I can get one more scripture and make this tape complete for those that's gonna study it later. Go ahead,
Kawakan, sir. Verse 7. Babylon hath been a golden cup in the Lord's hand.
A golden cup, meaning a cup he really want to destroy. You understand? Like you got a golden cup, you put your best alcohol in it and you drink it down. And that's what the Lord get ready to do with this empire, man. This is talking about today. This is talking about this empire today. Go ahead, Kazak.
Kawakan, that made all the earth drunken. The nations.
Go ahead. That's why the scripture said, is this the man that made the world a wilderness?
Right.
You know what I mean? That everybody drunk of the wine of her fornication. Everybody's into this religion, this philosophy, and this New Year's garbage. Go ahead, Kazak.
Therefore, the nations are mad.
Right, meaning they're out of their mind. They're out of their mind joining this garbage. Go ahead.
Right. Kawakan, sir. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. How? For her. Take balm for her pain.
Right. Since you all about loving and helping, take balm for her. Howl for her. Be sad. Howl means to cry. Be sad for her. Cry out for her. God said, go ahead and do it. You ain't going to save this place. Go ahead.
Kawakan, if so, be she may be healed.
Right. If so, let's see if she get healed. Maybe she'll be healed.
Right.
Go ahead to the end of 10.
Kawakan, sir. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed.
Right. You can't heal. You would have healed her if you could.
Right.
If they turn around and say, we got to do A, B, and C to save America, you would go do it.
Yep.
That's why a lot of you join the military, go out there and lose limbs and everything. And sometimes your life, leave your family in a place that hates you to have to fend for themselves because you went out there and fought for an empire that hates you. And now you're dead, buried in some desert somewhere fighting for their empire. Dumbass. That come from going to church. Go ahead,
Kawakan. Let us go, everyone, into his own country, for her judgment reacheth unto the heaven.
You hear that? The judgment of this place and this philosophy and this ideology has reached onto heaven. Don't you dare celebrate no Christmas and New Year's, man.
Right.
Go ahead.
And is lifted up even to the skies.
And lifted to the sky. Go ahead. And let me tell you something about coming into the truth. You come into the truth, man, and bring this body together. You are fulfilled enough so that you don't need no Christmas. A lot of you are drawn to worshiping Christmas because your life is so tragic. Your family is all separated and hating each other. Family members incarcerated. Early deaths of your young men and young women. Relationships destroyed where you got nobody to love you. Stuck struggling raising kids. All of that. So, of course, a day come around that the slave master say you can have time off and have joy and bring toys together. Of course, you're going to be drawn into it. Of course, you're going to have to be stuck in it because, of course, you're getting no joy in this place because they're driving you like a mule to your death.
Right.
But if you come together, if you rebuild your family, rebuild your relationships, rebuild your brotherhood and sisterhood, put down your weapons and drugs and maniaism against one another, you'll build something where you won't need no Christmas. I ain't even thinking about no Christmas and New Year. I'm filled with brothers and sisters, filled with family, filled with even my siblings from young, still rolling together. All of that, man. Why? Because I don't need none of it. Why? Because I've chosen to serve the Lord. I've chosen his law, statutes, commandments. I've chosen where to put my love at, so I receive that love back. I've chosen to put it in my people, so I receive that love back.
Right.
You understand? I done had 5, 6 calls while I'm sitting here. Calls before I got here. Me and the brothers kicking it about the color purple. I'm going to do a review on that color purple. I'm going to see that color purple. I'm going to do a take on that demonic mess. Let me tell you something. I was never going to go see it, but the brothers, the brothers came to me and said, brother, they came to me with words that broke me when I said, all right, I'm going to go see it. I'm going to go see it. But boy, when I get back, it's going to be hell to pay.
That's right.
I don't see that damn movie, all right?
Damn
so
right.
Come on, we're going to finish up. Let's go.
Oh, God. Verse 10, the Lord hath brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God.
Let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. One last one real quick. Numbers, 22nd chapter. We're just reading 2 verses, the first verse and the 12th verse.
Okay.
Somewhere around there, 1 and 2, and maybe, anyway, read it, run them on down. We'll get as much as we can, and then we out of here.
Numbers, chapter 22, verse 1. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of Jordan by Jericho.
We came out of Egypt, and we went and pitched in the plains of Moab, in what you know today as Jordan, the country of Jordan. And when they saw us, they was in panic, just like they're going to be when they see you return back to the Lord. They're going to be scared to death of you. Go ahead,
Kawakan. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites.
Who was that? Balak, the son of who?
Zippor.
Come on with it.
Kawakan saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. Keep reading, sir.
Yes, please. Keep reading.
Kawakan, sir. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, now shall this company lick up all that are round about us.
He was scared to death. He said they're going to come lick up everything.
Right.
Look how powerful they are.
Right.
The Egyptians said it. Listen, man, we got to do something about them. If we don't, they'll take over everything. Right. When war breaks out. This is what every nation says. Why? Because we the chosen people of the Lord. And to bring in Baal, you have to destroy us. You have to have us on the bottom. Come on, give me a little more.
Kawakan, sir. As the ox licketh up the grass of the field, and Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers, therefore, unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor.
Right, unto Balaam. Balaam stands for Baal, or Baalism. He went and called on the same God to come and curse Israel. Jump down to about 11 and 12. We'll read. Everybody should read the story because the Lord made a donkey talk just to stop this cat because he knew this cat was full of Satan.
Right.
Even though the Lord dealt with him because Israel hadn't been a nation yet, he still told this cat, you full of vices, you an evil bastard. That's why I sent this donkey out here to stop you, to make sure you do what the hell I tell you to do. Because he was worshiping Satan and Murdoch, and the Lord had to stop it. But go ahead, take it from around 11, I think it is. Where is it where he goes back to the king? Because this king of Moab sent him out to curse us.
Right.
And he said, well, let me go talk to the Lord first. Because you see what happened with the donkey. He said, I'm going to go check with the Lord. This is even before the donkey. But go ahead. Get to that part where he goes back to him.
Kawakan, sir. Verse 11.
It may not even be that far down. I could be wrong. Go ahead.
Kawakan, sir. Verse 11. Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt, which covereth the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Peradventure, I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out.
Right. That is what they all want, is to overcome you and drive you out.
Right.
The Roman Catholic Church came over here. They sent Christopher Columbus over here, that disgusting murderer and genocidal maniac, with those ships over here to find the 12 tribes and to make sure they slaughtered them. And they got the numbers. They slaughtered some upwards of 800,000 a year of the Native American Indians when they came over here. They were murderers and genocidal maniacs.
Right.
Both them and of the Gadites, and forget about Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. They just put them in the slave pits and worked them to death. I mean, they wasted the Lord's nation, man. Not only that, if you read down, I want to say it's in Jeremiah 51, no, maybe 49-ish, I think, or 47, somewhere in there. It tells you about how Babylon destroyed us, was taking us out of our land and killing us by the thousands, killed our kings, took Zedekiah, man, blinded him and killed all his sons, put him in prison for the rest of his life, did all kinds of, stole everything out of our temple, just ravished us and devastated us. That's what America did to us. And you trying to give them a pass and join them and celebrate New Year's and be part of that demonic church. The church is a Babylonian temple, man. Wake up.
Right.
It's a Babylonian temple. It's the worship of Satan. Go ahead,
Kawakan. And God said unto Balaam, thou shalt not go with them. Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed.
Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. They knew back then not to do it. They still trying to bring in the order of Satan.
Right.
They still trying to bring it in. We're going to end it right there, man. We well over the time, man. Hey, big shout out to Captain Mashak, my young man. Kazak, the water to you out, man, for joining us up in it, man. Give yourselves a hand, brothers and sisters, that joined us so late on a Wednesday night. Appreciate you, man. We on it live Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, 9 p.m. to 11. Mashak will be back on Saturday. I come in Monday with the heavy hitters. Pay your tithes, ISUPK.com. Support the truth, man. Join us, man. Touch base with us. We got events going on. If you need help, call in. Get some counseling. We got counselors standing by. If you need other help with clothing and food and different stuff like that, let us know. We got brothers in cities all over this country and outside the country doing our best to do what the Lord's will is. Raise up the 12 tribes. Return us back to our order. Let them go ahead and do what they're going to do. They're going to end up in a nuclear war, losing all their countries with all their power. Let us go and do what the Lord called us to do, which is come together in righteousness and peace and joy and do what the Lord said, man. Thank you so much for joining me. Good morning again, Kazak, man. Appreciate you. See y'all next time, y'all, live in the UPK. Shalom.
Shalom.
Serious, and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord, to do His will. I'm that nigga.
One West, 125th Street. Look, y'all put your faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Win the league and let y'all play, cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come here on Congo.
American honor don't like no soldiers. In the spirit of the Lord, we don't like no soldiers.
Black, Hispanic, Native, they hate y'all as the same. Hate Christ and they image, hate you as a slave. God ain't all love. Scriptures say he hate African soft niggas. They know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in a cell phone and connect you to the saint. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dreams. They just took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We live in bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lie sound promising. Prophecy, gift and a curse. Dylan started killing, they was sitting in church. Black Papa gave him, man, this shit is absurd. You should never love your enemy, that shit ain't gonna work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of warring. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my sister a prostitute, my brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't bandage no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hung from a noose. I was on a run in Nashville and I found the truth. I called the school, classes being held by the shock on my life. I want to be a gangster like a cop. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My nigga, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We in hell, I ain't got nothing against them. That's another religion. If it ain't under YAHANNA, ain't he murdered five of them and got a hug from your honor. That's the way out for a coward in my observation. They don't fear the Lord, they indoctrinated. Wolves in sheep clothing, Joe Osteen. Real priest bringing back black royalty. One West on my headpiece, ranking order. Can't let them trick me off the streets, I gotta raise my daughter. I got brothers at the border ducking ICE agents. I got the name change, it was life changing. My family thought it was a game, but I don't know I'm black. They said I was going through a phase. It's more of us in jail than it was slaves. Chose.
Aquí somos la Escuela Israelita del Conocimiento Práctico Universal. Hoy estamos aquí. Lord, from the General YAHANNA, I.S.U.P.K.
This is what Commander General YAHANNA did. This is what he did.
First camp, I cut off all my dreads. I took an oath when that oil hit my head. Niggas capping like they lids. I'm a priest, I never stick no fork in no pig. I was dead until I found out how to live. This brotherhood taught me how to be a man. I came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to this work. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church.
That's right.
Not don't worry about it. Okay, go to no, you just go ahead and just turn it off. I took it up. Yeah, go. Make sure we get us on the screen and make sure everything's looking suave before we go ahead and roll. Test 1 2 1 2. Also give me just test check the live, make sure the audio is coming through to live as well. Baba Kusha. Okay, I'm gonna check it myself. Oh, you hear it? Most high in Christ. All right, camera look good? Okay, most high in Christ. Go ahead and clap it up. Most high in Christ. Hey, Shalom. Yahweh Shem Yahweh Barakat Thumb to all the brothers. Yahweh Shamar Alathun by Shem Yahweh to all the sisters. It's the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, right? This is, of course, the feast of Hanukkah or dedication, all right? And so we're going to get right into it. We're going to get into these scriptures. We're going to get an understanding because this is a very historical feast. All of our feasts are historical, of course, but there's a lot of history involved with this particular feast. And you might be asking yourself, if you've been to any of our feasts before, you haven't been to any of our high holy days, why this is being conducted in a different fashion. Usually you might see 2, 3 brothers up here. Somebody got to be a reader. You know, then there's a brother that got to drink the wine and so on for the Sabbath service. High holy days are conducted as a Sabbath service, but this particular day, the Feast of Dedication, is not a high holy day. You understand? It is a feast, but it's not a high holy day. Does anybody know why that is? Why is it not a high holy day? Why is it just me up here just teaching? Yanazar. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bear with me just 1 second. Yeah, I'm teaching. Text me. You said because it's not one of the days ordained by the Most High, right? Mm-hmm. That's the key right there. That's the key. The particular reason why it's conducted different is because this day is not listed in the book of Leviticus in the 23rd chapter. That's it. That's the reason. All of the Lord's high holy days are listed in the book of Leviticus in the 23rd chapter. What are some examples of those high holy days? Anybody remember? Go ahead. The Passover, right? Shout out to the Passover. Give a hand clap for the Passover coming up right here in Durham, North Carolina, right? So that's a high holy day, right? That's a day that when Moses, you know what I'm saying, went to the children of Israel and had to tell them about the laws, that's one of the days he told them we have to keep this day, the Passover. What else? Hold on. Khan, more Bumper Trumpets is one as well. Nadia. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, absolutely. Anyone else? Any more you could think of? Yanazar? The Feast of First Fruits, Nadia. Day of Atonement, that's correct. Go ahead. Yes, feast of booths, right? As well. All of those are high holy days. This day is just a what? And when I say just, don't think that means that it's diminished in importance. Because as we're going to find out, it's actually extremely important what we're doing today in this room and in different rooms all throughout the earth. It's very important. But when I say just meaning compared to the other high holy days we keep, this one is a what? Go ahead, one. It's a memorial, meaning there were things that took place, and this day is a day for us to what? To remember it. That's the main difference right there between the high holy days. So there's another one. I don't think there's two more. There's definitely one more feast day that's not a high holy day, but we keep a memorial. Who knows what it is? Purim. Purim is also not a high holy. Salaki. All right, so somebody give me Proverbs 2 and 2. Proverbs, the second chapter and the second verse. All right, so again, like I said, today's class is very much involved with the history. All right, we're gonna get into a lot of history for today. All right, so does everybody have a Bible? Everybody have an apocrypha? You know what you need. You need both. No sweat. Yanazar, if you could, Bob Kushak, got. The scripture. No sweat. Just see if you can. Matter of fact, brother, you can actually just take. Right here, Yanazar, pass these two to him. There's a Bible right here and an apocrypha. Right, and you two brothers can just kind of, you know what I'm saying, just look at these together. Count the water. No, you swap the water. All right. So again, you know what I'm saying? I.S.U.P.K. started out of 1 West. I don't think I said it. 125th Street, Harlem, New York, under Commanding General YAHANNA. All right, teaching the truth since 1969, according to the Bible. Right, and so that's what we're doing. That's why what we do is so important. We're gonna get some scriptures on this importance as well, so you can see clearly and visualize exactly why we're doing what we're doing. Don't think of it as a small thing. You got Proverbs 2 and 2, Yanazar? If you could get the other mic. I'm not sure if the batteries is already in. They got to hear you online. Y'all tested them? Yeah, grab a mic. Pause. Come on. The water, brother. The water. Stereo. Is it on? Check and see if it's on. Oh, you might have to. Is that green light on? Oh. Okay. No, they all connected. All connected. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Christ. I got you. No, you good. You good. Excuse me. All right. Con, let me make sure I hear you on that mic. But Con, go ahead and read that scripture. We in Proverbs, the second chapter and the second verse.
Got one con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 2. So that thou incline thine ear.
That thou incline what?
Thine ear.
All right, that means you gotta listen, right? Go ahead.
Unto wisdom.
Unto what?
Wisdom.
Unto what?
Wisdom.
You gotta incline your ear unto wisdom. Go ahead.
And applying thine heart.
And do what?
Apply thine heart.
What does it mean to apply your heart? Seriously said, incline your ear to wisdom. Then it said, apply your heart. What does that mean?
Like to focus your mind.
Mm-hmm.
On
right.
Whatever's at hand.
Right. Come on, what is you what? So you say, why do you say mind? Because your heart is
actually your mind.
right. Your heart. When you see in the Bible when it says your heart is your mind. Okay. So when it says apply your heart, it's saying what? It's saying you have to use your mind. You have to do these things. Go ahead.
Thine heart to understand.
You got to apply your heart to what?
Understand.
To understanding. Any more?
That's it on 2.
Come on, that's it. Right. You got to apply your heart to understanding. One of the major issues with our people today in this world is we don't follow these things. We don't apply our heart to understanding. Go ahead, please.
And especially we don't incline our ear
Mm-hmm.
to hear wisdom.
We almost don't want to hear it. We don't, no, straight up, we don't want to hear it. Not almost, we don't want to hear it. Like the other scripture says, right? I'm paraphrasing the one, you know what I'm saying, that says, Salaki, the one that says we are stiff-necked people, right? And the other one that says when we said to the seers, what? See not. We don't, yeah, tell us lies. That's what we want to hear. We don't, the scriptures tell you that our people don't want to hear the truth. We don't. Because you know what happens when you hear the truth? What does it make you do? Captain Nythok says it all the time. What does the truth make you do that the Antioch Baptist Church of the Latter-day Saints of the Zionist movement of the Rock of Gibraltar does not tell you to do? Go ahead, Mike Sean. Change. Your grandmother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, they've been in church since 1899, 1920s, the 1950s. Ask them to explain to you what the Feast of Dedication is. They don't even know what you're talking about. Ask them who are the Maccabees. They have no idea who you're talking about. Ask them what captivity Daniel was in or Ezekiel. They have no idea what you're talking about. You understand? All they're going to know is what? John 3:16. That's it. A couple of other ones. What's the other one they like? I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. All things except not eat. What Cap say? The pork knuckles. I can do all of that, but I can't stop eating the pork knuckles, right? That's all they're going to tell you in the Christian church. You know what I'm saying? But they can't what? Because as Jonas said, they don't hearken their ear to wisdom. What we saying is too much. You know what I mean? Read on, Jonas. Matter of fact, drop that. Give me Proverbs 4 and 7. Give me Proverbs, the 4th chapter and the 7th verse.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom is the principal thing.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wisdom is the what?
Principle.
No, it's the secondary thing.
Principle.
No, it's the third or fourth thing.
Principle.
It's the what?
Principal thing.
It's the principal thing. The principal is the what of the school?
The head.
He's the head of the school. He's in charge. He's what? He's at the top. So wisdom is the principal thing. Go ahead, Yanazar.
Therefore, get with wisdom.
Therefore, do what?
Get wisdom.
Seems simple enough, right? We're supposed to be trying to get some wisdom. Go ahead.
And with all thy getting.
And with all thy getting of wisdom, go ahead.
Get understanding.
Get understanding to go with it. You got to understand these things, man. You think we up here in the I.S.U.P.K. outside of these walls, they say that this is a cult, right? They say we just a cult, and we just a bunch of angry black men and confused black women, and we don't know what the hell we doing. We don't know the Bible, right? Sisters know exactly what I'm talking about. You marry y'all sisters in here. Y'all married to some nigga that the world says is a absolute fool. How dare you? You know what I'm saying? They make you feel like, oh my God, like you married to some, you know what I'm saying, to some guy in a cult, which I find as an absolute insult when someone tells my rib that she's married to a nigga in a cult, because she's not married to some nigga in a cult. She's married to a what? A cult leader. That's what she's married to. And every single brother in here is the same. We're cult leaders. Why? Because we're trying to lead our people back to what? To their culture. That's all we're trying to do. It's not spooky. It's not weird. It's not strange. It's not hard to understand. All we're trying to do is get our people to come back to who they are. Actually, Mike Shaw, you can actually take, so they can be back there, but just close the curtain. That's yeah, all right. Keep the curtain closed, right? Until it's time for everybody for the food to get served and everything. Then you can
you know what I'm saying, allow take the curtains down so everybody can kind of just make their way. The water, brother, the water. I appreciate it. Yeah, we want to have an element of mystery up in this joint. Remember, we a cult. We want people to think, oh my God, what the hell is going on back there? Yeah, right. My sure. You left a little sliver. Pause. We don't want right there. Yeah, they need to think back there. We torturing people or something. You missed it right there, brother. There you go. Most High in Christ. Perfect. The water. There we go. Now, if somebody comes in here, they don't know what's going on. Perfect. Read that again, Yadazar.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom is the principal thing.
That's right.
Therefore, get wisdom. With all thy getting, get understanding.
With all thy getting, get understanding. Drop that. Give me Psalm 119 and verse 104. Get understanding. I'm leading this up. All of this is important, right? We're just getting the preliminary stuff out so you can understand why we're doing what we are doing. We're doing this for a reason. You understand? We're doing this for a reason, and we're going to figure out why we're doing this.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 104.
The last scripture said get understanding. Go ahead. Now let's find out how we get understanding. Go ahead.
Through thy precepts.
Through thy what?
Precepts.
Through the Lord's precepts. Go ahead.
I get understanding.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. You mean through the Lord's, I don't know, his preaching.
Precept.
No, through the Lord's sermons.
Precept.
Through his dancing.
Precept.
Through his playing a tambourine.
Precepts.
No. Through his waving his hands and talking about the glory, glory, hallelujah.
Through thy precepts.
Through your precepts. Go ahead.
I get understanding.
That's how we get understanding, through the Lord's precepts, right? Now, drop that. Give me Isaiah 28 and 10. We're going to run through these, man. We're going to run through these and get an understanding, because the scriptures tell us to get wisdom and to get understanding, man. This feast, if you are in this room, you're watching online, bro, what you are doing is absolutely crucial, man. Do not think for 1 second that this is a small thing, because it is not a small thing. It's not a small thing for you to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. Can I read Isaiah 28 and 10?
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 28, verse 10. For precept must be upon precept.
Last scripture told us that we get understanding through the Lord's precepts. Right? Now we're reading the scripture that tells us how to understand precepts and what precepts do. Precept must what?
Be upon precept.
Precept has to be upon precept. Go ahead.
Line upon line.
Line has to be what? Upon line. You want to know why we read the Bible the way we do? They say we're taking it out of context. That means you don't understand the Bible. Because if you're going to tell me I'm taking the scripture out of context, because I tell my brother to go to Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 10, so what am I supposed to do? Every time I got to break something down, I got to go to Genesis 1 and 1? We're going to break down Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 10. Start at Genesis 1 and 1. What? And we're going to work our way. We're going to read. We're going to spend the next 45 hours getting to the book of Isaiah. Are you retarded? Excuse me. Sorry. Don't cut me off Facebook or YouTube. Are you challenged? That's crazy. It's not out of context. It's what? It's precept upon precept, line upon line. Go ahead, Yanazar.
Line upon line.
Let me say that again. Line upon line. Line upon line. Go ahead.
Here a little.
Here a what?
A little.
Here a little. Isaiah 28 and verse 10. Isaiah 28 and verse 13. Psalm 119 and verse 4. Go ahead.
And there a little.
So here a little, Isaiah, and there a little. We just did it. Because we started what? We started in Proverbs. And then Proverbs 4, 2 and 2 connected to what? Proverbs 4 and 7, which then connected to Psalms 119 and 104, which then connected to Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 10. Here a little, there a little. Go ahead, Yanazor.
Verse 11. For with stammering lips.
No, drop that. Give me verse 13.
Verse 13.
Right.
But the word of the Lord
was
unto them.
But the what?
The word of the Lord.
No, the word of Tabawan.
The word of the Lord.
The word of Commanding General Yahanna.
The word of the Lord.
The word of the I.S.U.P.K.
The word of the Lord.
The word of the Lord, the Most High. Go ahead.
Was unto them. Precept upon precept.
So a precept is what? Yeah, please.
The precept is the main idea or the main.
You're right, but just think about it, what the scripture said. Just keep it right there with the scripture.
Well, it's basically just different verses.
Which are the
precepts.
Read what the scripture says. You're right, but drive it home for somebody that don't understand what a precept is.
But the word of the Lord was
right there
unto them. The precept is the word of the Lord.
Give him a hand. That's it. When we're reading these scriptures, we're reading the Lord's what? Precepts. That's what we're understanding. That's how we get understanding. Drop that. Give me Isaiah 34 and 16.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 34, and verse 16.
This is what you need to do. All people, if you Black, Hispanic, or Native American Indian, this is what we need to do. What we are celebrating today is a memorial about our own people, our ancestors, and what they went through under a ruler that was hell-bent on making us exactly as we are today. Isn't that something? Like, the way we are right now, this ruler was one of the first to try to make us like that. But other rulers after him figured it out a little bit better. But we're going to read a story about a wicked ruler who wanted us to be in the same condition we are today. Go ahead, Giannis. Is that mic on? If you need, there's a bunch of batteries.
I got it. It's good. It should be good because we charged the battery. I must have turned it off accidentally.
No, yeah, y'all good. Y'all good. The water. You can just put it. Oh yeah, you just put it.
This
The
is
water,
the book
brother.
of Isaiah.
Appreciate you.
Chapter 34 and verse 16. Seek ye out of the book.
Seek ye what?
Out of the book.
Seek ye out of the book. Can anyone tell me what book that is? Go ahead, brother.
It's like it. The Bible.
That's it. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. In the Christian church, they don't seek out of the Bible. I don't know if you know that. Anybody in here ever been in a Christian church? Y'all been in there? Y'all been in a Christian church? You been in there? I watched the video the other day. We was in here. Me and Yanazar. Me and him was in here with Cat. We was all in here. You know what I'm saying? Doing some work. And we watched the video of some cat in Durham. All right, very well known preacher in Durham. And when I tell you that it's his live, right? His like church sermon, whatever you want to call it. We had to fast forward over an hour into the video just to see him. Because for the first hour, you know what it was? A goddamn Christian concert. Yes, it was a concert for an hour and a disco. Yeah, listen, man. I have not been in a Christian church in many, many, many years. It's been a very long time since I've been in a Christian church. Certainly as a spectator of this kind of thing. And I'll never forget that the last church that I went to was, what's that cat's name? What's that famous Christian whatever cat? Hezekiah Walker, y'all. Is that his name? He has a church in Brooklyn, New York. At the time, I was still living in New York, and I went to his church. When I tell you, they danced and shouted for 3 hours in that place. And the image is still like engraved in my mind. All them old ladies running up and down the damn aisles, Some girl just fell out on the floor and her dress flew up over her head. There was some girl in front of me. She was stomping so hard. I was like, this before I was in the truth. And I'm like, this is insane. It was like a true circus, for real. You understand? Because they don't seek out of the book. Because that ain't in the book. It ain't in there. There's no part in the book that tells you to run up the aisles and fall out. And when the pastor touches your head, you got to fall out and all of this. And some of the pastors get mad at you if you don't fall out. They touch you and you just kind of, right. I heard about it. I never happened to me, but I heard about it. You understand? Because you got to seek out of the book. What's wrong with doing what the book says? I'm going to paraphrase. There's another scripture that says, these people, the Israelites, have a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge. The reason why the Christian pastor is so rich is because black people want to serve God. Black people want to love God. Hispanics and Native American Indians, it's natural, it's within us to want to be near the Most High because that's our natural state. But what they do is they prey on us and feed us lies instead of the truth because that's how they get our money. But guess what? They don't ever, it's almost like a drug dealer. One thing a drug dealer knows, man, if you go to the right block, there's going to be fiends all day. You just got to go to the areas with the most degradation, go where the people are depressed and the people are losing hope. And when you go to those areas, guess what? They're gonna eat up the product all day long. The Christian pastor knows the same thing. You understand? And that's why the scriptures is telling us to seek out of the book, to go back to the scriptures, man. Read on, Yanazar.
And read.
And do what?
And read.
What they say, if you want to hide something from black people, do what?
Put it in the book.
Put it in the book. And I hate to say it, but I guess they right. Because again, when I went to that Christian church, there was the Bible sitting there. It was there on the podium. And they didn't read it. I think he read one scripture. Some cat came out and read like one scripture. And then he did a little move, and then the organist said, and then the drummer started playing, and that was that. So they didn't do much reading out of the book. Yeah, Yanazar. Oh, please.
They all do the same thing.
Yeah.
They say a scripture and they gloss over the scripture
Mhm.
to get a point that they want to make across.
Exactly. That's
not
right.
even contained in the
It
scripture.
ain't got right. It ain't got nothing to do. Give Yanazar a hand. That's absolutely true, brother. They'll go to a scripture and just tell you what they think and don't break down the scripture at all. They don't go to break down the etymology of the words, the understanding of the words, the precepts upon precepts, and what does this mean? They don't do that. They'll just read a scripture and be like, yeah, the Lord told me the other day. What the hell? That ain't in the scripture. Go ahead, Yanazar.
Continue to read, sir.
Oh, come on, if you could, Baba Kashah.
Most High in Christ. No one of these shall fail.
No one of these shall fail. Drop to give me 1 John 2 and 6. Trust me, we getting right to it. We just breezing through a couple of scriptures real fast, man. 1 John 2 and 6. That's in the New Testament. Yeah, you want a one? You got a one? Go ahead and read it, brother. If you could, Baba Kashah, pass him the other mic. Yeah, pass the water. Appreciate you.
It's the book of 1 John, chapter 2, verse 6.
Uh-huh.
He that saith, he abideth in him.
Everybody say they abideth in what? In Christ. Everybody say that. But let's see what the Bible says. He that saith, he abideth in him. Go ahead.
Ought himself also to walk.
Woo! But the person who says that he abideth in him, what else should he do? Ought himself also to what?
To walk.
In other words, if you talk the talk, you better what? You better walk the walk. So if he say I abideth in him, he also should say it again. Hold on.
Himself also to walk.
Should walk. Go ahead.
Even as he walked.
Even as what?
He walked.
Everyone says they want to do what Christ did and walk how Christ walked. You must not understand what Christ was about. You know who walks out how Christ walked? One walks out Christ walked. Nadiyab, Yanazar, Maya Shar, Captain Nayathot, Captain Tazariak. You know why? Because we follow these scriptures and we do what Christ did. Christ told us to go out what? Be fishers of men. I cannot find the scripture where Christ said, learn how to bang a tambourine against your hip as a 40-year-old man. I ain't find it yet. I've been trying to because these Christians keep telling me it's in there. I ain't seen it. Read that again, hold on.
It's the book of
From the
First John.
top.
It's the book of First John, chapter 2, verse 6.
He
that saith, he abideth in him.
If you saying that you down with Christ, go ahead.
Ought himself also so to walk.
Then you should walk like him. Go ahead.
Even as he walked.
Right. You should walk how he walked. You should do what he did. Right. And now I'm gonna prove it even further. How everybody in this room is much more walking the way Christ walked than any of these nasty Christian pastors. I don't care if it's Andy Thompson or Hezekiah Walker or Shirley Caesar or any of them. Drop that. Give me John 10 and 22. Now we know when we read it in the book of John, what's in the New Testament? What? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, and so on, right? You got it, y'all? I got it. You got it. Give me John 10 and 22. We know when we read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we're reading what? We're reading about who? We're reading about Christ. Read that, brother.
This is the book of John, chapter 10, verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem.
And it was where?
At Jerusalem.
It was at Jerusalem, which is in the ancient Hebrew is Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim in the ancient Hebrew. Go ahead.
The feast of dedication.
It was what?
The feast of dedication.
Oh, man, it was the feast of dedication in Jerusalem. Go ahead.
And it was winter.
And it was what?
Winter.
What is it right now?
Winter.
It's in the winter right now, and it's the feast of dedication right now. And guess what? And Christ kept the feast of dedication. So why are we all in this room doing this? Yeah, one. It's like sis. Give her a hand. We're doing it because Christ did it, and because Christ is the mediator between us and the Most High. Right. Everything we're doing it because the Most High, right? The Most High passed it down to these different prophets and so on, all the way up to Christ, and Christ kept this feast, man. Read it one more time, Nadia. No, hold on, you got it.
It's the book of John, chapter 10, verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of the dedication, and it was winter.
And it was winter. It was the feast of dedication, and it was winter, right? Now, drop that. Give me Revelation 1 and 1. Speaking again about this man that we follow. I'm right now, but matter of fact, if I can get like another plate just to cover this, that would be perfect.
Sorry, sir, I got it.
Go ahead, Nadia.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, read on.
Which God gave unto him to shew unto his servants, which must shortly come to pass.
Say that from the top.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him.
God gave this to Christ to do what? Go ahead.
Gave unto him to shew unto his servants.
To show to who?
His servants.
To show to his servants. Who are Christ's servants?
Sir.
Go ahead.
Blacks, Hispanics, and Native
Prove
Americans.
it.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Because we're that according to Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1, where that nation that's not desired.
So, okay, so check it out. It's just a quick lesson, right? You're not wrong, but that is not going to work against a Christian. Why? Because in order to deal with them, you are going to have to do what we did earlier in class and do what? Precept upon precept. Now, Zephaniah 2 and 1, again, do they connect? The whole Bible connects. It's not a precept. You gotta. What you want to do is you want to find the word or series of words that are mentioned in the scripture, and you want to find another scripture or get the breakdown for it that shows that this combination of words relates to this thing or this concept. I'm going to show you right here. So read that one more time.
This is of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him.
So there's a revelation of Christ, a revealing given to Christ, right? Go ahead. That the Most High gave to Christ. Go ahead.
To shew unto his servants.
To show to who?
His servants.
To everybody.
His servants.
To the whole earth.
His servants.
To the whole universe.
His servants.
To show to his servants. So guess what? So Christ's whole mission, his job is to show something to what? To his servants. Hold that. Give me Isaiah 44 and 21.
This book of Isaiah chapter 44, verse 21.
Nice and loud.
Remember these, O Jacob.
Remember these, oh who?
O Jacob.
Oh who?
O Jacob.
Who's Jacob?
Like it on.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer race. He bore 12 sons.
He's the progenitor of the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. What we know are who so-called today. So-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American Indians. So read it from the top again.
This book of Isaiah chapter 44, verse 21. Remember these, O Jacob.
Remember these, O Jacob. Go ahead.
In Israel.
And who?
In Israel.
Jacob and who?
In Israel.
Jacob and everybody.
In Israel.
Jacob and earth.
In Israel.
Jacob and China.
In Israel.
Jacob in America.
In Israel.
Jacob and Israel. Go ahead.
For thou art.
For thou art. What does thou art mean? You are. Go ahead.
My servant.
Wait a minute. I thought everybody was his servant.
Right.
Isn't that what the Christian pastor be telling us? Some Caucasian man standing up at a pulpit tells us we are all servants of Jesus. But the Bible just said, Jacob and Israel, for thou art what?
My servant.
For thou art my servant. You cannot serve God if you're not black, Hispanic, or Native American Indian. That's it. That's it, and that is all. You can't do it. You are not a servant of the Most High. Are you a human being? Sure. Do you bleed red? Sure. So does my dog. Whatever.
44:21.
What does that mean to me? But the Bible just said that the servants of the Most High in Christ are what? Are Israelites.
Right.
You understand? Now jump back to Revelation and give me verse 13 real quick, just to show you the truth about who the servants are. Real quick. And we're going to get into this history.
So you said 1 and 13?
Yeah, Revelation 1 and 13. Is a very we use the scripture all the time.
It's the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 13. And in the midst of seven candlesticks.
And in the midst of what?
Of the seven candlesticks.
In the midst of what?
The seven candlesticks.
How many?
7 candlesticks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I want someone to tell me, somebody Google how many candles are in a Jewish menorah. I know you know the answer. I want you to Google it. Put it in your Google machine so nobody can say, oh, stop Juan, he up here, he talking trash. He's saying what he wants. No, let's see what Google says. How many candlesticks are in a Jewish menorah? Go ahead, Juan.
So like the one. It says 9.
It says what?
9.
9? But when the scripture is describing Jesus Christ, it says he was in the midst of how many candlesticks? 7. Because the menorah has 7 candlesticks. Right. But the oppressor took it upon himself to say it's 9 when that ain't in the Bible. Right. We're reading the New Testament. So it's given an image of Christ is holding, he's in the midst. It's like he's behind it. It's kind of the same way you might see me right now. Right? Not saying I'm Christ. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying he was in the midst of the 7 candlesticks. Go ahead.
One unto like the son, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot.
Right, we use this all the time just to describe Christ, what he looked like, you know what I'm saying, his attire, his complexion, and so on. We use this all the time. Another one we use is in the book of Daniel. We use the book of Daniel all the time. for that as well. But now, guess what? Believe it or not, the book of Daniel figures prominently into an understanding of what we're doing tonight. And we're going to get into it real quick. Now, somebody look up. Well, first, who knows what captivity Daniel was in? Everybody knows the book of Daniel, right? You've all heard the book of Daniel. Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, so on. Right? Was Daniel in the Greek captivity? Somebody look up when the book of Daniel was even written. Let's see what they say. Somebody look that up. Trust me, I know we're going on a roller coaster here, but it all comes back to what we're doing today.
Slagia, sir.
Go ahead, Nadia.
165 BCE.
Okay, that's actually not true. Yeah, that's actually not true. Daniel actually was before that. Daniel was before that. You know what I'm saying? The book of Daniel was, because you know how we know? You have to, again, that's even show you how the oppressor is the devil the Bible speaks of. Because they're going to put that in there, but the scriptures tell you what captivity Daniel was in. Daniel was not in the Greek captivity. Go ahead, Mike Shaw. He was in the Babylonian, but he was in another one too. He was in two. He was in the transition between one captivity to another. What was the other captivity? Yanazar.
Salakia, sir.
Go ahead, Adiyab.
I want to say Persian.
Give him a hand. Daniel was in the transition in the middle between the Babylonians to the Persians and the Medes. All right, the Persians and the Medes. There was actually a prominent name during the time in which Daniel had his vision in the 8th chapter. Who was that prominent person? A prominent king. Go ahead, Nadia.
The king that had the vision?
No, the king ain't have no damn vision. No, not trying to insult you, but no, the king ain't have nothing.
I understand.
I'm just saying. The king didn't have a vision. Daniel had the vision, but who was he under in the? I'm gonna give you a hint, in the Babylonian captivity.
Salakia, sir.
Go ahead.
Was it Nebuchadnezzar?
Give him a hand. Damn, Nadia.
I'm like, Salakia. The only reason I said he had a vision is because I remember something like Nebuchadnezzar going into the woods, basically turning him into a beast.
Yeah, I don't got too much of that breakdown. You said you heard the breakdown, Most High Christ. You know what I'm saying? We can chop it up, talk about it. But all I know is that Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon at a certain moment, and in that transition from that to the Persians and the Medes, Daniel was in that space. I'm bringing this up for a reason. I want everybody in this room to understand something. Understand. Now, first, we already read that Christ celebrated or that he kept the Feast of Dedication during his time. We're about to read something that came to Daniel, a vision that came to Daniel. And now that we know who he was under, Nebuchadnezzar, right, the second, he ruled from the death of his father in 605 BC to his own death in 562 BC. And Daniel was under Nebuchadnezzar. So there's no way he could have written what he wrote in 160 something BC, because he lived 300 years before that. So that doesn't make sense. He was under Nebuchadnezzar, okay, during that captivity, okay? But he did get a vision. He did get a vision. And somebody give me Amos 3 and 6, and somebody else give me Daniel 8 and 1. Go ahead.
It's the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city? And the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city?
This is Amos 3 and 6? Okay, go ahead.
And the Lord have not done it. Verse 7. Surely the Lord God will do nothing.
Hold on one second. That may not be what I want. Bear with me just a moment. Yeah, my bad. You're right. Verse 7 is the one.
Okay. This book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 7.
Uh-huh.
Surely the Lord God will do nothing.
Uh-huh.
But he revealeth his secret.
He revealed what?
His secret.
He reveals his secrets. Go ahead.
Unto his servants.
Unto who?
Unto his servants.
Now, we just read a scripture that tells you who the servants of the Most High are. So he didn't reveal no secrets to no heathens. He reveals his secrets to his servants. Go ahead.
The prophets.
And his servants are what?
The prophets.
His servants are what?
The prophets.
So if we say that Daniel had a vision, Daniel was what?
The prophet.
Daniel was a prophet of the Lord. Okay? Now, let's get into this. Give me Daniel 8 and 1.
Count on count. This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 1.
Nice and 1, because believe it or not, this is the crazy part. Daniel exists somewhere, he's living somewhere between 600 and 500 BC. I want you to remember that, everybody. We're going to get a history lesson tonight. The prophet Daniel is living between 600 BC and 500 BC. Remember, at that time, this is before Christ. So now we count backwards from that. Right? So this is about between 600 to 500 years before Christ. All right, go ahead.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me.
A vision appeared unto Daniel. Go ahead.
Even unto me, Daniel.
Unto me, Daniel. Go ahead.
After that which appeared unto me at the first.
Uh-huh.
Verse 2.
He had another vision, meaning he had another vision. He had a vision before this. Now he's having another one. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that it was Shazan in the palace, which is the province.
You speak right into the mic.
Which is in the province of Elam. And I saw in a vision.
This is what he saw in the vision. Go ahead.
And I was by the river of Ulai.
So he was by the river. Go ahead. And this is what he saw.
Verse 3. Then I lifted up mine eyes.
He lifted up his eye. He looked. Go ahead.
And saw. And behold, there stood before me the river.
The river's in front of him. This is what he's seeing in the vision. He sees the river. Go ahead.
A ram which had 2 horns.
But in front of the river, he sees a ram with 2 horns. Go ahead.
And the 2 horns were high.
And the 2 horns were high. Go ahead.
But one was higher than the other.
So there's 2 horns. One was higher than the other. Go ahead.
And the higher came up last.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. I saw the ram pushing westward.
He saw the ram so the ram was pushing westward. Go ahead.
And northward.
And northward. Go ahead.
And southward.
And southward. The ram was pushing everywhere, man. The vision is giving you an image of this. What would you think of this ram? This ram got 2 horns sitting up high, one on top of the other, and the ram is pushing westward, it's pushing eastward, it's pushing southward. I'm 12. It's pushing everywhere. What would that tell you about this ram? What is this ram doing? Yeah, Yadazar. He's conquering. And he's making sure that no one is coming in his territory. No one is gonna overcome him. Go ahead, Nadia.
So that no beast might stand before him.
And there you go. So that nobody can stand before him. Okay, read on.
Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand.
And neither was there what?
Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand.
Now, if you think that Daniel was having a vision of a ram with horns, just so he can see a ram with horns, you are a fool. And that's why, guess what? All these Christian pastors and all these people that are not in the I.S.U.P.K, they should probably just shut up because they don't understand the Bible. Right. They hear these things and they ignore it or they give terrible breakdowns because they don't know what the hell is going on. Daniel was not seeing a vision of rams for nothing. He was seeing a what? Prophecy.
And
we're going to get an understanding. Read on.
But he did according to his will.
He did what?
According to his will.
He did according to his will. He did everything he wanted to do. Nobody could stop him. Nobody. Read on.
And became great.
He became what?
Great.
He became great. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And as I was considering, behold, and he goat came Salakia, came from the west.
Wait a minute. Now, while he's sitting here looking at this goat, I mean, this ram, let me be clear. It's a ram. He's looking at this ram with two horns that is so strong and powerful, and he's sitting there doing what? He's considering. He's like, what in the F am I looking at? What is this? What is going on here? And while he's considering, what happened at Ayab?
Salakia, sir. A he goat.
A he what?
A he goat.
A little he goat. Go ahead.
Came from the west.
A little he goat came from the west. Go ahead.
On the face of the whole earth.
On the face of the what?
On the face of the whole earth.
That's how you know that it ain't just talking about some goats and some rams. This thing is a metaphor for something. Does anybody know what it's a metaphor for? What was Daniel seeing about 250, 300 years before it happened? Go ahead, Nadia.
Salakia, sir. A power shift.
This brother been watching class. I can't. You want to finish the class, Nadia? Come on up here.
I'm too loud, sir.
He's seeing a power shift, is what he's seeing in his vision, right? So what does anybody know what power shift he's seeing? What is that? Go ahead, Yanazar. Give him a hand. That's important because that's where our story begins. The Greeks knocking the Persians off their throne. Now you got to think, mind you. First off, when Daniel is having this vision, the Greeks are nobodies. And we're going to find out that by the time the Greeks end up taking over, they were still nobodies. And nobody expected them. That's why they're compared to a what? A little old he-goat versus a ram. Read on, Nadia, from where you at.
Khan. And touched not the ground, and the he-goat had a notable horn between his eyes.
And he didn't even touch the ground, meaning what? He was fast. He was fast, and he had a notable horn between his eyes. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And he became the ram that had two horns. Salakia. And he came to the ram that had two horns.
He came unto the ram, meaning he got up on the ram. Go ahead.
Which I had seen standing before the river.
Right. I seen the ram. Now the goat is here with the ram. Go ahead.
And ran unto him in the fury of his power.
And he did what?
Ran unto him in the fury of his power.
You got to imagine a little he-goat running up on some ram where he got two great horns, and this little he-goat is just running at him. And Daniel's looking at this like, again, what is this? Go ahead.
Verse 7. And I saw him come close to the ram. And he was moved with chowyer against him. And smote the ram.
He did what?
Smote the ram.
He smote the ram, meaning he what?
Salakia, sir.
Go ahead.
He unalived it.
He unalived the ram. A goat? Against the ram? With two horns? And the ram had control of everything and did what he wanted, but some little goat came and unalived him? Go ahead.
Khan. Salakia. But he cast him down to the ground.
Right.
That's
he cast him down to the ground. Now let's get an understanding. Any more on that part right there?
I skipped the part, sir.
Go ahead, Salakia.
And break his horns, and there was no power in the ram to stand before him.
So he took all the power from the ram. Now jump to verse 20.
Verse 20.
I want somebody, while he's doing that, I want somebody to look up. So when we remember, well, let's read it first, then we're going to do it. Read it first.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 20. The ram which thou sawest.
The ram. So remember, Daniel saw a ram. That's how the vision started. Now the Lord is going to explain the vision to Daniel. Go ahead.
Having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia.
The ram which you saw having two horns are the kings of who?
Of Media.
Of who?
Media.
Of Media. Go ahead. The Medes. Go ahead.
And Persia.
And Persia. This is, brother, this is hundreds of years before this even happens. It's hundreds of years before it even takes place. We're going to get the history of who it was. But Daniel's seeing this hundreds of years before. And the Lord is telling him, what you are seeing is the kings of Persia and Media. Go ahead.
Verse 21. And the rough goat is the king of Grecia.
Is the king of what?
Grecia.
The king of Grecia. Now, here's what I want. I want somebody to look up, because I want y'all to get a visual. Look up when the name of Persia was changed. Because you have anybody ever played a game called Prince of Persia? Oh, y'all young as I don't know what. Oh my, I can't take it. So I'm disappointed in you, bro. There was a video game called Prince of Persia. Right? Now, Persia figures very prominently in the Bible. We say the Persians and the Medes. Who are the Persians today? Yeah, Yanza. Give him a hand. He's absolutely correct. Let somebody look it up. Somebody just Google it real fast. It's like it says. Give the sister a hand. The sister's correct too. Because but in 1934, they were what? Persians. In 35, now they're Iranians. You know what I'm saying?
That's interesting.
Yeah. So whenever you hear somebody talking about Iran and Iranians and so on and so forth, those are your Persians. Okay.
Count.
Now, you saying something you said? Count, no sweat. Go ahead, Nadia.
Count. Verse 22. Now, Salakia. This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 22. Now that being broken, whereas four stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up.
Slow down. Hold you good. Just hold that. You hold what you got, Nadia. Somebody jump to the book of Maccabees. First Maccabees 1:1. Let's get it. First Maccabees 1:1, where it all connects. Now, who knows their Bible? I want to see who knows their Bible well. The book of Daniel. What comes after Daniel? What's after that? What's after that? Amos. What's after that? Yep, after that. Nope, Jonah. After that. Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk. I can't remember the rest. It's like Zechariah. Right? It's a bunch of stuff. But now we're in the book of Maccabees, and we're going to see if we see something in the Maccabees that we just read about in the book of Daniel. Who got it? First Maccabees 1:1. Go ahead, Yanazar. Somebody pass him the mic. Oh, he got one already. The water, brothers.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 1. And it happened after that. Alexander.
Who?
Alexander,
go ahead.
Son of Philip, the Macedonian.
Go ahead.
Who came out of the land of Chittim. Had smitten Darius.
He did what?
Smitten Darius.
So Alexander, the son, right, of the Macedonian, he was out of Chittim and he smit Darius. He unalived Darius. Go ahead.
King of the Persians. And the Medes.
Exactly. Now, Nadiab, you were still on in Daniel, right?
Come on, sir.
Give me Daniel. Go back to Daniel 8:22. Read that.
It's the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 22. Now that being broken, whereas 4 stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power. Verse 23. In the latter time of the kingdom, so like of their kingdom, when the
my bad. Go to verse 21. My bad.
Verse 21. And the rough goat is the king of Grecia.
There we go. So we know who is the ram.
Sir.
Go ahead.
The Media in Persia.
Right. The Persians and the Medes, Media and Persia. But it says the rough goat is what?
The king of Grecia.
The rough goat that came up is the king of Grecia. So one animal represents the Persians and the Medes. The other one represents what? Greece. The Greeks. Go ahead, Nadia.
And great Salakia, and the great horn that is between his eyes
And the great horn that was between the eyes of this rough goat, go ahead,
is the first king.
is the who?
The first king.
Is the who?
First king.
The first king of what?
Greece.
Of Greece, which is who? Alexander. Jump back to First Maccabees 1:1. Read it again. Yeah, no, I think Giannis, are you was reading that one?
The Macedonian, Salakia, verse 2, and made many wars.
Read it from the top.
This is the book of Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 1. And it happened after that, Alexander,
Alexander, that's the name. Go ahead.
son of Philip,
the
Macedonian,
Go ahead.
who came up out of the land of Chittim,
Go ahead.
and smitten Darius,
Right.
Salakia, had smitten Darius,
He unalived Darius. Go ahead.
king of the Persians.
He's the what?
King of the Persians.
Darius was the king of the Persians. He was
and
part of the what? He was the ram. Go ahead.
That he reigned in his stead.
Now Alexander reigned what?
In his stead.
In the stead of Philip. Not Philip, his father. In the stead of Darius, the Persian. Go ahead.
The first over Greece.
Alexander was the what?
First over Greece.
And Daniel 8:21 said what? That the ram, the horn and the rough goat was the what?
The first king.
The first king of what?
Grecia.
Of Greece. So that ram. So in other words, what did Daniel see?
He saw the coming of the Grecian Empire, the Greeks.
Daniel saw that the Greeks were going to take over about 200 years before it even happened. That's what Daniel saw in his vision. You understand? Yeah.
So he even saw the 4 break-offs.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to get right into that.
No,
you too wild. Somebody give me Ecclesiastes 8:1. Somebody give me Ecclesiastes 8:1. You got to understand, man. Who ever seen the movie 300? Everybody seen 300. Sisters, y'all never seen 300?
Salakia, sir.
This is like a social experiment. Hold up, brothers. If you've seen 300, raise your hand. Only one brother has never seen this film. And none of y'all have ever seen this movie. Never heard of it. Oh, you listen. You in trouble because this is crazy. No sweat. Well, if you watch the movie 300, I can't say no spoilers now. Suffice to say that the people in charge at the time are the Persians, right? And the whole point of the movie is that it's the beginning of a shifting tide. It's the beginning of it. So somebody look up the Battle of Thermopylae or Thermopylae. Somebody look up that battle. That is the battle that is, loosely depicted in the film 300. So somebody look up when that battle took place. The Battle of Thermopylae. Go ahead, Mike Shaw.
Come. The Battle of Thermopylae was fought in 480 BC between the Achaemenid Persian Empire under Xerxes I and an alliance of Greek city-states led by Sparta under Leonidas I.
Right, 480 BC. Right? So this is after this whole situation with Daniel. This is after Nebuchadnezzar, right? But it's not before the Greeks took over.
Right.
This is the beginning of this fight. All right? Come. Now, who was holding something for me? Nadia?
It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 8, verse 1. Who is the wise man?
Who is a wise man? Go ahead.
And who knoweth the interpretation of a thing?
And who knows the interpretation of a thing? A wise man knows the interpretation of a thing. That's why we do what we do. That's why we study how we study. That's why we look up the history. That's why we even bother with all of this. Because we're trying to be what? Wise men. We're trying to be wise men to understand the interpretation of a thing. how to break these scriptures down and so on. Salakia, drop that. Give me because go back. Matter of fact, Nadia, you go back to First Maccabees.
Count on count, sir.
And start reading the last scripture you started reading.
Count and one count. So like I said, that was
Oh, my bad. Giannis, go ahead. You go back to verse 1. And Nadia, I want you to get the song of going to Apocrypha and get the song of the Holy Children 1 in verse 9.
This is the book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 1. And it happened after Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and the Medes.
So Alexander was the first Greek king because he unalived Darius of the Persians and the Medes. Go ahead.
And he reigned in his stead.
Right now he took over. Go ahead.
The first over Greece.
The first over Greece. Right, go ahead.
Verse 2. And made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth.
So Alexander started to take over. All right. Now, jump to you got that scripture, Nadia?
Count on count, sir. I got it.
Count. And Yanazar, could you give me Daniel 8 and 22? Go ahead, Nadia.
I'm there.
Count on count. This is the book of the three holy children, chapter 1, verse 9. And thou didst deliver, Salakia, and thou didst deliver us into the hands of lawless enemies.
And that's what happened. We got delivered into the hands of lawless enemies. That's what we're reading about. Go ahead.
Most hateful.
Most what?
Hateful.
Most what?
Hateful.
Now, I thought hate not in the Bible, but it says that these enemies were most hateful. They were lawless and hateful. Go ahead.
Most hateful forsakers of God.
They were forsakers of God. We're about to read about it right now. That's why the story is so important and so heavy, okay? So now, we could read Job 9 and 24, but we'll skip that for now. Who got Daniel 8 and 22? Yeah, Yanazar.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 22. Now, that being broken.
Now, what happened was, and again, this, not only does Daniel get the vision of the shift of the tide of the Greeks taking over, he gets the vision going even further later. Go ahead.
Whereas 4 stood up.
Right. Why? Mind you, again, Daniel is literally alive hundreds of years before Alexander is even born. Does anybody know what it's talking about when it says 4 stood up? Go ahead, Yanazar.
As we know, Alexander died a very young man.
He died very young. He only reigned for how long? What, 12 years?
12.
Go ahead.
And when he died, he had 4 top generals.
Right. He had 4 top generals. Right. What? Lysimachus or Lysimachus, Cassander, Ptolemy, and Salacious. Yeah, Salacious.
Because he was the one over our area, right?
Right. I believe so. So the top 2 were like Ptolemy and Salacious.
Ptolemy was over Egypt. And yeah. So what it's talking about is when Darius died,
Alexander died.
I mean, Alexander.
Right. He didn't have any heirs.
Right. He didn't have any heirs because he was a homosexual anyway. But he didn't have no heirs. Even in one of the movies I saw, he chose, like, they gave him this fly sister, to have sex with, and he didn't want it. He took a man.
Oh boy. Hey man.
He got him a man.
Hey, no
anyway.
sweat.
It was what's her name? Rosa. What's the sister name? The Puerto Rican sister.
Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, you saw that? She was.
I never seen it. I know who she is. He didn't want no parts of that. He got a Hey, look. Hey, they was known for that. They was known for that. Go look up. What's that phrase? What's that word? It's a weird word. I don't like saying it. It's called like pederasty. Pederasty. Go look that up. It's like an ancient Roman and Greek practice of an older man with a young boy. If you would have back then, if you would have gone to Alexander and said, "Hey man, you a pedophile," he'd have been like, "What the hell is that? What's a pedophile? I don't know that. I don't even know what that is." Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, he would probably just be like, "You'd be like, you a pedophile because you have sex with little boys," and he'd be like, "So?" He'd be confused. because that's what they did. That was their culture. Go ahead,
Salakia,
No,
sir,
please.
if I may, I read this story. Like
Mhm.
there was this general, right? Like he was a Greek general, and they
Lord,
never
yeah,
knew.
they were good for that. Go
They
ahead.
never found out what happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
But later on, they were like in the last 20 years, they discovered his ship,
Mhm.
and in this place where the water dried up, and they found some writings, and actually he encouraged his troops
Mhm.
to be homosexual
Mm.
so that they would fight more fiercely
Right, because
for their lovers.
Right, because the cat next to you and him be in the sheets. Hey, look, the oppressor is the devil. The Bible speaks of, and he's always been
right.
there. Like we are. I want y'all to know we're reading about Edomites. I don't know if y'all picked up on that. Like we're not reading about random. These are Edomites we're reading about. All right, we gonna get a script. Matter of fact, let's get this. Hold that. This somebody get me what you call it real fast. Somebody get me what's the one that says fornicator as Esau? I think in Hebrews 12 and 16. Hebrews 12 and 16 real quick. Somebody. Hold but don't lose your spot, Yanazar. Most High in Christ. Yeah, give me Hebrews 12 and 16. Yeah, read it.
Come. It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 16.
Mhm.
Lest there be any fornicator.
Lest there be any does anybody know what fornication is?
So I got on.
Yeah, one.
Unlawful sex.
Perfectly said. Fornication is unlawful sex. Can you have sex with a dog?
Lie.
How about a pig?
Lie.
Can you have sex with any animal?
Lie.
Can you have sex with white women?
Lie.
I heard somebody say con.
Lie.
Can you have sex with white men?
Lie.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Listen, having sex with a white man is like having sex with a dog. Having sex with a excuse me, let me get my language right before they clip us. Having sex with oppressors is this? It's like it's no, not. It's the same thing as you laying down with a farm animal. Okay, it's the same thing. The only difference is that you can pop out a baby. But guess what? The Lord looks at it like it's an abomination. It's disgusting before the Most High. It's a disgusting thing to lay with some heathen. So, and there's more. It's not just that. What is adultery fornication?
Okay.
God, right, because it's a form of unlawful sex.
Okay.
Any kind of sex you have that is unlawful is fornication. So guess what? All adultery is fornication, but all fornication is not adultery. Because you can have just two men laying with each other, it's not adultery, but it is fornication. Right. Because it is unlawful sex. Okay? You laying down with LGBTQs and all this kind of stuff, that is against the Most High. Yeah, Yanazar. Please.
Just to emphasize how filthy they are.
Yeah.
Right now,
Please
I'm
don't
talking
get
about
us clipped on the YouTube. Yanazar.
right now. I'm not going to say anything
Yeah.
vulgar, but right now, in the 2 Scandinavian countries,
Yeah.
they have hotels where you can go to the hotel and sleep with an animal.
I mean, that's not uncommon. I think they got some of those over on this hemisphere too. Excuse me, on this northern southern hemisphere. Western hemisphere. Western hemisphere. They got some of them over here too. There's like if I'm not mistaken, in America, pornography that depicts bestiality is not illegal. Ain't that something? Now, it is illegal to have sex with an animal in America, but somehow pornography that depicts sex with an animal is not illegal in America. Look it up. Welcome to America, folks. Go ahead. Somebody had a hand up over here? Yeah, now y'all.
Salagi, if I'm not mistaken, they legalized bestiality in Italy.
I mean, hey, man. There you go, man. Yeah, man. Hey, look. Read the scripture again. Hebrews 12 and 16.
Okay. This book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 16. lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau.
Right. He's a fornicator and he's disgusting. Right. That's what he does. Him and her. I don't know if y'all noticed, but the oppressive woman, she is a nasty word I cannot say on this live. Nasty. I remember when I was coming up, you know what I'm saying? There was a time, I don't know if y'all younger cats, there was a time when any nasty thing people did, we associated with who? The oppressor. I'm telling you, man. I remember in the 90s, black women said they wouldn't do certain things. I remember that.
So like I
Some
said,
of them was lying. Most of them was lying.
I'm an eyewitness,
But
sir.
I remember when black women would say,
Right.
"You want me to do what? You better get some. You better get some oppressor to do. I'm not doing that." Like that was a thing. Yeah, y'all.
I was just gonna say, you know, that our people really didn't start getting real freaky deaky like that until the 70s. Like, no, for real. Like,
No, God,
like
God.
you said, like when I was coming up, like, you know, you couldn't ask girls.
Right.
They might tell they brothers.
Facts. They was insulted by you even thinking they would do that. Go ahead. Oh, it was all fair game. Yeah, that was that Studio 54. You know about the Studio 54.
And they had a club in New York called Leviticus.
Called the what?
It was a gay. It was mostly gay. Leviticus.
It was a mostly LGBTQ club, but it was called Leviticus.
Freakism started, like, I believe it started in New York and California.
Oh, I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Some of the craziest things I ever seen in my life was me growing up in New York. I seen things where I was like, well, damn. I never thought I'd see the day, but it is what it is. But no, but you're absolutely right. But that he's a fornicator, so all that stuff comes from him. All right. Who's holding something else? Give me Daniel. Who had Daniel 8 and 22 again? Khan. Now somebody else give me First Maccabees 1 and 9. Go ahead, Yanazar.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 22. Now, that being broken, whereas 4 stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power.
We got First Maccabees 1 and 9.
Come. The first book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 9. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied.
And what happened?
And evils were multiplied
Right
in the
now
earth.
that Alexander took over, the evils are multiplied. Go ahead.
Okay, verse 10. And there came out of them a wicked root.
And there came out of what?
A wicked root.
And there came out of them, out of the Greeks, a what?
A wicked root.
A wicked root. Who knows who that wicked root is? Yeah, Mike Shaw.
So it's like I said, the oppressor, the Edomite.
Yes, but he has a name.
Oh, it's like
Study up. Khan.
The oppressor, he's the devil. Can I?
No, you can say that for sure, but no, I'm saying I'm saying literally who they're talking about is a specific person. Think about he comes through the line of the Greeks. Remember, this is the story of the Maccabees. This is the story of why we doing this feast of dedication in the first place.
Oh, it's like I said.
My show.
Right here, Antiochus.
Give him a hand. That's who it is. I believe technically the actual proper pronunciation is Antiochus. Antiochus or something like that. But Antiochus suffices. That's fine. It's not a problem. No, you good. Right? Just to be clear, we all say Antiochus, so you just want to leave it like that. But I believe the actual technical proper pronunciation is Antiochus. But yes, it's Antiochus, right? So read on.
Surname Ephesians. Wait, Epiphanes.
Right now, what verse you in?
Verse 10, sir.
Right. Surname what?
Epiphanies.
You know what Epiphanies means?
Like a revelation. Well, not a revelation.
Uh-huh.
Like
Not quite. You think about Epiphany. Go ahead. Oh no, y'all. No, and I get it. But no, Epiphany is actually, believe it or not, in their language, means something to the effect of like God incarnate. This dude thought so highly of himself. He basically was saying, "I'm God." That's why his surname. He gave himself that name. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, like sir, I got it right here. Epiphany from the Oxford Dictionary, a manifestation of a divine or supernatural being.
He basically was like, "Okay, my real name is Antiochus, but y'all gonna call me God.
Good night.
I am God." That's basically what it was. Yeah, y'all, you saying something? Yeah, bro. We gonna learn some more. Read on, my Shah.
Khan, son of Antiochus the king, who had been an hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
Right now, he was reigning in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. This is well after Alexander. 100. This is 137 years before Christ. Go ahead.
Verse 11. In those days,
go ahead.
Went there out of Israel.
Went out of where?
Out of Israel.
Now we're bringing it back home to our people. Ooh, wait a minute. Now went out of where?
Out of Israel.
Went out of Israel. Go ahead.
Wicked men.
No, good men.
Wicked men.
No, men we should follow.
Wicked men.
No, men who were smart and intelligent.
Wicked men.
They were wicked men, evil men. Go ahead.
Who persuaded
Who
many.
did what?
Persuaded many.
Who did what?
Persuaded many.
These men persuaded many. They convinced many of our people. Go ahead.
Saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen.
Let's do what?
Make a covenant with the heathen.
TD Jake says what?
Make a covenant with the heathen.
Creflo Dollar says what?
Make a covenant with the heathen.
Juan at the bottom says what?
Make a covenant with the heathen.
What's the other greasy? Hezekiah Walker says what?
Make a covenant with the heathen.
All your Christian pastors say what?
Make a covenant with the heathen.
That's what they all teach us to do. They all say that we should make a covenant with the heathen.
Right.
Give me the main. Who's the main one that said we should make a covenant with the heathen? Not y'all.
Martin Luther King.
MLK.
That's right.
Orgy Mike. He said that we should make a covenant with the heathen. He said he had a dream that one day little black boys and black girls would hold hands and so on and so forth. And we still suffering from that disgusting dream. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine 50, 60, 70 years later, and now you living in the projects with dirty brown water coming out of your faucet because some dirty Negro from Georgia had a dream 70 years ago? Your cousin got murdered? Your uncles got, you know what I'm saying, got hooked on drugs? Because some stupid Negro in the freaking 60s had a dream? Imagine that. And here's the worst part about it. Every year around his stupid birthday, he gonna be on your McDonald's cup.
Right.
Like, and you gotta know that your uncle got unalived and your family was destroyed because of this Negro on your McDonald's cup.
Good night.
They're gonna celebrate him and give him an 800-foot statue in Washington, D.C. I done drove past it so many times. That's the reality of our condition in this place. But guess what? MLK was not the first. Right. He was one in a lunch law in Orange Qatar. It's like, sir. Come on. So you got to understand, this has always been the case.
That's right.
Read that again, man.
Come from the top, sir.
Please.
Come. First book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 11. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men,
right,
who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen.
Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen. Go ahead.
That are round about us.
That's around about us. Let's be friends with them.
Right.
Let's be cool with them. Go ahead.
For since we departed from them,
since we stopped dealing with them, go ahead.
We have had much sorrow.
Man, life is kind of hard. MLK said, this piece of garbage said that he wanted us to be down with, he wanted, he wanted integration because he remembers when he was coming up, there was only one black movie theater and they didn't get the movies as fast as the oppressors movie theater. 3 months later. How many times can you watch Gone with the Wind, bro? Like who really cares, man? Like, I mean, I like A Streetcar Named Desire as much as the next person that likes movies. But is it really that serious? You gotta see it when it comes. No, listen, I gotta get away from you Negroes because I gotta see the movie tonight. Tonight, I gotta see it. You understand? Yeah, Yanazar.
It's a perfect opportunity for us to make our own movie and set up our own network. But he sold us out, man. Like,
Ain't that something?
yeah.
At least people nowadays, y'all watching with them Tubi movies. Y'all better than me. I can't do it. Y'all watching them Tubi movies. Hey, I know y'all don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I bet they do, one. I bet they, you know what I mean? Watching them Tubi movies. But guess what? Imagine, because you know, listen, y'all ever heard of a Bollywood film? Have you ever seen any of that junk? I've seen clips. It's like laughably bad. But guess what? You be seeing some poster of some East Indian cat, and you laughing at it like, what the hell is this? But guess what? He's a mega star over there. That's right. Over there, he's like a heartthrob. Yeah. Pause. All the women want him. He's rich beyond. He lives in a palace, and he is the movie star of all movie stars. Well, guess what? Imagine if our actors in our Tubi movies were like that. Right. Imagine if imagine if you looked at 50 Cent and Power and all of that the way in America they look at Marlon Brando, or the way they look at these different actors or these different directors and so on and so forth. Imagine that. You understand? But we can't have that opportunity because of who? Because of Michael King Jr. Right. I don't want we sir? I thought you was over there frying fish. Maisha, you bought that joint? Yeah, I should have known. I should have known. Right, it sounds like an 808. Like what? Why is it like that? I bet it does. No, hey, no sweat, brother. I got you. No sweat. Who was holding First Maccabees 1 and 11? Or we go past? We with 12 already?
Oh no, sir. You want me to go to 12, sir? I just finished it.
You just read verse 12.
Come. Book of First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Verse 13. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
Right, now go to verse 20.
Come.
We're gonna move fast. Again, we kind of, well, not really over time, but we're gonna move fast to the end of this to get an understanding. Read verse 20, because this is what the crux of this whole thing is about. Go ahead.
The first book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 20. And after that, Antiochus
had
smitten Egypt.
Now Antiochus had smitten Egypt. Go ahead.
Come. He returned again in the 143rd year.
Right, he returned again in the 143rd year. Go ahead.
Come. And went up against Israel.
And went up against who?
Went up against Israel.
He went up against Israel. Go ahead.
And Jerusalem.
And Jerusalem. Yerushalayim. Go ahead.
With a great multitude.
With a what?
With a great multitude.
He brought a great army to come up against us. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And entered proudly into the sanctuary.
And did what?
Entered proudly.
And this is the part I want everybody to pay attention to.
Damn right.
This is the part. This is what it's all about. So Antiochus, right? Or Antiochus, whatever, however you want to pronounce it, he's about to do something heinous to our people. Understand this as you sit in this room in the Durham school. It says that he did what, brother?
Entered proudly.
He entered what?
Entered proudly.
He entered proudly. Go ahead.
Into the sanctuary.
Into the what?
Into the sanctuary.
Into the sanctuary. What does that mean? Go ahead, Yanazar.
Salakia, sir, he proudly went into the temple.
He proudly
Most
went
High.
where?
Into the temple of the
And
Most
who
High.
is not supposed to go into the temple?
Nobody but the priest.
But even more than that, you're right. But even like we not supposed to go into the temple, but there's somebody that really is not supposed to go into
No
the
heathens,
temple.
man.
There we go.
They can't even come to the
A
door.
heathen is not supposed to be at the freaking in the lobby. He's not supposed to be anywhere near the temple. But Antiochus, he entered what?
Okay. Ooh, slack. I lost my place.
You have verse 20, I think, verse 20.
Okay.
Come.
And he entered proudly into the sanctuary.
He entered with pride. He wasn't hesitant.
Good night.
He didn't have any trepidation. He didn't second guess himself. Can you imagine if we were sitting in this room right now and an oppressor walked through that door, like, and just strolled right on in here and sat himself down? First of all, yeah, my show.
Oh, slack is like Dylan Storm Roof or
Like
something.
Dylan Storm Roof did.
Damn.
Right? That would be crazy. First of all, we all know that it wouldn't happen because, I mean, within what, 0.5 seconds, I think Officer Rock would probably like crush his larynx.
Right.
or something. So it wouldn't happen. But the idea of it, you would be like, what? Not in here. This place is a safe haven for our people.
That's right.
It's a safe haven. In here, you don't have to worry about Dylan Storm Roof. In here, you don't have to worry about Timothy McVeigh. In here, you don't have to worry about what? Antiochus.
Right.
You don't have to worry about no oppressor coming up in this room. Why? Because the men of the Lord are going to do what? We're going to make sure that our people are safe from these things because we know who our enemy is. We know who our enemy is. But at this time, Antiochus, who was the king of Greece, he walked proudly into our sanctuary, into our temple. Read on, brother.
Come. And took away the golden altar.
Somebody give me Obadiah 1 and 3. One of the troopers, give me Obadiah 1 and 3, and you hold what you got, my show. Just lead it real quick. Because it said he walked in proudly. And you got to understand that this is his character. Have y'all ever dealt with oppressors before? You ever be on some of the sisters, man? I know some of y'all got different slaves. We got to deal with them on the phone. Or some of y'all, you're in the medical. A lot of my sisters in the medical industry, you got to deal with them when you go into the different clinics and things like that. My own mother is a nurse, and she done told me so many stories about dealing with these oppressors that it doesn't make sense. There is a pride that they have, like a I don't even know how to word it. Like they everyone owes them something. So give the sister a hand, because I damn sure. See, y'all think I'm Mr. English. I don't know nothing. This sister is correct. An entitlement. They're entitled to everything. They get on the phone and they just have this air like, excuse me, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, you don't have to wait for nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, we're not scheduling nobody until this month. Well, I want to be scheduled next week. Right. What? Like, what am I supposed to do with this information? You understand? That's how they are, and it's in the scriptures. Read that, brother. Who got Obadiah? I'm bad. It wasn't you. Hold on.
It's the book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 3. The pride of thine heart.
The what?
The pride of thine heart.
The what?
The pride of thine heart.
He has pride in his heart, in his mind. Go ahead.
Have deceived thee.
But it is deceiving him. And that's the beauty of being in this I.S.U.P.K. When you deal with them oppressors and they got their little pride and you got to do your slavery and everything, it's no sweat. Because guess what? We know that his time is coming to an end.
That's right.
We know that it's over for him real soon. Go ahead, Yanazar.
I may say a good example of his pride deceiving him is that because he has been allowed to conquer the earth, he thinks he's better than all the other nations.
Right.
But he don't understand. He don't understand that he was allotted this power.
Right. I think in this very verse, I think it says he made him small among the heathen. Right? Is it talking about Paul's the size of him? No, it's talking about how other nations perceive him. Man. He is greatly despised in this. But matter of fact, read on, Hawan.
Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
They dwell in the clefts of the rock, man. That's where they crawled out of some hole. You ever seen Lord of the Rings? Remember when that's the nastiest character in cinema. That Smeagol, that Gollum. He's a disgusting piece of something. And he crawled out of. I love watching that movie just for that. Watching him crawl out of them caves is beautiful. Go ahead, Nadia.
I was gonna say some of them actually look like him.
Absolutely.
They
Hey,
But
the dude that played him, Andy Serkis, he looks
That's
like
hilarious.
his last name is Serkis. He looks like Gollum.
Right.
The character is modeled after his face. That's how they be looking, right? So yeah,
Okay.
when he crawls out of them caves, I'm saying, ooh wee. I love to see y'all history. Go ahead, one.
Whose habitation is high.
Your habitation is high, man. They love to live up in a skyscraper somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Me and Yanazar, we understand, but guess what? Down south, y'all know about it too if you've been in Atlanta. And guess what? Even in Charlotte, Raleigh, they building them tall skyscrapers. Who you think that's for? That ain't for us. That ain't for you. Go to some of them tall condominiums they building up in downtown Raleigh and in Charlotte and so on. Ain't it for us? We don't live like same thing in Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? Most black people in Manhattan, Yanazar, if I'm wrong, tell me. The height of a building might be 6 stories, 7 stories, 8 tops. 6 is usually the most. Right. If you're not in the projects, most buildings, how many floors is the Carter? 6 stories. Y'all ever seen New Jack City?
Okay.
6 stories. Right. And again, if you're in the projects, which is an invention of the oppressor, you get a bunch of stories, tall buildings, same thing in Queens too, but in other places as well. But for the most part, we don't really live like that. But you go down to them rich areas, Billionaires Row and all of that, the building have 100 stories. You know what I'm saying? I remember I knew somebody that lived on he's living on 47, something like that. She lived on the 60th floor. 60. That's how they live. Now, she wasn't an Edomite. She just happened to have like her dad was like a jazz musician or whatever. But that's how they live. They live up high because they want to go back to the mountains, man. That's why they want to live in the sky house and they want to live in the skyscraper and so on and so forth and look out the window and feel just like they did, just like Smeagol crawling out of that damn mountain. Read on.
That saith in his heart, who shall bring me down?
And they say he's up high and he says, man, he's looking out the window with a billionaire's row in the sky. Who's gonna bring me down, man?
Right.
I got it all. I got it made. Go ahead.
To the ground.
Uh-huh.
Verse 4. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle.
Right. You can actually drop that, right? You know, we know who we're talking about. Now go back to where you was at, my Shaw.
Come. First book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 21.
Uh-huh.
And entered proudly into the sanctuary and took away the golden altar and the candlestick of light.
I want y'all to hear this well, man. Again, we going a little over the time, but y'all, we got to get this and wrap it up correctly. Okay. He took away the what?
The candlestick.
He took away the what?
The candlestick.
He took away the candlestick. Go ahead.
Come of light.
Of light. This is the candlestick of light. He took away the menorah, the menorah. Go ahead.
Come. And all the vessels thereof.
All the vessels thereof, man. Let me tell you something. We read this. Yanazar can attest to this because that brother been doing it. Give Yanazar a hand for doing the Sabbath service. You know what I'm saying? That brother be holding it down, right? Him and Officer Mahayar. And in the Sabbath service right now, them brothers is reading about the beautification of the temple. And I had the pleasure of coming in and sitting in on some of the Sabbath services, man, and reading them scriptures, man. It'll do something to you. Because you reading about a time when black people had the most beautiful things on earth. When the Most High came and told Moses, tell them to do this. Make sure that the temple looks like this. I want gold everywhere. I want gold and I want plates of this everywhere. I want the cups to be gold. I want the chandelier to be gold. I want the curtains to be this. And it was just the most beautiful thing that you ever seen. Even just reading it. None of us in this room have ever seen it, this temple. But you can just read it and just feel the beauty, man. You can just see it when you read them scriptures. And that's the crazy part. Now we're reading how that very thing that God told us, this wasn't something Moses made up of his own accord. God, imagine God telling you how to make your bathroom look nice. Could you tell me that's not going to be the most beautiful bathroom you've ever seen in your life? Imagine God telling you, listen, here's what you want to do to make your bedroom look better. You're going to follow every instruction. And you're going to have the flyest looking room you've ever seen. Well, guess what? The Most High told us how to beautify the temple because it was for him. It was his temple. And now we're reading about some filthy heathen who not only walked into our temple when he wasn't supposed to be there, he did what to the altar?
God. Took away the golden altar.
He took away the golden altar. Go ahead. He took away our gold. Go ahead.
And the candlestick
and
of
the
light.
candlestick of light. He took this away. Go ahead.
And all the vessels
And he
thereof.
took all the vessels, all the beautiful things, the cups, the glasses, the plates. He took it all. Go ahead.
Verse 22. And the table of showbread.
And the what?
The table of showbread.
This is not a Sabbath service. That's why we don't have showbread today. But in the Sabbath service, we would have a plate with showbread so that if anybody needs to, if the priest need to be fed and to eat, it's right there for them. And it said that he took away the what?
The table of the showbread.
He took away. This is a heathen
coming
into our temple and taking away the showbread. Go
ahead. And the pouring vessel.
And the what?
And the pouring vessel.
The vessels in which we pour out the wine. And we pour out the oil. And he took that away. Go ahead.
And the vials.
And the vials. Go ahead.
And the censers
the
of gold.
Instruments. Go ahead.
And the veil.
And the veil. Go ahead.
And the crown.
And the crown. Go ahead.
And the golden ornament.
And the golden ornaments everywhere. All the gold all over our temple. He took it away. Go ahead.
That were before the temple.
That were before the temple. Read.
All which he pulled off.
He pulled it all off. Imagine when I told you a heathen walked in here and sat down, everyone in here was like this. Now imagine I'm sitting here teaching and the heathen walks in here and flips this table over while I'm sitting here and takes this menorah and takes the wine and takes the oil and takes the chalices and takes all of our ornaments and rips the photos off the wall and rips the covers off the ceiling and rips everything off, rips the curtains down. Go ahead.
Verse 23. Which he took also the silver and the gold.
He took the silver and the gold. Go ahead.
And the precious vessels.
And the precious vessels. Go ahead.
Also, he took the hidden treasures.
He took the hidden treasures, man. Things we got in the back. Things behind these curtains. Things that everybody doesn't know about, man. I ain't gonna spill the beans out of wine. We trying to do something real special on the side of this curtain. I don't tell nobody nothing yet. But imagine a heathen walk in here and destroy everything on this whole room. Go ahead.
Which he found. Verse 24. And when he had taken all away, he went into his own land, having made a great massacre.
Great what?
Great massacre.
No, he did it real nice.
Great massacre.
Nah, he was real gentle about it.
Great massacre.
You gotta love that oppressor.
Great massacre.
He massacred us. Go ahead.
And spoken very proudly.
And spoke what?
Very proudly.
Like Obadiah 1 and 3. He spoke real proud about what he did. Yeah, I went in their temple. Their temple? Yeah, I took all that stuff off. Right. Yeah, I destroyed that table. I turned it all over. They had some secret stuff, some treasures. I took all that stuff. He talked real proudly. Go ahead.
Verse 25. Therefore, there was a great mourning in Israel.
And now we are what? We're in mourning. We're reading in the book of Lamentations about how what? Where it says that we were I'm paraphrasing. Where it's not Lamentations, is before Lamentations, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it is Lamentations. What's the one that says? No, that Judah mourneth? That's not Lamentations.
Jeremiah 14.
Jeremiah, count the water. Judah mourneth. Go ahead, Enzo. A precept? Hit me with it. Go ahead, please, Baba Shah.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 36, and verse 2. Thus saith the Lord God, because the enemy has said against you, aha, even the ancient high places are in our possession.
Even the ancient high places are in our, now we got it. You understand? Now they have our golden ornaments, man. Things that get, like, I don't think, Giannis always brings a point up to discuss. We read a scripture in the Lashu Al-Qadash, where the Most High said, you know what I'm saying, you will discontinue from thine heritage, which I gave you. Right. Again, this ain't just, this not some interior designer. It's the Most High gave us these things. And we lost it because some heathen came in there and took it away. Read on, my Shaw.
Come. A great mourning in Israel, in every place where they were.
Uh-huh.
Verse 26. so that the princes and elders mourned. The virgins and young men were made feeble.
The princes and elders mourn. The what?
The virgins and young men
Which
were
is proof that a virgin has nothing to do with sex. Because why would they mention that right now?
right.
Why would they just randomly talk about it? It's not what virgin means. It says virgins and what?
Young men.
Because a virgin is what?
Young married woman.
A young unmarried woman or a young woman. That's all it means.
Kind of
Right?
like
The virgins and young men, go ahead.
were made feeble. And the beauty of women.
And the what?
The beauty of women.
Go ahead.
Was changed. Verse 27. Every bridegroom took up lamentation.
Man, everybody was sad.
Right.
Go ahead.
Come on. And she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness. Verse 28. The land also was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion.
Come on, drop that. Go to verse 41. Go ahead, Yanazar.
Come on.
They had a thing called prima nocturne, and what they would do is like when you getting ready to marry a woman, the marriage night they would go sleep with her. That's what it's talking about.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, it's called prima, which is first night. Instead of you having even over here when they had us in slavery over here, they used to do it. If you watch Roots, they was doing it in the series Roots series. It's something that they, you know what I'm saying? It's a way to dominate. Even if you watch a movie William Wallace, they did it in that movie. Like when they conquer another people, they impose what they call in the Latin prima nocturne, which is the first night, meaning that they're royalty and they're people of rank have a right to sleep with your woman the night that you get married.
And we read that he's a what? He's profane. He's a fornicator. So that makes sense. Go ahead, Nadia.
Salakia, some Israelites group do that. They will pass their women to the highest ranking man.
Salakia? So you saying what, like fake Israelites?
Salakia, sir. Fake Israelites.
Yeah.
Will take their woman and be like, here you go.
Oh my
highest
God.
ranking man.
Hey, look. Right. Hey, look. The ISUPK is the home of the truth.
Damn right.
I mean, you can go join, you know what I'm saying? You can go join Fake Israelite if you want. You know what I'm saying? That's on you, buddy. Hell to the no. Hell no. It's not happening. It is not happening on this side. We don't do that in here. We don't pass. Like, let me tell you something. You sleep with brothers. you just vex me in this goddamn class. Like, I'm trying to finish my class. You're gonna tell me this stuff. That's great. No, you too up. But damn, you know what I'm saying? No sweat. No, you cannot. We don't do that. You know what I'm saying? What is marriage according to the Bible?
Sex is marriage.
So if he has sex with her, that's his what?
His wife.
Yeah, that's his woman now.
Right.
All right. We're done with her. No sweat. Anyways, the water, brother. The water for that. Yeah, that's insane. But you said prima nocturne. Was it nocturne? Nocturne? Yeah, and prima's first. Or one. You're right. All right. Give me First Maccabees 1 and 41.
Come. Book of First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 41. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people. Verse 42. And every one should leave his laws.
Right.
So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king.
Right. So that's what King Antiochus wanted. And that's the difference between this particular captivity, right? Now, in captivities we had before, guess what? It was captivity, it was oppression. But never before had anyone tried to make us not be Israelites. This was the first time. Now they would try to make us, speak other people's languages, but this was the first time they were like, it's illegal for you to be what you are. We want you to be what we are. That's what you see when you hear the word Hellenized. It simply means that they were trying to turn us into Greeks. Yeah, hold on.
That's the Hellenistic period.
This is the Hellenistic period, right? Where they were trying to turn everyone into Greeks. Remember, even in the movie that y'all didn't see, in 300, Xerxes, when he goes to Leonidas, he never tells Leonidas, I want you to serve my God. I want you to not believe in Zeus and and Perseus and give me some more of them. What's them Greek gods? Hercules not really a god; he's a demigod, but Poseidon, right, and Hades, and all that. He never said I don't want you to believe in that. He simply said I just want you to give me a tribute and to recognize that I'm the king. That's all. But he literally tells him, he's like, listen, you can keep believing in what you believe in. You'll be fine. Like you'll be over your province. I ain't gonna mess with you. I just want you to accept I'm in charge. Right? But guess what? Now the Greeks in the movie 300, the Greeks look like the hero. Understand something? They were never the hero.
Right.
They were never the hero.
Damn
right. And we was under the Persians. So in the movie, when you see all those different nations coming against the Greeks, having to fight against the Greeks, guess what? We was one of those nations that had to fight against the Greeks on behalf of the Persians because they owned it all. Go ahead, Jonathan, please.
The world believed that the Greeks were such great warriors when they would use mercenaries. Most of their armies were mercenaries hired from other nations to do the fighting for them, man.
John. No, that makes sense. That's right. Read on in Maccabees, brother. Yeah. We closing it up. Go ahead.
Book First Maccabees chapter 1 verse 42. And everyone should leave his laws, so all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. Verse 43. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion.
Many also of the Israelites did what?
Consented to his religion.
They consented to his religion, his belief system. Go ahead.
In sacrifice unto idols.
Now this is where it gets bad. He already heard that he was in our temple doing whatever he was doing, but now our people are doing what?
Sacrifice unto idols.
We're sacrificing unto idols too. Go ahead.
And profane the Sabbath.
And we did what?
Profane the Sabbath.
Now we were profaning the Sabbath, man. Again, imagine could you imagine if we were sitting in here? We eating, right? Everybody eating good. Get the sisters a hand, by the way, too. Give the sisters a hand. Shout out to the sisters, the water to y'all for bringing the food and drinks and deliciousness. I'm gonna get to my plate when this is all said and done. Nobody bother me. But imagine if someone walked in here and brought a giant pig roast and placed it on this table. Or just imagine if somebody was slaughtering a pig here. God damn, pig's blood dripping on the floor everywhere. Imagine if somebody brought a what's that thing you be eating, Hawan? Them crab boils. I'm joking, bro. I'm just joking, bro. It's just a joke. Hawan does not eat none of that. Pause. He does not involve himself. This brother is renewed. He does not eat that stuff. Right. But imagine somebody bringing a crab boil and putting it on this table. This is what we're reading about. The degradation of our temple. That's why this is called the Feast of Dedication, because we had to what? We had to clean it all up. You understand? You're wondering why. So, if you've been here before, you're saying, well, damn, I don't remember the table being over here. Why is there a podium right here? Why is the sign over here? Nah, it used to be over. Because we're trying to change it all. We're reconfiguring things and trying to beautify things and get it better. Why? Because this is a memorial of the time when we had to clean it all up.
Right.
We had to change it all. Read on, bro.
Verse 43. Yea, many also of the Israelites, like verse 44. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah that they should follow the strange laws of the land.
Right.
Verse 45. And forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice.
We couldn't even do burnt offerings. Go ahead.
And drink offerings, like drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days. Verse 46. And pollute the sanctuary.
And do what?
Pollute the sanctuary.
And pollute the sanctuary. Go ahead.
And holy people.
Go ahead.
Verse 47. Set up altars and groves and chapels of idols and sacrifice swine's flesh.
And sacrifice what?
Swine's flesh.
There goes that pork. Go ahead.
And unclean beasts. Verse 48. That they should also leave their children uncircumcised.
That we should do what?
Leave their children uncircumcised.
Mind you, everything it's saying is things that now are illegal.
Right.
That's the difference. Go ahead.
And make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation. profanation.
Profanation, go ahead.
Profanation, Verse 49. To the end they might forget the law.
To the end they might do what?
Forget the law.
The whole purpose of this was so that we would do what?
Forget the law.
Go ahead.
And change all the ordinances.
And change all the ordinances.
Come, verse 50. And whosoever would not do according.
Drop that. Go to verse 54.
Come. Book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 54. Now the 15th day of Mount Caslu, Caslu, in the 140 and 50th, 40th and 5th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar.
Yes.
And builded altars, idol altars, throughout the city of Judah on every side. Verse 55. And burnt incense at the doors of their houses.
Right.
And in the streets. Verse 56. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law, which they found.
They did what?
Rent in pieces the books of the law, which they found.
So they ripped up, imagine them, not just they do all that and they come here and they rip up all our Bibles.
Yeah.
They rip up all our scriptures. They rip up the scroll. Go ahead.
Come. They burnt them with fire. Verse 57. And whosoever was found with any of the book of the testament, or if any committed to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put them to death.
So that's all you need to know. Is that at this time, being an Israelite was illegal.
Good night.
What you're doing in this room right now, you would have been killed for. In fact, more than likely, you probably were killed for. What do I mean by that? What do I mean when I say that? Go ahead, hold on.
So like it on. You already would have got killed.
If you're sitting in this room, it's very likely that you were a brother or sister back then who was willing to die for what you believed in. And that's why you're sitting in here again. Because you've been here before. And you're doing it all over again. And guess what? I'm not going to lie to you. These brothers know exactly what I'm talking about. Yanazar, Officer Arat know exactly what I'm talking about. We go to them camps, and we're going to get out to them camps again. And it might be today. It just might. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm not going to tell you that it can't happen. And never, ever think to yourself that it cannot happen, because it can happen. But even though I'm telling you that, you're still going to be there if you're down with this truth. As we all claim to be. If we down with it, we're going to be there, even though that is always a possibility that we may not come home. So when you leave, you better say, when you say bye to your rib, you better give her a nice kiss and your children and everything. Again, Lord willing, we make it home safe. As my Adawan always says, a good camp is a camp where we get home safe. But the reason why he says that is because each week he knows that he has men under him that could potentially not make it home. Because he knows he potentially may not make it home. That's why we do what we do. You understand? We're no different than the ones that came. Same sisters, the same with you. Y'all sisters, y'all know when y'all go out in the world, y'all be rocking them shields. You think people don't see that? You think people don't see y'all with y'all heads covered? They don't see y'all in them dresses? They can tell that y'all are not like everybody else. And when they see y'all, what is it? It's a reflection of what they're not doing. Right. And who they are not. And you never know when someone just might have a problem with that, because really, they want to be able to live the life that they live without somebody being an example of how they should be. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So all of us in this room just understand, man, that this is a responsibility that we have because we've been here before. Our people have been through it before. Give me jump to Salakia. Jump to 1 Maccabees chapter 2 real quick. Again, we're gonna speed through. I know we way over the time. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes. That's it.
2 and 1.
Yeah, 1 Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 1. So now we know what took place and what happened to our temple. Go ahead.
This is the book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 1. In those days arise Mattathias,
right,
the son of John.
That's an important thing to understand, is that in those days there was a brother that rose up. Read on.
The son of Simon, a priest of the sons of Jerob.
Jerib, go ahead.
Jerib, Salakia, from Jerusalem, and dwelt in
Modin. Right. Now jump to verse 6, Salakia, and let's see what Mattathias said. He also had a son named Judas. But let's see what Mattathias said. Go to verse 6.
Verse 6. And when he saw the blasphemies and that were committed in Judah and Jerusalem.
When he saw the pig on the altar, when he saw the swine's blood dripping from the altar, and that the ornaments had been ripped down, and that the temple was in shambles with all kinds of what? All kinds of, heathen things and abominations against the Most High. When he saw that, go ahead.
He said,
This is what he
woe
said.
is me.
He said, woe is me. Go ahead.
Wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people.
He said, why me, man? That I was born at a time to see this? Go ahead.
And of the holy city.
And of the holy city, Jerusalem. Go ahead.
And dwell there.
And I live here. Go ahead.
When it was delivered into the hand of the enemy.
Like, damn, I had to be here to see this. Go ahead.
And the sanctuary into the hand of strangers.
And the sanctuary into the hand of strangers. Go ahead.
Verse 8. Her temple has become as a man without glory.
Her temple has become as a man without glory. It's lost all its luster. Go ahead.
Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the streets. Her young men with the sword of the enemy.
Guess what? Mattathias was not much different than the men of the I.S.U.P.K under Commander General YAHANNA. The same things that we see in the streets, and we say, damn, like, the fact that I'm here to see this, I'll be looking in. No offense, sisters. If you listen to their music, it's all good. That's on you. There's nothing wrong with it. But when I see, like, what's the chick name? Sexy Red. It's like, I can't believe I live in here. Like, here. Like, you ever think that? You ever be like, I can't believe I live here. Like, I can't believe I'm alive during this time. Where a chick has a song talking about her rectum. And she's one of the most famous people in America. I never thought. I mean, I've seen things. I mean, I grew up in the '90s. Seen Lil Kim, seen Foxy Brown. You know what I'm saying? Trina. Yeah, I've seen all that, but I just never thought I see that. And it's like Mattathias, in his own way, is going through something similar. Where he's like, I can't believe I'm alive to see this. Read on.
Verse 11. All her ornaments are taken away. Of a free woman, she has become a born slave.
A bond slave. All right. So in other words, Mattathias seen it and he was not happy. You know what I mean? Now, if we were going into more detail, then you would see that Mattathias ended up going to war with the Greeks. He ended up going to war with the Greeks, okay? And his son continued. His son Judas Maccabees continued his legacy. And they fought against the Greeks. And then who knows what happened? Yanazar.
I mean, it was a generational fight.
It took a while. It wasn't quick. It took a while.
And we forced them into a treaty, and we finally, you understand, got them off our backs.
That's it.
We made an agreement with the Romans, but the Romans,
which we shouldn't have did. But go ahead.
Yeah, the Romans was the enemy of the Greeks, and the Romans made a pact with us to help us against the Greeks, but they didn't. And when we got finished with the Greeks, the Romans came in.
That's right.
And that brings us to the time of Christ.
Which brings us to the time of Christ. By the time Christ is born, the Greeks are out and the Romans are in, right? Because of the covenant that we made with them that they did not keep their promise on. But the reality, what Yanazar said, is perfectly exemplified. Everything we saw where the temple was destroyed and everything, Mattathias seen it and wasn't having it. And he began to go to war with the Greeks, and it continued generationally down to his sons. At one point, some of the Israelites didn't want to fight. Not because they didn't think it was good, but because it was what? The Sabbath day. Now, here's what I'm trying to paint the picture for you. Imagine that someone is coming to kill you, but you say, the Lord told me to rest today, so I will not pick up a sword and fight. And somebody comes into your house and says, I'm about to kill you, and you say, do your worst. I will not do anything because today is the Sabbath, and then you get your throat slashed. I think it was Judas Maccabees who said, you know what? Yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. We're gonna, like, I don't care if it's the Sabbath day. I don't care what it is. We're going to fight. Go ahead, Yanazor.
If I may, sir.
Yeah.
Like the ones that did that, they rose up, but they were separate from Judas Maccabee's army. Like they was a different army. Like they was like a fake Israelite group,
Well said.
you know? And
Yeah.
they was trying to do their own thing.
Yeah.
Because if they had listened to Judas Maccabee or Mattathias, they would have fought.
A fake Israelite group is good for doing the wrong thing. I'm
Right.
just telling you right now. They're getting beat upside their head with billy clubs, all kind of stuff in the streets of America. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's a shame, you know what I'm saying, seeing them cats. But no sweat. They are brothers, and we love our people. Let me make that very clear. We love our people, and we love you enough to tell you when you're doing wrong. If you're in a fake Israelite group, you are not in the truth.
Right.
All right. You cannot be in the truth if you are not in the I.S.U.P.K under Command and General YAHANNA. Okay? Yeah, Yanazor.
So I can say if I may. But because of what they do, we could treat them like a publican.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't have to treat them like we treat the brothers in here.
Oh no, absolutely. No, you absolutely correct. Especially some of y'all just real enemies to us, man. Some of y'all have slandered Commander General YAHANNA. I got no love for you. You have talking crazy about the I.S.U.P.K under Commander General YAHANNA. I got no love for you. You know what I'm saying? Everything we say about y'all is real and true. You know what I'm saying? We don't lie. You see, we got footage. We just telling the truth. That's the difference. You understand? But yeah, so that's what happened with Mattathias and Maccabees. They fought against the Greeks at a time when it was illegal to be an Israelite. I'm not gonna tell. If I had time, I would go into the story this fully. But there's a famous story of a sister who had 7 sons. Y'all remember that story? I don't know. What happened in that story? Tell them, Hawan.
So like that on.
Mm-hmm.
The king wanted.
What king?
There he is. I think there he is.
That's a Persian. It's the same one we're reading about.
Oh.
Antiochus.
Khan.
Antiochus. Right. Go ahead.
Khan, he was Salaki. He tried to force them to eat pork.
Right. There was a woman who had 7 sons. That's what one is saying. And Antiochus being the wicked king that Daniel had a vision of hundreds of years before this man was even born. This wicked king, right, tried to force, because he wanted all of us to be what? Hellenized. So there's a family where it was a woman and her 7 sons, and he tried to force them to eat pork. What happened?
Salaki on.
Go ahead, Horn.
They didn't do it.
They did not do it. And what was the result? What did they get for not eating pork?
Salaki on.
Mm-hmm.
He cut them up and burned them.
He did a lot of stuff to them.
Yeah.
Some of them, they had a cauldron, I think, with boiling hot oil.
Mm-hmm.
He fried them, basically. And imagine, you ever see some, we mentioned the fried fish earlier. Like, good night. If you in the world, who in here was eating lobster in the world? Oh, damn. Okay, Most High in Christ. Okay, Most High in Christ. I have had lobster when I was in the world, so I guess I'm in. Yeah, no sweat, brother. Now, if I'm not mistaken, to cook lobster, you got to put it in that boiling water when it's still moving. It sounds like it'd be screaming. Like it's like a loud sound. Like, okay, so I'm just tripping. Maybe it's my imagination. Because I'll be hearing when I watched the movie and I heard like I heard something, but okay, I could be tripping. Maybe I just have an animal. I'm an animal lover, I guess. I don't know. Huh? I have empathy. So I'm thinking he's screaming for bloody murder. Like, damn, why are you doing anything like this? But so you got to boil them alive, and they turned. I found out later in life that lobsters are not red. They're not. They turn red after you boil them to death. That's inhumane, is what it is. Can you imagine somebody putting you in a cauldron of boiling hot oil while you're alive? You got to think about what that would do to your body, bro. Think about what it would do to your skin, your freaking eyeballs. Like, it's unimaginable, it's unfathomable pain. And this happened to this woman and her 7 sons, all of them dead. One day, one by one. I think they killed the mother second to last. And then they killed her youngest son last. So she watched all her sons die. And the heavy part about it was, guess what? What did she tell them? She said that. You're right. But what did she tell her sons? Nadia. There we go. There we go. Salaki. You can say? That's what she told him. She told each one of her sons, die honorably. I got a son. Love him dearly. Now imagine me telling my son, what is it? Where's a big tub of boiling oil? And I have to tell my baby boy, go in there and die honorably. That's the burden that each of us have. Lord willing, we don't ever have to deal with that. We don't. I'm not telling you that we should want to deal with that, but guess what? You better be prepared to. You better be prepared to, because Christ is not going to want to. You know why that woman died the way she did in her sons? Because she understood. There's a scripture where she says it, where she understood that. Guess what? You can do whatever. Like I said, you can do whatever you want to me, but I understand that. Guess what? The power is the Most High. Right. I'm gonna do what He wants to do. There's another one of her sons said to the king. He said, "What?" He said, "Why are you even doing this? You're not gonna get nothing out of us." He said, "We're prepared to die for our law." Right. So, are you prepared to die for this law? If somebody asks you, "You went at I.S.U.P.K," are you gonna say, I what? I.S. What's that? No, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? You got to be prepared for whatever is gonna come with this. And trust me, for brothers, the same. Again, I always say, sisters too, man. Them sisters, do not think that them sisters do not go through hell being in the street, because they do. They do. Some woman in the world, what they say, couldn't be me. Or your husband, what multiple what? Couldn't be me. And that's what they tell these sisters. They tell them, man, a woman is quick to call another woman an idiot. You on social media. She's crazy. She's an idiot. Couldn't be me. Da da da. And ridicule sisters, man. They go through it just like we go through it. That's the burden of being up in here. Some of y'all families is not going to mess with y'all. Some of y'all had a good situation, and because you came up in here, now your family don't want to deal with you. Or they're just waiting for you to fail. They're just waiting for it. They're just waiting for something to go wrong. Just what I tell you. See, I told you. In that cult. I told them to come to church with me. So maybe some of you should just go get a tambourine and bang it against your hip poles. I'm just saying. Because in here, I cannot lie to you and tell you that it's going to get easy, that it's going to be fine, that everyone's going to be happy, and we're going to join hands in a rainbow coalition, you know what I'm saying, up in the heavenly clouds and sit on a rock while Jesus tells us bedtime stories. That ain't how this works. Go ahead, Owen.
I got a precept.
Please.
It's the book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 34.
Mm-hmm.
Think not that I come to send peace on earth.
That would be so beautiful. Wouldn't it just be so awesome if Christ would just come to bring peace? Then we wouldn't have to worry about the bombs going off in the Gaza Strip. We wouldn't have to worry about USS whatever getting bombed off the coast of Afghanistan or the coast of Iran and all these rumors of wars and earthquakes. We wouldn't have to worry about none of it, because we know when Christ comes back, he's bringing peace. But he's not. Go ahead, one.
I came not to send peace.
Christ himself said, I'm not coming to send peace. Go ahead.
But a sword.
I'm coming to send a sword. Go ahead.
Verse 35. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father.
Right. He came to set. So guess what? Christ is coming so that way you and your father will fight with each other. Right. You will argue with each other. Go ahead.
And the daughter against her mother.
I came to set you at variance with your own mother, and your own mother is going to say, you mean to tell me that you with a man who got another woman? You ain't no daughter of mine. I didn't raise you to believe in that. I didn't raise you to be you know what I'm saying, some Hebrew Israelite. I didn't raise you like that. He came to make sure that happens. Go ahead.
And the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
Right, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Read on.
Verse 36.
Uh-huh.
And a man's foes shall be they.
A man's what?
A man's foes.
What is a foe?
Block it on.
Go ahead.
An enemy.
A man's enemies. Go ahead.
Shall be they of his own household.
You go in your own house, and the people that hate you the most are in your own house. The very people that raised you, the very people that you was with your whole life, your siblings, your mother, your aunties, your uncles, your friends, and everything. And now all of a sudden you in here thinking you doing right by your people and right by God, and actually picking up a Bible and trying to believe in it, and they hate you for it. You understand? That's how when people ask the question, we ask this question in here. Everyone says Christ loved everybody. Well, if Christ loved everybody, what the hell did they kill him for? Right. Ain't nobody that vicious. If he was Mr., you know what I'm saying? They treat him like some kind of hippie with sandals on. Like, you know what I'm saying? You like Oprah, you get a hug. You get a hug. Everybody gets a hug. I'm gonna hug everybody. I love you so much. If Christ was walking around like that, why would they kill him? He must have been saying something that was rough. Something that was hard to hear. And every brother in here and every sister in here knows exactly what I'm talking about, because when you go out there and tell people that God is a black man, now it's a problem. When you say that this Bible is only for Blacks, Hispanics, Native American Indians, now it's a problem. Now you're a bigot. Now they hate you. Now they mad at you. And they call you names. You know what I'm saying? But we went through the same thing. We've been going through this same thing. We're just gonna read these last couple scriptures and we're done. So block moving way over time. My bad. It happens. Sue me. Please, sir. Come on. But get I don't want a mic, Baba Kasha. And if somebody can just get me First Maccabees chapter 4 verse 52.
Hey, what you doing is great. Everybody get a double one hand. Baba Kasha. These stories are very inspiring, and it hits you in your gut. You know what I mean? Like if you recall the Roots, how Roots used to hit black people in their gut. They used to get in purpose. They go to school and beat up all the cracker kids. You know what I mean? The next day.
Yes, sir.
Like in the bathroom, what we do. You know how like
this is a very detailed story, sir.
No. Like
this take place?
The color purple. Yeah, it did. We did do that. We always did that for years. We ain't never let white people. We was always taught not to let them beat us in anything.
Yes, sir.
We watched Roots. We was motivated. You know what I mean? We was always motivated. It came on every year. We watched it. Ain't no way you beating me. You track, you ain't beating me in nothing. They would say we had to be 10 times smarter than them in the school. I went to the Afrocentric schools or whatever. They was always like, we had to learn about Thurgood Marshall and you know what I mean? Then we still had to learn about Ronald Reagan and all of that. But we had to learn our history first or whatever. So point is, even color purple, for some women that gave them, I ain't never let no man put their hands on me.
Right.
It hit you in the gut. Yes, you would never, I would never watch Color Purple with a room full of women because I knew what was going to happen. Like, yo, that man was evil. He was cruel. And so that's it's a death trap. So it's like a white dude watching Roots with us. You know what I mean? Like, yo, what's up? Where the chair at? You know what I mean? But this story should have that same impact. And what you were saying about the sisters, like there's a time when you are questioned, right? About almost like they were like, are you hey, you gonna get burnt? Right. You gonna get cut up if you represent what the Most High, if you represent the truth. So you tuck your shield, you know what I mean? Or you like, oh well, my husband ain't around, so let me take off my head cover. I want to look like everybody. I just want to blend in.
Right.
Happy Kwanzaa, happy Mary. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like when you a bro, nah, man, I want to be with OG and two-tone and you know what I mean? I don't want to do the Israelite thing. My brother, he crazy. I don't know what's on. He's still in that thing. He's still in that UPK. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my brother, man.
Right.
But it's like you somehow don't have that's why we say we know cowards, right? And we don't say it like it's like just a marketing scheme. We really have an understanding that today could be our last. In fact, our life ain't even ours. You know what I mean? Our life is not even ours. So those boys understood if they gave in to what Antioch wanted, they was already dead.
Right.
You know what I mean? Whoa, that's not living. See, we not about our happiness. That's what people understand. That's why I said that word on purpose. Happy this and happy that. That's a mantra, right? Where it's a mantra that delves into your selfishness, right? Your own lust. Oh, what makes me happy? You know, there's a cesspool called what was that place called where them people was in the booty? What was it? Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Them people, everything about Sodom and Gomorrah was about what makes them happy. Just don't stop nobody else from their happiness, right? Happy this. Happy is a god. You know what I mean? It's a fake, false idol god. HAPI, right? So when people keep saying, oh, happy Thanksgiving or happy Easter or whatever, you know what I mean? They're in the UPK, we really, really get taught the truth about the Most High, which is why the Apocrypha is what we talk about. It's in the Bible, but they take it out in the Christian church. They don't want you to know. Number one, what are these what do people call the
hats?
Yeah. What are they talking about with the 9 candlesticks?
Right.
What are they teaching? What do they call Hanukkah?
Right.
What are
Hanukkah.
they? Yeah. What when they hear the story? Whose side are they on? Right. They really talking about themselves. They fighting against themselves. You know what I mean? How's that even? How is it relevant? You know what I mean? That story's about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You know what I mean? That's what we call so-called. But the point is this story was so inspiring and it's needed. It's what the game is missing. You know what I mean? This story about the Maccabees and how how they wanted us to deny the Most High, how they wanted us to deny, deny it by being in the world. And that's what I'm trying to say about happy is that it seems like our happiness is about being in the world. The world is about do whatever you want to do. Just don't stop anyone from doing what they want to do. Oh, if you want to call yourself a she, then you're a she. If you're a man and you 6'5" and got muscles and used to play ball or whatever. If you want to be a him, a shim, or whatever, or a them, a they, or whatever. Listen, the Lord, and we know even in our slavery time, we didn't play that.
That's right.
We didn't play that. You know, somehow with exposure and litigation, people are afraid to be sued, people are afraid to be canceled.
Right.
People are afraid of their pocket. That's selfishness. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? We into this selfishness of wanting to be happy and wanting to be comfortable. In the truth, we want power and authority and might and rulership. That's what we want. And sometimes you got to sacrifice your personal happiness for the nation. And when we start doing that, then we will have power. We will have authority. We will have might. We wouldn't let our children go to these schools and learn about homosexuality. That shit is wrong, and we know it. You know it. You know what I mean? If we would control what's being fed to our children on their social media and in their lunchrooms and what they learning in the classroom. We don't do it because we got a lot of individualites. Even these fake Israelites messing up the game for people finally learning their Israel, and then they find out, oh, I'm going to join the UBD, and I'm going to join the LBU, and I'm going to join the and whatever else. There's only one truth, and that's the I.S.U.P.K. under Commander General YAHANNA. You understand? Ain't no many bodies. And because of that, that's why we got this upward battle that we got to fight every day. So when you go out here, you make sure you represent well. Like their mother said, die like a fucking man. You understand? You be up in this truth for real, for real. You're not going to half step. You understand? When another woman in the world sees a woman in the truth, they should already know. Yo, you a walking bill, but what the fuck we need flyers for? You the flyer. Your conduct. Your character, how you dress yourself. Be proud of your culture. You understand? Don't just do it when it's time for class. You know what I mean? Be real. If this is the truth, then represent it 100% of the time.
That's right.
Because time is on. Turn that hourglass over. Salaki. Turn it over. Because your time is almost up. You understand? At some point, the reason why we so frustrated, because we love you. You know what I mean? At some point, we're going to get that call, and we're going to get on them buses, and we're going to get on them trucks, and we headed out
to wherever they tell us to go. And we're sad. Why? Because we're leaving our people behind through all their happiness and all their creature comforts, their internet, right? Their nice homes and their nice lawns. But guess what? This place is gonna be the fucking lake of fire. And that's why we our heart is heavy. Because we've been trying to tell you. And someday these doors gonna be locked. You know what I mean? You're gonna be trying to scratch and calling, get up in here and have somebody teach you something. But you're gonna be left with little Boosie, little Yaki. You're gonna left with all these sexy red people, and y'all gonna burn. And them tongues gonna disintegrate, and them eyeballs gonna melt. You know what I mean? And it's written. And how we know it's true? Because everything that was said in that book happened. And everything that is said is going to happen is about to happen. We don't have time to be messing around. This book and this story and everything about this dedication is relevant. I yield, I land my plane. Shalom.
The water for that, sir. Give me verse 52. You got it? 4 and 52. Are we gonna run through it? Are we done?
Okay. The book of First Maccabees, book of First Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 52.
Right, when it was all said and done.
Now
you know this is what happened. Go ahead.
Now on the 5 and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up bedtimes in the morning. It's like in the betimes, in the betimes in the morning. Verse 53, and offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings, which they had made. Verse 54, look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and cymbals. Verse 55, then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the God of heaven, who had given them good success.
Right, because they defeated their enemies. Go ahead.
56. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise.
Go ahead.
Verse 57. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold.
They did what?
Decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold.
They decked, or they what? Decked is another word for it.
It's like decorated.
Decorated. They decorated the temple, the front of the temple, with crowns of gold. Go ahead.
And with shields.
And they put some new shields up. Go
Damn
ahead.
right. And the gates of the chambers they renewed.
And the gates, because they had torn the gates down, so they had to put new gates up. You wonder why all of a sudden, listen, y'all think this is just some arbitrary, like this something we know. Y'all sisters getting them texts every day about, all right, we in school, we doing this. We're trying to do this in the school. Okay, sisters, we need this going on. Brothers are getting the same text. Like, right now we're trying to do this. Hey, look, if you can help us with this, whatever. Why? Because guess what? Because it's in the scriptures. It's the same thing. We're trying to do the same thing we did before. This school needs beautification. Not because there's something wrong with the school, but because this is the place, as my Ottawa said. Guess what? One day, Lord willing, not Lord willing, it's gonna happen, but still, but Lord willing, we know that half of Durham is gonna be knocking down this door. They're gonna be at this door trying to get into this class. And when they come in here, we gotta have something to show them. This needs to be the place that everybody in Durham wants to come to.
Right. Okay.
Because our temple has been what? It's been destroyed. As Yanazar said, there have been abominations all over the place. Our people are very used to abominations.
Right.
They're very used to that. But they're not used to coming up into a place that's dedicated to actually the righteousness of the Most High.
Okay.
They're not used to that. And I think that, as I don't want to say, like they deserve that. Not they don't deserve it, but our people who are God's chosen people should be able to see and say, man, this belongs to us. Right. This law belongs to us. This tabernacle, this sanctuary belongs to us.
Okay.
And that's why it's important to dedicate it as we do. We don't.
Okay. And hang doors upon them.
New doors. Go ahead.
Okay. Verse 58. Thus was there very great gladness among the people.
And when they saw the beautification of these things, everybody was happy.
Go ahead. For that the reproach of the heathen was put away.
That's why, because it's all about putting the reproach of the heathen away.
Damn right.
Everything the heathens had done, we're trying to wash it away. It ain't just about new paint. It ain't just about a podium. It ain't just about gold. It's not just about that. Those are just material things. It's about the fact that the heathen came and tried to destroy our spirit by destroying our temple.
Right.
They tried to destroy us by destroying our temple. And so now, what is it all about? We're renewing our temple to show them you can't beat us.
Right.
You can't destroy us. You can't take us away from our God.
Right.
And we're getting right back to where we belong, which is in the covering of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? But Barakatah Yahweh Yahweh. That's why we do the things that we do with this I.S.U.P.K. You understand? We're going to get that reproach away from us. We don't.
Moreover, Judas and his brethren, with the whole congregation of Israel, ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in the season from year to year.
From when?
From year to year.
From year to year. Go ahead.
By the space of 8 days.
That's what we'll do. Go ahead.
From the 25th day of the month Caslu, with mirth and gladness.
With mirth and with gladness. Go ahead.
Verse 60. At that time also, they built up the Mount Zion with high walls.
That's the best part, man. They built it. Now, after all this said and done, they defeated their enemies. Now, of course, we made a mistake and joined with the Romans, but still, at least our people did have some semblance of that. We have to protect ourselves because they built up the walls. Go ahead.
And strong towers round about.
Right, go ahead. Why they do it?
Lest the Gentiles.
That's who?
Lest the Gentiles.
That's who?
Lest the Gentiles.
Lest the heathens. Go ahead.
Should come and tread it down.
As they what?
Come and tread it down.
They come and tread it down, but why they do that? Go ahead.
As they had done before.
Because they did it before. The heathen is always going to come and destroy what we have.
Damn right.
That's what they do. They hate us, and they're always going to do that because that's pretty much their job. Right? So what is it our job to do? What's our job then? Hold on.
So like the one to build it back up.
Give him a hand. Build it back up and protect it.
Damn right.
Jim Hyman always tells it, man, being in this truth, this faith, this work that we do, it's not just something, as Ottawa said eloquently, you know what I'm saying? Your faith is something you got to keep close to you. You got to protect it. You got to fight yourself constantly, consistently, all the time to make sure that you're doing that your heart is where it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Don't tuck your shield. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to throw on your UPK shirt, man. Throw on your cover. You know what I'm saying? Go in that store with that cover on, man. Go in that store with your headpiece on. Go in there with your shield on. You know what I'm saying? What's the scripture say? Let your light shine. Let your light shine so everybody can see, man. And that's what we have to do, man. If we continue to do that, Lord willing, the Most High will take us up out of this place, as He's done before. Salakia, any other questions on the Feast of Dedication? The history, anything? Anybody confused with anything? Anything? Everybody good? Good, brother.
Salakia, what's the origin of the shield, the shield of David?
Okay, so for time's sake, I'm gonna give you a brief rundown. But the shield of David was so you ever heard of a monogram? Somebody look up the word monogram. So if I was to show you a symbol, a Gucci symbol, you know what that looks like? What about Fendi? Louis Vuitton? So those are examples of what we're about to read the definition of. Anybody got it? Okay, hold on. You need a mic. Just pass the mic real quick. Give it back to you.
So like the one, this is the definition for monogram out of the Oxford Language Dictionary. A motive of two or more letters.
A motive of what?
Two or more letters.
Two or more letters. Go ahead.
Typically, a person's initials.
Typically a what?
Person's initials.
Person's initials. So a Gucci, everyone knows the symbol. It's one G like this and one G like this. Louis Vuitton, it's the L with the V. Fendi is the one F with the upside down F. Right, and there's a bunch of other different ones. What sister, y'all know about that kind of stuff? Yeah, now they want to talk now.
Right.
When I spoke to 100, nobody knew nothing. But now I ask this question, everybody knows. Go ahead, what you got, Chanel? What else? Michael Kors, all of that, right?
Right.
I know all about that stuff. I bet. No sweat, but a lot of those things are monograms. This is 2 or more letters that are kind of superimposed on each other to form a symbol. So the Salakia. So the shield is what we call the Magun Dawada. So it's King David's name. So if you look actually right here, we got the Lashon Kadash, right? You see the 4th letter? The Da. King David's name is spelled as a Da, a Wa, and a Da. There's 2 Das in his name. So his signature, he would just write 1 Da and put another Da on top of it. When you do that, get this. So that's where the shield of David or the signet of David comes from. It's a monogram or a signature of King David's name.
Damn
All
right.
And it's better than Gucci, Fendi, and all of that.
Damn right.
Yeah, I don't want.
Why is King David significant? Why do we have his name?
Okay, well, King David is significant because he was the person that the Most High told was going to reign forever, and his throne was going to be continual. So he wasn't the first king of Israel; he was the second. Because our nation originally didn't have a king. We were never really supposed to have kings. We were only supposed to have the priests, the Levite priests, who were supposed to govern us. We asked for a king. The Lord decided to give us one. He gave us Saul first, and then King David came next. And then the Lord told King David that your throne is going to last forever. All the kings are going to come from you, is what he told King David. So that's why we use the shield, because it represents our nation, because perpetually, forever, King David is our king. Right. But let me make sure I make that clear. It doesn't mean that literally David himself is going to sit on the throne. But like I said before, it means what? Every king's going to come from his lineage, his generation, right? So it's his throne. It's like, again, my son. If I'm on the throne and my son takes over, guess what? It's still my throne, because it came through me. He came through me, and then his son, and his son, and his son, and so on. You feel me? But it's the throne that I established. So that's why we use the Maganda, without its significance, again, being that all of our kings come from King David. Christ himself was the son of the heir to the throne of King David, which was his father Joseph. All right. Okay. Anything else? Anybody got any questions? We good to go? Most High in Christ. With that, again, Salakia, I held y'all way longer than y'all supposed to be. Salakia. With that, I'm gonna pass the class over to priest and officer of 500 Maya Shah.
All right, security announcements. We are the I.S.U.P.K out of 1 West 125th Street, Hall, New York, under Commanding General YAHANNA. New rules for brothers and sisters. When a new brother or a sister comes into the school, they are off limits for 6 months. They are to be saluted only. They are here to shed themselves with the world. After 6 months, the brother or sister has an interest in a particular person, he or she must get permission from the head to speak to a brother or sister. There's another 6 months in which the brother or sister will court each other. After the 6-month period, the brother or sister will get permission from the head to marry. Tithes, which is a commandment. You can find this in Numbers 18 and 21 and Malachi chapter 3, verses 8 through 10. It means 10th in the Hebrew and is pronounced ma'ashara. 10% of every penny of any increase the Lord gives you, you give to the treasury department or teacher. Priest fund, free will offering for priests, not mandatory. Whatsoever amount you like to give. Upcoming holy convocations. So far, we're right now in the middle of the Feast of Dedication, or Hanukkah. Will be for the next 7 days. Remind Akim and Nakwathi to check on social media such as ISUPK.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and so on for I.S.U.P.K events and materials. If a brother wants to be a trooper in the school and he start wearing all black, which includes black boots, shirts, pants, headband, or scarf, and with that, I imagine, which means to stand. Sisters, Yashab, stay seated.
Shit, man, was good for the night though, man.
Shit, I think we should go to Duke's tonight.
Shit, Dukes. I'm always fucking with Dukes out there last night. I'll do it again. I ain't tripping.
We go to Duke's every Saturday.
Man, we only gotta go out. We just drink at school or some shit. Nah, for real, man. We can just stay in. Like, what's up with that?
This nigga. Bro, shut the fuck up. No more playing some music.
Let's just get some s'mores and crackers and sing Kumbaya.
This nigga, you get what I'm saying? Like, nigga trying to go out, this nigga, ooh, it's there, it's hard. I want to be indoors, clear that shit, man. Like, God, please.
Man, let me tell you about this weird shit Captain he did, man. All the niggas over there out there.
You're talking about something that just happened right now?
Yeah, all them brothers out there.
All right, well, hold on. Are you offended?
Yeah, I'm offended.
Okay, so if you offended, hold on. If you offended by what somebody did or said to you, what should you do? Should you go to a brother and talk about your offense? Or should you go to the brother that offended
No,
you?
I feel like I can't
No. Hear me though. What Christ said.
Go to him.
All right then. So what you about to do?
I'm gonna go talk to him about it.
I'm sorry, Christ.
Yeah. Yo, you got any better ideas? Hey, life was quarterback. Congratulations. Oh my God, bro. Funny nigga, man.
It's like technology.
It was good.
Offended about jokes and stuff that y'all don't really like. I feel like y'all took it too far. Like, all right, I know we joke around with brothers, but I feel like y'all took that shit too far.
Yeah, man. It's like, man, that's my fuck up. I apologize for that. I didn't mean to be, joking and laughing and shit at you. You know you my bro. I'm sorry. You accept my apology?
Yeah, kind of, sir.
I'm just like, let me get you a drink or something. You solid? We good? More time Christ. Do I? Hey, Shalom, Lord of Christ, man. We just showed you a scenario on how you should handle a situation when someone offends you, man. Listen, man, you get offended in the school, always take the proper protocol. Go to him and him alone, man. That's how you keep brotherhood strong, and that's how you keep demons away, and that's how you keep everyone together. You understand? Shalom. One take, right here.
Just because you think he's 13,000, man, I really don't give a fuck about none of that shit, bro. That shit be pissing me off.
I'm finna tell that nigga everything you just said.
Rolling.
No, you said.
Man, Captain over there making jokes about it.
I nigga that more like. Like, come back. Yeah.
You want my jacket?
Man, no bitch. Open that damn jacket like I'm your girl. It's cold as a motherfucker.
Bitch, you my brother. If you cold, you can have my jacket, bro.
I ain't your bitch.
What?
No.
All right.
A few moments later.
It is Nipsey Hustle out here. You cold? Oh, you got me fucked up. If you gonna take Jackson, now you're gonna take over me, nigga. Oh, you got me fucked up, my nigga. No. Fuck that. Nigga, I was the first one off you goddamn Jackson, nigga. You gonna be around this whole like Prince and Purple Rain, nigga. What the hell? James Brown. I'm fucked up. There you go, my boy. My boy. What? Ain't Nipsey Hustle no more. Good. Yes, you ain't no, I guess you ain't no bitch, huh?
Brotherhood.
All right, so let's address the elephant in the room. This is inappropriate. Usher is out here filling up on people's wives, man. Just because you sing R&B does not give you the right to be hugging up on a married woman this way. This is not the first time. Usher needs to stop doing shit like this because he's tearing up the fabrics possibly of people's homes. This is not cool at all. And the way he's gripping her, look where his hand is, man. This is an embrace that your husband will give the wife, not a friend, maybe? I'm not even sure what Usher is to this woman, but this is inappropriate as hell, man. There's going to come a time when you have to address somebody's husband in this way, man. I'm telling you, and you're not going to like it. Let me add one more component to this. If you're a woman and you married and you let a brother come up behind you and hug you like this, you're just as guilty as the dude doing it too. Alicia Keys, you should know better. You are a married woman. To have this brother here gripping up on you like this, holding you from the back like that, you being charged too. Make no mistake about that.
Shalom, preaching officer IBR here, the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, and today I'm here with
Emily Lopez.
Emily, right? So Emily, right? So today you came out and got some food and some clothes, right? How would you say your overall experience was today out here?
Honestly, it was amazing. Y'all are wonderful people for doing this, and it helps the community a lot.
Okay, all right. So Emily, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like you felt any prejudice out here, or like would you consider us in like a hate group or something like that? The amount of the prejudice we show out here today?
No, sir, not at all. Y'all are, like I said, y'all are taking your time and your day to come out and help people that honestly even need help or clothes and everything. So we appreciate it. We really do.
Again, I thank you again for your time. All right, Emily, have a good day. All right, thank you. All right.
And got blind too. God damn, you didn't double curse yourself. Okay. This is a young man in the UPK, and he taking that step and getting rid of those locks. He getting back to his culture. And got blind too. God damn, you didn't double curse yourself. Okay. This is a young man in the UPK, and he taking that step and getting rid of those locks. He getting back to his culture.
Waga haïtien pour célébrer fête Saint-Valentin même. Oh oh. Son ou men ou c'est ou men qui dit qu'on a couru des femmes tout ni à grigoise ben ensemble pour faire bagarre avec femmes blanches du 13 au 15 février. Son ou men ou oh oh. Waga haïtien pour gagner comme coutume, on coutume romain. Ça haïtien ou c'est Israël ou Monsieur mettez garçon sous nous, monsieur. Fête Saint-Valentin, c'est une fête romain qui est l'Upercal. Que romain a été célébré du 13 au 15 février. Nous pas romain, monsieur. On c'est Israël. Nous va engolon vertébral, monsieur, poignet nous cassé. Dis mesdames, yo, nos chocolats, nos fleurs, année ça, et puis jamais encore. Mettez garçon sous nous, monsieur. Israël, cherchez bon Dieu encore.
want you to tell me how you feel about it.
I.S.U.P.K on the Commander General YAHANNA, man. This is the Lord's work right here, man. This is the Lord's work right here. And this is a good white woman, man. She's showing her deeds, man, to the Lord, man. And the Most High may show favor to her.
Kissing the booth. How you feel about that? I'm gonna tell you what they doing. Go on the streets, on to teach our people who they really are. Talk about the oppression we've been through in America. We have identity. We've been unalive. Talk about that in the street. And my people come up and apologize for it. You know what I'm saying? What she's doing, it's in the Bible. You know, the action of saying she was sorry for her people have done. Black people. So, how you feel about that?
How I feel about it?
How you feel?
The same way you feel about it.
Yeah, right. How you feel?
Kind of like shocked in the whole video. I'll be honest, you know what I'm saying? I'll be shocked because I ain't never seen nothing like that. Yeah. At least it's been some kind of humble.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Like that.
Yeah. That's crazy. It's a white woman.
That's crazy.
So how do you feel about that?
It's definitely wild, man. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I can see why some people might feel they need to do that. I don't know if that's really necessary. I understand they did a lot of wrong in history, you know, but I personally don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessary.
You don't? Why not?
I don't.
I'm gonna show you a video, right? I want you to tell me how you feel about it.
I.S.U.P.K on the Commander General YAHANNA, man. This is the Lord's work right here, man. This is the Lord's work right here. And this is a good white woman, man. She's showing her deeds, man, to the Lord, man. And the Most High may show favor to her.
Kissing the booth. How you feel about that? I'm gonna tell you what they doing. Go on the streets, on to teach our people who they really are. Talk about the oppression we've been through in America. We have identity. We've been unalive. Talk about that in the streets. And my people come up and apologize for it. You know what I'm saying? What she's doing, it's in the Bible. You know, the action of saying she was sorry for her people have done. Black people. So how you feel about that?
How I feel about it?
How you feel?
The same way you feel about it.
Yeah, right. How you feel?
Kind of like shocked in the whole video. I'll be honest, you know what I'm saying? I'll be shocked because I ain't never seen nothing like that. Yeah. At least it's been some kind of humble.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Like that.
Yeah. That's crazy. It's a white woman.
That's crazy.
So how do you feel about that?
It's definitely wild, man. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I can see why some people might feel they need to do that. I don't know if that's really necessary. I understand they did a lot of wrong in history, you know, but I personally don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessary.
You don't? Why not? I'm gonna show you a video, right? I want you to tell me how you feel about it.
I.S.U.P.K on the Commander General YAHANNA, man. This is the Lord's work right here, man. This is the Lord's work right here.
Weak. You think you are a priest of God? I will break you. Your ex was right about you. That's why she left you. He isn't coming back. He is not coming back. I bet you miss your children that you can't see. I'm going to break you. Drink some alcohol. Get drunk. Like your fathers. I'm stronger than you. I'm going to break you. You won't make it on a chariot. Your past is that of evil. Wait. What are you doing? He doesn't hear you. It's pointless. You're the least of his concern. You can't get rid of me. I will break you.
After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you are a black man like me. That's right. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General YAHANNA, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
Cut to the soul. I got it. I can pep it up to water most times Christ. We're getting it on again here Monday night to answer all of your questions, solve all of your problems, and to give you the truth about the news of the day.
Right.
You can always rely on Commanding General YAHANNA to go out and find the news of the day and to be able to cut through the lies of this world and to give you the truth about what's happening tonight in your city, in your country. We're here with General Hazaya, and give him a hand. Officer Marab, Officer Yedaya, Officer, the other brother. Abad and Mathamya. We're getting it on. Stand by for Commanding General YAHANNA, the hardest working man in the nation of Israel. A way better man and a more harder worker than your preacher.
That's right.
Your preacher is terrible.
That's right.
Your preacher is a sucker. All he does is suck and steal your money.
Mm-hmm.
Commanding General YAHANNA is, of course, better than your preacher, better than your Israelite group leader, and he'll be here shortly to help you out, all right? But now we're going to go into the questions. Officer Yedaya, what do you have? Please, get it on.
If I could, General Muhammad, what you said was so heavy about the preachers. It reminds me of that T.D. Jakes. The actual name of that famous sermon, sir, about him getting swallowed up.
Mm-hmm.
I have it right here. This is the title of it. And it's rough. It's called Daddy, I See the Wood.
Oh, you are joking. You said brothers be joking about us. That is a joke. The name of the sermon, he named it. He sent it to the show. He named it Daddy, I See the Wood. Did you say that?
It's a visual.
Listen, he was planning, when I watched that video out, T.D. Jakes was planning on coming out the closet that day.
Yeah.
And that's why he started out with, come out the closet. It was like he's hearing that voice in his brain that's saying, stop being afraid.
Yeah.
They love you. They'll love you no matter what you do. Let the Holy Ghost courage come into you and just come out the closet. And remember, Haas, this is during the time when there was a lot of the LGBT community was getting real strong.
Yeah.
Everybody was coming out the closet. Yeah. Like this is during that time when they were empowered to come out the closet. T.D. Jakes felt the empowerment of the LGBT movement, and he was about to come out. And he was on that stage. He wore that purple because, of course, purple is the color of the LGBT people. That's why the IUIC wears purple. That's what purple represents in the gay flag. And he wore that because he was planning on coming out.
John,
and he struggled with it and then lost his courage in the middle of it.
John, you see the words on there? It said, Daddy, I See the Wood.
That cannot be true.
Resurrection Sunday, Resurrection Sunday, You got to be kidding me, sir. Let's say Resurrection Sunday. Like he resurrecting himself now on Sunday. to see the wood.
And where are the people that support TD Jakes? Can you just explain the title of this to me? I mean, I've been hearing you for years when you're throwing bottles at us and calling the police on us.
Spitting on us.
Yeah, spitting on us. You support TD Jakes. Tell me why he would name that sermon, Daddy, I See the Wood. What is the wood if it's not a sexual term? Listen, I got to go, man. Okay, so now that's TD Jakes. That's him. He named that sermon, Daddy, I See the Wood. All right, I gotta go. They declare they send it south.
Yeah, they declared it. Yeah, give me that one right there. Yeah, cut on my gun.
They had it now.
Yeah, because that's a good scripture for him. He ain't trying to hide it no more. You was right on point with that.
That was a time, y'all might not remember it, but it was about, 3-4 years ago?
Yep.
Brother, everybody was coming out the closet. They were empowered. Everybody, that's when, what's that man who made that country song? Lil Nas X,
yeah.
A lot of people were just saying, listen, man, I'm getting, and they were profiting because of it. Their careers were getting more successful because they would come out the closet. And that's when TD Jakes was thinking about doing it right there. He was thinking about doing it. Go ahead.
I'm going to read the story where his son was locked up in Central Park for trying to solicit sex from a cop, undercover cop.
I never heard about it.
We did that story a couple of years ago. I'll never forget it. His son got locked up in Central Park for trying to solicit sex from a cop. An undercover cop.
It always shocks me when you see the parent is LGBT and the child.
Yeah.
And no one ever questions whether or not the parent had something to do with it. So many children are getting abused because everyone is afraid to ask this LGBT parent, are you the reason that your child is LGBT? Because of course that would be wrong. And you can't ask the child that. But sooner or later, someone will decide to love children and to care about children enough to protect them.
Yeah.
All right.
You got that scripture for me, brother? Read it for me if I can read the scripture real quick, because they like he's trying not to hide it no more. He don't want to hide it no more. Like it's growing too much inside of him to where he does not want to hide who he is for real no more. You know what I mean? Daddy, I see the wood. On resurrection, so like he's resurrecting himself now. He reinventing himself now to come out of the closet.
Yeah, that's right.
Give me that scripture, brother. You know what I mean? You want one of these, brother? Go ahead, get down, boy. Khan, the book of Isaiah, chapter 3 and verse 9. Let me tell you something, man. The Apostle Paul said in the Bible, in Romans 15:4, that we're going to learn from aforetime. The word afore is a prefix, meaning before in time and order. And what are you going to learn? You're going to learn in this Old Testament. It's going to teach you things that you need to know. It was a lie when they tell you that the Old Testament is done away with. It didn't mean nothing and all that kind of garbage and filth they say, man. You're going to learn from the Old Testament, man. And here we are right now in the book of Isaiah prophesying. Read it out.
Khan. The show of their countenance doeth witness against them.
Listen, his whole spirit is showing you that was a alternative lifestyle spirit. You understand? That was going to be, that he was showing. His spirit was trying to show you what was going on inside of him. That's why he named the sermon, Daddy, I See the Wood. Go ahead.
Khan. And they declare their sin as Sodom.
They did what?
They declare their sin as Sodom.
Go ahead.
They hide it not.
They don't want to hide no more. He ain't want to hide no more. That's why he was like swallowing. And he didn't want to hide it no more. He want to really come out with it. You understand what I'm saying? And they all coming out of the closet with it. Listen, you better understand something, man. I.S.U.P.K been telling y'all for a very, very long time, man, about these so-called pastors and preachers that you putting your faith in and putting your money in and swear they are men of the Lord because of the way they look and what they say to you. Like, you hate us because we rough and exterior. And what words we say make sound harsh. But guess what? We saying what the Lord is saying in the Bible. Where do you see in the Bible the Lord said for a man to go walk around somebody he's swallowing? Have you ever swallowed or been swallowed up? Where you hear that in U.P.K? We ain't never said that, man. Because what we say comes from the Bible, like I'm reading to you right now. Like, their sin is at Sodom. What was Sodom and Gomorrah known for? Alternative lifestyles. All across the board. You understand? They was known for that. And he not hiding it no more. He don't want to hide it no more. He want to be able to come out with it. But it's why he named that sermon the way he did. And for those who disagree with what we're saying,
please call into the show. Type it in the chat. If what we saying is wrong and you think we don't know what we're talking about and we just weird and crazy, tell us. But the Bible said this, man. If you're going to speak of the oracles of the Lord. If you're going to say something, give proof behind what you say. We done gave up proof. Bible said, produce your just cause. So I want to hear what you Christians got to say about that swallowing sermon, him wearing that purple and titling the sermon, Daddy, I see the wood. Are you kidding me?
Sure.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man, I can't believe it. I mean, sounds like a joke. Sounds like that's fake. But if that's real, that is ridiculous. Like that is him. He was planning on coming out. That was his plan. All right, you die. Let's do the stories.
Con, sir. Florida deputy fires weapon after mistaking sound of acorn hitting patrol car for gunshot.
Boy, these police officers, boy, oh boy, that's the brave. Is that what they call them? America's bravest, or I forget the name they call cops. The America's bravest. An acorn drops from a tree.
The hero
hits the car. He goes and shoots somebody. I probably can't say that word. He goes and fires a firearm because an acorn hit his car. That's a lot of money they put into training these cops are. That's tons of money. I would like to look and see. Let's find out how much money is spent on training the police force. Let's find out how much money is being spent, because you know how that's what they always say. Whenever there's an unauthorized or a bad firing of a firearm by a police officer.
Discharge of a firearm.
Discharge of a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You know, they always say, of course, we need more training.
Yeah.
We got to have more training. You know, I know what that means. That means give the cops more money, the more mistakes they make. And I've never heard of a job like that where the more mistakes you make, the more money you get. So because the police force is making mistakes and firing their guns when they don't have to, they're going to be able to get off the street and go to classes and get paid to go to training somewhere in Arizona, somewhere outside in Atlanta. They're going to be put up in hotels and get trainings for free. So the more people they hurt, the more money they make. And that means those higher ups, those chiefs, those lieutenants, they're going to get a giant cut of that money. What job pays you more when you make mistakes? The police get paid more money the more mistakes they make. Yediah, how much money are police forces getting in training for training money?
Colonel Khan, it's $100,000 per officer.
Are you joking? $100,000 per cop. Now, where does that money come from? Look at who is paying for that? Who is giving police forces around the country? Why don't they go become fighter jet pilots? How much does it cost to learn to fly a fighter jet? Look that up, somebody. If I wanted to go learn to fly a fighter jet, one of them the Top Gun jet, please, I hope it's $300,000. I hope. Someone tell me how much that costs, because I think with $100,000 worth of training, good Lord, I could learn to go pilot the damn a spacecraft. Who pays for that, Yediah? Who's paying the police?
Colonel Khan, city and county police protection is funded by property, business, and sales taxes, federal and state grants, local fees, and fines.
Oh, listen to this. So when you get a ticket, that's paying the police to get more trained.
Yep.
Federal government is paying for the police to get more trained.
Yep.
Taxes, local governments paying for the police to get more trained.
Yep.
Now let me ask you a question. Who's protesting the police getting all this money? So why are you protesting the immigrants getting money?
Right.
We're going to go into that tonight. You see, there's certain things you don't want to spend your money on. And you think we don't have enough money for these Mexicans. We don't have enough money for them to get on welfare. We don't have enough money for the Venezuelans to get health care. But you do have enough money to give every cop $100,000 of training, and the government and your tax dollars pay for it. There's no protest. No one cares. No one minds. No one makes big speeches about it at City Hall. Everyone just accepts it. But you don't have enough money to give it to the Mexicans. Remember that theme throughout tonight. I'm going to show you tonight where money is spent.
Yep.
No one complains.
Nope.
There's no public outcry.
Nope.
There's no debate. And I'm going to show you when people start debating about how money gets spent and what they complain about when their government spends money. Cops get $100,000 per cop to get trained, and they fire their firearm if an acorn hits the car.
Ain't that something, General?
Keep going, you die.
I couldn't stand working with a guy that was scary. Like that used to be the bane of my existence. Like I would want to be on all the way on the other side, on the whole other patrol sector, because the cat who was scary, I already knew he's gonna get somebody jammed up or he's gonna shoot or kill somebody needlessly because he was scary. And it's the crazy part about it, the whole department knows who he is. It ain't like it's not a secret. It ain't a secret. You know who you're working with. And you know the cats who scary you work with. They all know. They all know that this cat should not be on the street. He should not be with a gun because of how he acts. He's too skittery. Yeah, what's not skittery, but skittish. There you go. That's the word. So yeah, that's who he is. That's how they act, man. You understand? And that kind of cat, I could not stand to be around them kind of people, man. That's why I used to say, I say this, I go on roll call, right? I go to roll call, right? I look this one way, I look the other way, and I go, I'm going to my hiding spot tonight. I ain't doing nothing. Because I knew who I was working with. It was like, nah, I'm cool. You know what I mean? Like these cats, they know who they are, man. They don't get somebody hurt. Like an acorn hit the ground or hit his car, he fired around. What if he'd have killed somebody? What was going to be the excuse then for that? Like these departments, they know about these officers, that shouldn't be officers, man. They already know. You know what I mean? Stock yourself.
Well, how's if he would have unalived somebody, they would have gave him more training. That's what would have happened. And brother, with $100,000, House, I think you can go to Harvard. I think that's how much it costs to go to Harvard or Yale. I think it's about $100,000 of your damn money. You could have went to an Ivy League school and became a doctor. You died. What do you have?
Go, it says a Florida deputy is seen firing his weapon repeatedly at his patrol vehicle after mistaking the sound of an acorn in the roof of the car for a muffled gunshot.
He shooted his damn self. He said, he heard the acorns hit the car, shot his own car. Do we have the video? Play the video, please.
Oh, he shot his own car up.
Listen, this is where your tax dollars are going. Your tax dollars are going to this. Go ahead. Tell me what else I can get for $100,000. What school could I go to? Tuition, $100,000. Cost of training.
What?
If I wanted to learn how to how much does the Navy or the Air Force spend on training a fighter? I mean, what it costs to go to Harvard or Yale?
It was somebody in that car. They had put a suspect in that car.
All this is about extra. He thinks he's in Kuwait. He thinks he's in Baghdad. And this is acorns. That's enough. If you want to save money, stop spending all of this money on training the cops. It is not working. It is not working. You're spending $100,000 per cop. It is not working. You're wasting tax dollars. You could use that money to give it to the Mexicans, to give it to the Haitians, to give it to the black people who have been in this country for 400 years, and you give them nothing except turn them against their brothers, the Mexicans. What do you have, Muktamya? Just give me some numbers. Let me just compare these numbers. Go ahead.
The A-10 Thunderbolt, $22,533 an hour. The F-15E Strike Eagle, $33,000 $177 an hour. The F-16 Fighting Falcon, $26,000.
That's what it costs. You give me the number to rent one. I don't want that. I want the number on how much it costs to train the Navy. How much is the Navy spending, or the Air Force?
I'm gonna read the top of the report.
Please.
A new report by the Government Accountability Office details how much it costs to fly 47 different types of aircraft flown by the the Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Army. And then when I go down,
It's just giving you how much it costs. They're billing them. That's another thing we'll get into tonight. The military. You'll see where your tax dollars are being spent, and no one complains. But you will complain about the Mexicans receiving welfare and receiving food and receiving shelter from the cold. Let's keep going up. You die. Go ahead. You have something? Bring it up.
Unfortunately, sir, this cop was a brother. It says his name was Hernandez.
Well, some of them things, I don't matter in this case. What difference does it make? What difference does it make? They still spent $100,000 training him of your hard-earned tax dollars. Don't you know what we could have done with that money? Huh? You know how many poor people could have been helped with that money? Keep going.
And General, he fired when then because he shot. Because he's shooting. The other cops were just shooting.
There you go.
Nobody sent nobody with a gun. Like it wasn't no gun. I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all something, right? I'm gonna give you some information, right, on police officers, right? When they stop you, they checking you out, right? If they see gun, they're supposed to say gun. Let you know there's a gun on the scene. You know what I mean? It was no gun and nobody pointing the firearm at them. An acorn hit the thing and this cat tripped out. Like you see the video, it's crazy. It don't make no sense, man. Yeah. And then the other cops follow suit. And that'd be the problem. And I did know this thing here, right? And it'd be a problem with police officers, right? On the police force, right? I used to always get berated because I was involved in certain incidents, you know what I mean? But I never pulled the trigger. Like I had no discipline, especially when I got in the truth, to not pull the trigger. I would always pause because I knew once that bullet left the gun, it can't come back, right? So I'd always pause. And I chastised. I mean, I got into a couple of cats before about me not pulling the trigger. Man, one guy said, man, you got to stop playing with these guys out here, man. What you doing, man? You got to stop pulling the trigger, man. Something. And we got into a big old beef over that, man. It was kind of heavy because I kept getting hit with the same thing. I don't know if we used to counsel about that, General, because when I was coming, this was going on, I was having classes. You know what I mean? With Commander Junior Hannah, my Hyman, and my yacht, and it was always coming at me over like, you got to pull the trigger. And I was always involved in something, but I didn't need to pull the trigger. I could always get everybody without pulling the trigger. Gun or no gun. You know what I mean? I didn't caught cats with guns and took them off from the whole nine, but it was that culture of the firearm and discharging it, and when one discharged, the other one got discharged, like that's real. And it's like if you ain't got discipline, you're gonna do what everybody else do because there's something inside it. Like you want to go ahead and get it off. Like you want to be able to, get it off. You think something going on. Man, you're supposed to pause before you pull that trigger, knowing that what you're doing can take somebody's life. You know what I mean? So you got to be sure that this is what you're going to do. You got to be sure that you actually have a direct threat coming at you. You know what I mean? Before you start shooting crazy and blind. And if you can't see it, take cover. Like, if I hear a gunshot, where I'm going to shoot at? I'm going to get cover first of concealment. You know what I mean? So I can see what's going on. Come on, man. Like how Gentleman Hyman said, the training is everything. And because of the training I had, I really took to it and really wanted to survive on them streets. So I adhered to my training. Not everybody do. And you can tell by this video we just saw.
That's like a lot of wasted money.
Yeah.
That's a ton of wasted money. I would like to use that money to house the immigrants' house.
Yeah.
I'd like to take that money that they're spending to train these cops.
Yeah.
Who at the end of all that training are going to open fire on the acorn. I would like to use that money to give to the immigrants. I'd like to use that money to empower Black businesses and to get rid of the Koreans and the Vietnamese and the Arabs so that we have more businesses to share with the immigrants when they come over here. We're going to go. That's going to be a theme all through tonight. And you remember that when you complain about the Mexicans and the Guatemalans and the Haitians coming in your city. Remember what you don't complain about.
Yep.
Keep going, you die. Next story.
Conor McCon. Dukes of Hazzard star John Snyder slammed for racist Beyonce comments. Every dog has to mark his own. Has to mark every tree.
Have you heard about this Beyonce controversy? I plan to do a TikTok about this today. I was getting late getting down here. I went to go see this the slave quarters that the slaves of George Washington slept in downtown Philadelphia at 6th and Market. There's a monument at 6th and Market in Philadelphia. That's where George Washington's Philadelphia home was.
Right.
He had a home in Mount Vernon in Virginia. But when he came to Philadelphia, he had this gigantic home, and they excavated it at 6th and Market. Well, they knew his home was there, and they put the Liberty Bell there because his home was there.
Right.
Brother, I think about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they were digging up to the house and went through the floor and found the slave quarters in the basement. And you should see this terrible hole that these brothers lived in, these sisters lived in. It's enough to make you cry when you look into that hole and you see the Liberty Bell sitting there, a monument to freedom.
Yep.
It's outside the quarters to where these slaves had to suffer and die. And when I went and researched George Washington and all the slaves he had that ran from him, that escaped from him. And George Washington looked for them for 30 years. Remember that. 30 years, George Washington looked for them and signed a law which is called the Fugitive Slave Act. He signed a law saying that if your slave left the South and fled to the North, remember there was no slavery in the North.
Right.
And by the end of the Civil War, there was 500,000 Black people that got free on their own, just from running and revolting against slave masters. He signed a law saying that if you're a white slave master and your slave runs to the North, you can send agents to the North to get them and bring them back. And George Washington had slaves that ran away, and he looked for them for the rest of his life. He looked for them for 30 years. The woman is talking about it in her writings, how this man searched for her. She went to New Hampshire to hide. And her children died, and she was poor, and her husband died. And she still thanked God that she fled George Washington. That's what happened. So I was looking at all of this today and researching this today. Read that last part again.
Every dog has to mark every tree.
I'm researching all of this today, and going through this today, and thinking about the struggles that our people have been through here, and the amount of torment that we've had here. And you know what saddens me? That now I have to fight for Beyonce to get accepted by country music listeners. Is that going to be my struggle?
Right.
And so now I know about the slave monuments and this man named Hercules who invented baked macaroni and cheese. Go look him up. He invented it or perfected it, more to be more exact. He boiled the macaroni in the milk house. Do you know about that? He didn't use water with them, y'all. He put the macaroni in the milk, boiled it in the milk.
That's old school.
Damn, that's still alive.
That's old school.
Oh, that's old school. That's old school.
That's old school.
Boiled it in the milk. And he just made this dish that was ridiculous called baked macaroni and cheese, which is why, even though it's a French dish, it became synonymous with Black people because of this man named Hercules and this other woman named Onitas Judge. And brother, they had such terrible struggles with this man whose face is on the money. And he was their tormentor, looking for them for 30 years. And I think that no one knows about her. No one cares about these people. No one has even heard their names. They put the Liberty Bell outside of the place of their torment.
Right.
And I have to fight so that Beyonce can become a country music sensation.
Yeah.
Is that my struggle? Is that what I have to do? Let me tell you people something. Who gives a fuck whether or not who cares whether or not Beyonce is accepted by country music stations?
Right.
Who cares? You know what I should do, Haas? Maybe I should take a knee before every football game.
I was thinking about that. As you said it, it was back in my head.
Country music stations won't play Beyonce.
Right.
So now I will take a knee before every football game to make sure that Beyonce is accepted by white people who listen to country music. Why do I have to be the army for rich Black people to get more rich? Why does this matter to me? Let's go into that story now, please. Beyonce. I'm sorry, am I missing a story? We were going into something right now, weren't we? Okay. Please, do what? Because I want to see Beyonce looking like Little Nas X. Beyonce went and wore a blonde wig and a cowboy hat, doing her impersonation of Little Nas X. Little Nas X did this exact same thing. Wore an old, funny-looking cowboy suit, old neon pink cowboy hat.
Yep.
And now wanted to be a country accepted by country music. So now Beyonce, where is she at? Let me see her. Is that her up there? Yeah, let me see Beyonce with that stupid hat on and that blonde wig. And now she has to be on the country. She has to be accepted by country music houses. And we're all now as black people supposed to protest and complain. Why won't country music play Beyonce's song? Now we all have to take a knee before football games when Jay-Z stopped the protest for police brutality. But now all of us have to complain because Beyonce is not getting played on country music stations like Little Nas X. The brother will get the picture over. And let me tell you something else. That Beyonce song is terrible. Accept that. Accept that into your mind. That song is not as good as Little Nas X's song. Little Nas X's song is better than Beyonce's song. It's better. But Beyonce is rich, and she is our goddess. So we all, as black people, must protest. That's not the hat on. This is a country hat, with a cowboy hat, with a blonde wig. She was wearing it at the Grammys. The Grammys. She wore it at the Super Bowl. And I don't know if you heard about this, Mathumya. This is all over the place. You ever heard of it? You've heard of it? Yedaya will bring it out for everybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Yedaya.
I sent the picture also.
Go ahead, break the story down for everybody. Look, that's her eyes. That's what she's wearing now. That blonde hair.
God, okay.
So I guess because she ain't get the Grammy, and her husband had to say something, she gonna go down to country music now, huh?
Of course, and she made a country music song. She made a song. Can we play the song or no? She made a country music song, Hans. That's terrible. But she is forcing her way into being listened to on country music radio.
Don't this sound like what Martin Luther King did with us with integration?
Yeah,
man?
it's the same thing.
Like he forces them to their daggone their
And we're the
bathroom.
ones that have to push her in.
Yeah.
Black people have to protest and complain until white country music stations play Beyonce's song, because that's our mission. Our mission isn't to lift up the muted voices that have been muted throughout the years of poor black people, suffering Hispanics, that cried every night praying that God would help them. And nothing ever happened. You know what I think about oftentimes too? Your great-great-grandmother and grandfather that were in slavery, your people came from where, Jamaica? Somewhere in the West Indies.
Yeah, somewhere. I don't know exactly where.
Now, can you imagine what your people, houses of Benjamin, the crying that they did in poverty, in the 1800s.
Yep.
All they could think about is just maybe their great-great-grandson would remember them.
Yes.
And would care about them.
Yes.
And we care about Beyonce getting on country music
Ain't that
stations.
something,
Like you are the hope of the slave. The slave was sitting in a slave quarters thinking, well, nobody cares about me. But one day, my children will care. One day, my great-great-grandchildren will stand up and say my name. I'm not free, but my children will be free, and they will fight for me. The descendants of slaves protest so Beyonce can get on country music stations.
Ain't that something?
That's our mission. Our mission is not to raise up the muted voices of slaves. Our mission is to make sure that Beyonce gets another hit record, that she gets more rich, that she gets a new house. Read the story, please, Yedaya.
Kana Khan, yeah, she stirred up a lot of controversy because she announced her album at the end of the Super Bowl.
Oh.
You know what I mean? During the Super Bowl, and then Jay-Z said what he said at the Grammys, complaining about how she didn't win Grammy of the Year.
Yeah, Jay-Z was real mad about that.
Yeah.
That made him mad. I hate to play this video. I'm going to play it because I want to play it. Play the video where Jay-Z told the NFL to stop kneeling. And now many of you have seen this video, right? This video goes in, Beyonce being the victim because she's not able to get on white country music stations, right? I'm going to play this tape of Jay-Z in a meeting with Roger Goodell of the NFL. Jay-Z is Beyonce's husband. And this video is so evil, it's historically evil, and I don't believe most people understand it. This is in the middle of the Colin Kaepernick controversy.
Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick is getting fired and 8-balled by the NFL, and NFL players are kneeling in unity with black people because of police brutality. Now, in this video we're about to watch, Jay-Z is going to say everything is over, but this is what I want you to look for. Roger Goodell is going to laugh when Jay-Z says, "Yes, it's enough with the kneeling."
Yes.
Now think about Trayvon Martin.
Yep.
Think about George Floyd.
Yep.
Think about Fernando. What's that brother name?
Fernando Castile.
Fernando Castile. That video, to this day, I cannot watch what's his name?
Fernando Castile.
Fernando Castile video. I cannot watch that video without crying because of that baby and his wife in that seat. I cannot watch it.
Yep.
All these videos came out. And Jay-Z, when he says, "I think we should stop kneeling," Roger Goodell is going to start to laugh. And Jay-Z is going to laugh with him. That's the first thing I want you to watch. In the back of him, there's a woman. Go back to the video, please. There's a woman right there behind him. She's a former drug dealer. She was a drug dealer with I forget the other woman. What's her name? From the Colombian woman from Miami.
Not that one that was real famous.
Yes, the real famous one. I forget her name. Griselda something. Griselda Blanco. She worked with her, and she went to prison, federal prison. She snitched on everybody, including Griselda, and she went to jail. And Donald Trump let her out.
Right.
She's a famous rat, right? When Jay-Z says we should stop kneeling, she's gonna wince like, "Ooh, don't say that," because she's from the street and she knows what a slave thing that was to say.
Yeah.
So you got to watch a few things. Watch her face because she's gonna wince. She's gonna go, "Damn, you shouldn't have said that," because she knows that was a sellout thing to say. And I want you to watch how Jay-Z is laughing and Roger Goodell is laughing at the fact that black people are kneeling because of George Floyd. Play it.
This is a success, right? This is the next thing, right? Because there's two parts of protesting.
Action to sit was later lifted to taking a knee.
You go outside and you protest, and then the company or the individual say, "I hear you. What do we do next?"
We have cops that are murdering people. We have cops in the SFPD that are blatantly racist. And those issues need to be addressed.
For me, it was like actionable item. What are we gonna do with it?
Believe in.
Another component, as Kiara Kelly helped exile
Jesus.
That's who you're shaking hands with. A source close to Kaepernick speaking on the condition
that video. But the brother will get the video where you can just watch those things that I just pointed out. The laughing, and Roger Goodell's laughing, and Jay-Z laughs. And the woman behind him, she winces because she knows it's a sellout thing to say. That's how cruel Jay-Z is. He's cruel.
Yeah.
He's cruel. Anyone who saw that video of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin and Fernando Castile, anyone that would laugh because black people were in pain about seeing those videos. They were hurting. Why do you think black people were so happy when they saw that chair, that Alabama, what's that?
Alabama brawl.
The brawl in Alabama.
Yeah.
That's why black people were so happy, because we had watched so many videos of our sons being unalive. And we were happy to see someone pick up a chair and defend a brother. Jay-Z saw those same videos of black people being unalive, and he laughed at it. You have the video yet, or I got to move on?
General, him coming up, right? Right before he got in the rap game, he had some charges on it. He beat some charges now. They was coming at him. You know what I mean? It's really weird how cats will be beating these charges, turn on their own kind.
There are certain type of people, and who knows how he's a rat or a snitch, just like that woman that's sitting behind him. Who knows? But I know he's cruel. I know he's unkind, and I know he doesn't care about his brothers who are suffering.
Yeah.
And now, of course, his wife, we all have to fight for her.
Yeah.
We all have to fight so that Beyonce can be on country music stations.
Right.
And for the life of me, if Beyonce needs black people to protest for her, then why doesn't she just get on black stations? Like, why doesn't Beyonce just play this country music song on black radio stations?
Yeah.
No, that's not enough money, Hubs.
No.
No. That's not enough money. Black people, we have to fight so that white people like her. We have to make sure that white people play her music. It doesn't matter if we like her music. She don't care about that. We are the ones that have to call the country music stations and say you're racist unless you play Beyonce's song. And Beyonce's country music song is terrible. Lil Nas X's song is better. It's better.
I think they got it right here, General.
Please, go ahead. Make it nice and big so everyone can see it.
How are you going forward and Cap doesn't have a job? This wasn't about him having a job.
It's not about Colin Kaepernick having a job. It ain't got. Yes, it is. It was about him having a job. Why does Beyonce have to be the only one with a job? She's the one that has to Grammys. She's the one that has to have a hit country music. This bitch has to do everything she wants. Whatever she wants, she gets. But Colin Kaepernick doesn't have to have a job.
Right.
But Beyonce has to be worshipped by every race. People have to listen to Beyonce's music who don't even want to listen to it.
Right.
Do you understand what that means? Meaning,
Yeah.
if you're in a country music station and you don't want to hear Beyonce's music, you better hear it.
Yep.
You better listen to it. Or else black people are going to protest. But Colin Kaepernick doesn't have to have a job. Doesn't he deserve it? Why would a man who sacrificed for other people, why should he have to pay and lose his job?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Beyonce lose her job?
Right.
Why doesn't she lose a Grammy? Let me tell you something, brother. If you give a damn about Beyonce getting on a country music station, you are forgetting your grandmother who got nothing for her labor.
That's right.
You're forgetting your grandfather who received nothing for his labor. You don't remember him. You don't care about them. Let me show you how hypocritical you are. If you care about country music and black people being accepted by country music radio stations, why don't you find some little black girl in Memphis, Tennessee, who plays the guitar and who loves country music? And why don't you tell country music stations to play that girl's music? So there's some little girl in Texas, in Tennessee, in Nashville, who's been playing the guitar and singing since she was 5. And she's not rich and she's not famous. And no one knows who she is. She sings at rodeos and little events around her town. Why don't you call the country music stations and tell them to play her music?
Right.
You don't care about her because she's poor.
Right.
You care about Beyonce because she's rich in that stupid little Nas X hat and that platinum blonde wig. The song is terrible. Her husband is cruel, and you are not Beyonce's army to fulfill her every wish. Anything else, please?
You know, as I think about what you're saying, I think about the whole story, and I reflect back, right? And how it all started because the brother was upset about what's going on with his people, right? Now, how dare America to even get upset about us being upset? When Osama bin Laden people did what they did in 9/11, they went to war and unalived millions of people because of what happened to their people. You understand me?
All we did was take a knee and protest about what was going on with us. And what we saying was factual. It's facts as to what's going on with us and been going on with us. But you want to take a man who upset about his people and push him down to the ground to nothing, but uplift your woman who is making millions upon millions of dollars for herself. It ain't for the people. It's for herself. You know what I mean? Like this ain't something that we all benefited from. You know what I mean? This is for herself, her status. Ain't got nothing to do with the black man in America, the Hispanic, Native Indian, and the ghetto, the bottom reservations. It ain't got nothing to do with them. It's herself. You know what I mean? Like, how cruel can we be? And you Christians, oh my God, you Christians, man. This cruelty going on right now, this is y'all fault. It's y'all fault for all of y'all taking the banner up of Martin Luther King about wanting to be integrated in everybody and everybody want to be down with everybody. It's y'all fault because you see what's going on. We'd rather please the oppressor than look and see what's going on with your own people. And we are the only race on the earth that does this. Nobody else does this but us. And you can't tell me we ain't slaves in 2024? I don't care about how much money you got. All that money you got means nothing. You still a slave in the mind, man. And you don't care about your own kind. Like how General Muhammad said, what would your ancestors say? How would they feel about what's going on, what you're doing nowadays? If it was a great grandmama back in the day, she'd probably cut you out. Or probably smack you in the face. You know, them old grandmamas didn't play. They'd smack the crap out of you when you was wrong about something. You know what I mean? Tell you about yourself. And check you real good. But we need a checking about what's going on amongst us right now. A real good checking. And you getting that checking from the I.S.U.P.K, man. Because you need to have your mind unwound from all this stuff out here. Your priorities are messed up. You worrying about what's going on with people who are filthy rich as much as they can be in this country. And they worrying about the ones who are more rich than them to give the money to the person. But ain't nobody worrying about us in the ghetto. You ain't worried about bringing your own people up. And once again, we are the only ones who does this, you know? Nobody else does this. What's that one? It was a East Indian girl. She won some sort of contest and won all this money and made a comment about how she gonna go take care of her own people with that money she got. We're the ones who's talking about doing that amongst us. Where they at? You should be trying to blow up every so-called black radio station in America and giving them your music instead of going and what now you want to go down and get in the country and we got to back on the high General Muhammad said you got to be out your mind, man. You know what I mean? Let me tell you something. Because of what they did, man, the Lord not gonna be on their side, y'all. You're gonna see them fail and fail and fail. This is like how the I.S.U.P.K and the Commander YAHANNA prophesied that these Christian pastors that you reverence gonna fail and fall, and you see it falling in front of your face. Same thing gonna happen to these so-called superstars. Now you can just go ahead and dismiss what we say, act like we don't know what we talking about, and y'all them crazy cats. You gonna see over a period of time they're gonna just fall right down to the sky. They're gonna fall, hit flat face on the earth, and then when they realize there ain't nobody behind, they're gonna come look at our face like how we gonna help them out. When you was on top, you did nothing for us, man. Nothing. It's about Colin Kaepernick having a job. Hey, listen, at that time, though, he was one of them top quarterbacks. Like, he was the man. Like, you did to say that, man, is ridiculous, man.
He's a slime ball. But let me tell you, man. Soon Beyonce is going to leave Jay-Z. Now, you remember that. Beyonce and Jay-Z are getting divorced. It is going to happen. Why? Because they're both two terrible people. And they're together because it profits them. It benefits them. It helps their career. The minute this marriage stops to help their career, this marriage is over. Yep. What do you have, Uday? I'm sorry, Marab.
Kind of one concert, if I may. It was so heavy what you brought out about how Jay-Z could just go get a girl from Memphis. Usher did the same thing. Usher went to the radio stations. He found this little white boy singing on the streets.
Oh, didn't he? I forgot about that. Yeah. Usher went and found the little white boy singing on the streets, brought him in, got money from him. This is him right here, Justin Bieber. That's where Justin Bieber came from. He saw Justin Bieber out there playing the guitar. Miraz played the video. And of course, Usher was the black face that made black people accept Justin Bieber. Just like Dr. Dre was the black face that made black people accept Eminem. Just like T.I. was the black face that made black people accept that white girl. What's her name? Iggy Azalea. That's from the master that controls the music business, who these black people just work for. And there's some white people that need black credibility to be accepted by white people. White people need to know that black people consider them cool. And they find some black person and give him some money. And here's Usher right here, bringing in Justin Bieber, teaching him how to sing like a black person, dance, do all that mess. And he did that for him. You don't know, aren't there any little black girls who play the guitar in Nashville, Tennessee, who need your protesting, who need you to call country music stations? What are you going to do? Fight for Beyonce to get more rich so her husband can get more rich so they can hurt black people more? Beyonce is leaving Jay-Z if this record doesn't go well. If she doesn't start to have success, if this marriage does not profit her, this marriage is over. Yediah. I'm sorry, Mirage. Come on.
Like it, sir. If I may, I just want to add, the girl ain't even got to do country music. Justin Bieber was doing country music. He wasn't singing R&B.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Today he's the face of R&B.
And then he became the R&B sensation. That's correct. I'm not fighting for Beyonce to get more Grammys or more rich. If you want to do that, that's up to you. I'll care about your grandmother.
That's right.
Give me that woman's name who ran away from George Washington. I want to talk about her. Anita's Judge. If you have her story, we'll read that. You have it? Okay, play the video for a second. All right, to try to wash the Beyonce zeal out of your goddamn mind. You sisters out there, if you're in the chat room and you thought it was an injustice because white country music stations wouldn't play Beyonce's country music song, type in and tell me that you thought it was wrong. You thought they should play her music. Just because she's black, you won't play her music? If you thought that was an injustice, I'll teach you about a few real injustices that you don't care about and don't want to know about.
And don't teach your kids.
And don't teach your kids. If you have anything, play it. Please.
To the estate of Martha Washington's first husband, Oni was a dower slave who was born around 1774. As a dower slave, she belonged to the estate of Martha Washington's first husband, Daniel Park Custis. Her mother, Betty, was a seamstress. Her father was an indentured tailor from England named Andrew. Oni was trained as a housemaid, and she worked under the direction of Martha Washington. Oni was a very skilled needlewoman. She traveled with the Washingtons to Philadelphia during the presidency. Due to Pennsylvania law, which stated that any slave who lived more than 6 months in Pennsylvania could claim their freedom, Washington ensured that the Mount Vernon slaves were shuttled back and forth out of state so that they never spent more than...
This is George Washington. This is who you celebrated today. There was a law in Pennsylvania that said if a slave stayed more than 6 months in the North, he was free. So whenever George Washington would bring his slaves to Philadelphia, he would make sure to send them back at 5 months so that they could never get free. That's George Washington. That's him. And that's what he would do with her. He did that with Hercules too. He'd bring them to the North. About 5 months, he'd send them back to Virginia and then let them come back to start the 6 months all over again. That's your hero on your money. George Washington, play.
6 months in Pennsylvania and would have no basis for gaining their freedom. Unable to legally apply for freedom, Oni no basis for gaining their freedom. Unable to legally apply for freedom, Oni ran away, and the Washingtons began looking for her almost immediately. She was eventually found in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. When found, she agreed to return only if she was granted her freedom, which Washington refused. In 1847, Oni gave an interview describing her life. After her successful escape to Portsmouth, she married a free black sailor named Staines and had 3 children, all of whom died before her. She was very proud of the fact that after she ran away, she learned to read.
She was able to learn how to read. Learn how to read. Brother, Martha Washington would let that girl sit at her bed and read her the Bible. And use the Bible
within 6 months
and talk about the Bible day and night, and would never let the girl learn to read the Bible for herself. And she had to escape. Let's remember her. Let's fight for her.
Right.
Not Beyonce.
Right.
Let's fight for Oni Judge.
That's right.
Who risked her life and gave up everything because she wanted to learn to read the Bible. That's who you should fight for. That's who you should think about. Everyone understands.
That's right, gentlemen.
You die. Next story.
Hold on. At 5 months, they had a law. 6 months up north, you free. At 5 months, they sent you behind back down south.
Well, George Washington did that. George Washington had, 50 black slaves that were with him every second of the day. On that famous picture, someone should find this. This is hanging in the Congress. George Washington has a famous picture of him crossing the Delaware River on a boat.
I remember that.
Now, on the actual painting, there's black people in the boat with him.
Yeah.
Now, on other paintings, when you see it, the black people are taken off the picture. But in the original picture that hangs in Congress, there are black people in the boat because George Washington had black people with him all the time, serving him hand and foot. So he would bring them everywhere he went, but he would make sure to send them back to Virginia at 5 months. He made sure to always send them back so that they would never have the right to petition for freedom. Because if they were there 6 months, they could go to a Philadelphia court and petition for freedom. If you have the original one with black people on it, you can type that in, you can put the picture up. You see this picture 1,000 times, there's never any black people on the boat. In the original one, there's black people on the boat.
Now you know why whenever you got court cases, your court cases keep getting pushed back until you mess up.
Especially when you're on parole.
Keep
they want to extend that parole, knowing that you'll mess up and then they'll get to put you back in jail.
There you go.
Keep going, you die. Next story.
Kind of a concert. One dead, 22. It's like 1 dead, 22 shot, including 9 children at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade.
Yeah, look at this, Haas. This happened this week, Haas. There was another mass shooting in Kansas City after the Super Bowl when the Kansas City Chiefs, who won the Super Bowl, they had a parade the next day or 2 days later or something. And guess what? 22 people got shot at the Super Bowl parade. 22 people. Was it a big deal? No. You know why? Because America has gotten used to mass shootings. It's normal. They normalized it. No one is protesting. Has anyone in Congress, is there a big debate in Congress to do something about the mass shootings? In America, there are about 350 mass shootings every year. How many are we right now? How many mass shootings has it been this year? Someone, right? There are about 350 every year. There's no protest. Congress does nothing. The Senate does nothing. The governors, the mayors, the president does nothing. No one complains about it. You know what people complain about? Mexicans.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Yep.
That's the problem. You die.
Colonel Khan, sir. As of January 31st, a total of 98 people have been killed and 121 people have been wounded in 46 shootings.
46 shootings since when?
Since January 21st.
Since January. Since January. Do you understand what that means? January. Brother, America accepts certain things.
Yep.
But they don't accept Mexicans coming over the border.
That's right.
And moving into Chicago and moving into New York and Haitians and Guatemalans. They accepted the Chinese coming in the black community. They accepted the Vietnamese and the Arabs. They accept mass shootings.
Yep.
There is no protest. There is no government, outrage. No one is trying to do anything. Do you think the liberals or the Republicans are going to stop doing one thing? Do you think that the Republicans will change one law to stop mass shootings? No. Do you think the liberals, the Democrats, will change one thing to stop mass shootings? They will not. But you know what we will do? We have to stop all these Mexicans from coming into this country. There's a crisis. There's a crisis. There's too many Mexicans coming into New York. Too many Venezuelans coming into Chicago. There's not too many mass shootings. There's not too many mass shootings. You don't care about that. You're not doing anything about that. Do you understand, Haas? That's the priority. That's how you know that the crisis with immigration is a lie.
Yep.
Because mass shootings, that's a real crisis, brother. That's for real. That is a for real crisis. And once people get shot, everybody does. No one cares. They just go back to work, no problem. Go ahead.
Salaki, if I may. Paulie Walnut said most mass shooters are black. Should we ban black people?
Well, Paulie Walnuts, that's not true. That's not true, Paulie Walnuts. Most mass shooters are white. But let me tell you something, Paulie Walnuts. You're going to see a lot more black and Hispanic mass shooters. And you know what you should remember when you see it? You know what it's called? Integration. That's what happens, Paulie Walnuts, right? America is a melting pot, Paulie Walnuts. So at one time, if someone was a mass shooter, you just assumed they were white. If someone was a serial killer, you just assumed they were white. They fit the profile of a mass shooter, of a serial killer. But America is a melting pot, Paulie Walnuts. And we have integrated into white society. So now you absolutely will see more black people becoming mass shooters. The same way you will see more black people being Christian, more black people being Democrats, more black people being Republicans. I think all of that is sick and twisted. But my people, a lot of my people have decided to integrate into your society, Paulie Walnuts. And that's what you're going to see because of it. Go ahead.
Colonel Khan, this is the stats on crime and law enforcement. Number of mass shootings in the United States between 1982 and December of 2023 by the shooter's race or ethnicity. Out of 149 mass shootings in the United States, 80 of them were carried out by white shooters.
You see that? That's the fact, Paulie Walnuts. But listen, rest assured, the number of black people that commit mass shootings will raise because of integration. Because our people have integrated into your society. And Paulie Walnuts, your society is a society of violent people. And I would not have it so. That's what we're doing in this show, Paulie Walnuts. We're trying to segregate our people from your crime, from your violence. We're trying to make them different than white people so that we don't behave like you anymore. You should support us, Paulie Walnuts. You should support us. All right, Yediah. Any more questions, Rob? Feel free to bring them up, all right? Or comments that you think are pertinent. Go ahead.
Thousands of migrants scrambled to find homes and work as mass evictions from Chicago shelters loom.
Here we go, Haas. Read the story a little more.
Colonel Khan, sir.
Like, how you kicking people out of the shelter?
They don't have the money.
But that's what the hell the shelter's for.
But they don't have. They got to spend that money on people who are real Americans who were born here. They don't have the money for that. Go ahead, please play it.
Colonel Khan, sir. Colonel Khan. Maria Cifuentes stood outside Chicago's largest migrant shelter in a windy morning last week, rubbing her cold hands together, worrying about her future. She learned last week that her stay at the shelter, the only home she's known since arriving in the United States from Venezuela in December, will come to an end next month. But she has no idea where she'll go next. I don't have a job. My husband doesn't have a job. 30-year-old mother of 3 told NBC News in Spanish, I don't know anyone here. How am I going to pay rent? More than 13,000 migrants like Cifuentes are under pressure to find homes and work before they are mass evicted from city-operated shelters to conserve the budget and make room for newcomers.
To conserve the budget. They don't have the money to house these poor people from Venezuela, from Nicaragua. They don't have the money, Haas. You're going to hear this all over the country. You're going to hear this in Chicago, in New York. How are we going to spend money on immigrants when we can't even spend the money on real Americans who were born here? You'll even hear some dumb black people speaking like that, talking like Paulie Walnuts, speaking like that, talking like white people talk. That's how white people have always talked. That's what they said about us.
Yep.
We can't give black people public schools. We can't give them housing. We got to save that money for real Americans. Yep. That's what they said about black people. Now, because of integration, you're going to hear black people saying the exact same thing about the Mexicans when black people did not say that about the Chinese and the Koreans.
That's right.
And the Arabs.
That's right.
Come out of her, my people.
Yes, sir.
Be not partaker of her sins, that you partake not of her plagues. Yeah. Black people, do not become cruel like white people are. Do not treat Mexicans the way white people treated you. Yeah. Do not do that. Don't be like them. Let me give you something that's right in front of your face that you don't know. Haas, can you please tell me how much money America spent on space exploration?
Hold on. Let me get it.
Space exploration. I'm going to start there. Because, Mathami, all day I hear about, the white man, he's going to Saturn. He's going to Mars. Have you seen Neil deGrasse Tyson? Is that his name, deGrasse? Or is that a TV show? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, Haas, he's a large proponent of space exploration. You got the movie Oppenheimer that came out recently. Mm-hmm. And they want to go to Mars and scientific experiments, and they want to go to Saturn. They're putting rovers all across the damn solar system. They got a telescope that looks into the damn moons of other galaxies, that sees black holes. How much money, how much of your tax dollars go into space exploration? You
want Space Force? Sir?
I want whole Space Force. I don't even know what in the hell that is. Okay.
You want NASA?
No, I want NASA first, which is space exploration.
Right.
Funded by the government. Right. Funded by tax dollars. Then, Haas, I'm going to ask for Space Force, and then please tell me what in the F Space Force is doing.
I got you.
That NASA is not doing.
I got you.
Obviously, they're doing something that NASA doesn't do. So first, I want to know about NASA, which is how the government funds space exploration. How much money is being spent by NASA?
Last year, NASA received $25.4 billion.
1 year.
In 2023.
1 year in 2023. How much?
25.4 billion
in 1 year. To do what? To look at planets? To go put a rover somewhere and get some dust from somewhere? To go spend money on another planet that you could spend here? Is there a protest? Are people complaining? Are there government, programs and government hearings about all the money being spent on space exploration when black people need that money? Mm-hmm. Real Americans. Black people in Chicago need that money. Black people in New York need that money. Now, stop. That's 24 and change for NASA. First of all, tell me, what in the F does the Space Force do? Who can tell me that?
Hold on.
Maybe someone online can explain to me what in the hell is the Space Force doing that NASA can't do? Someone tell me. I can guess, but I'd rather get it factually. What do you have? You got your die?
I got something else. It might be a
little... I got something here.
Go ahead.
I got a little something here. It says this, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, testifying yesterday before the Senate Armed Services Committee, Chief of Space Operations explained the challenges he sees in contested space domain and how the Space Force aims to ready itself to meet those challenges. When describing space threats, it is important to account for two kinds. First, threats from space assets, and second, threats to space assets. You got to be kidding
Okay,
me.
I'll explain that. After that, tell me, has anyone ever shot down a satellite? Has it ever happened? Because that's what they describe.
Yeah.
Would they mean a space asset is a satellite?
Yeah.
And there are thousands of satellites over this planet. What they mean is Space Force's job is to make sure that no one shoots down a satellite. Now I just need to know, has anyone ever shot down a satellite ever? If you can look that up, I'd appreciate that. Maybe it's happened. I don't know. But tell me, because Space Force's job is to protect satellites from America, to make sure China doesn't shoot them down, Russia doesn't shoot down satellites. Has it ever happened?
Wow.
Whenever you got it, just read it. Has another country ever shot down a U.S. satellite ever? Give them 1 second. If someone knows in the chat room, you can answer. Mathumya, go ahead.
Although no ASAT system has yet been utilized in warfare, a few countries, China, India, Russia, and the United States, have successfully shot down their own satellites.
Jesus, Haas. Okay. Haas. No other country has ever shot down another country's satellite. America, China, and Russia have shot down their own satellites. Do you understand that means Space Force is doing nothing? They're just waiting for something to happen. You get my point? They're waiting for someone to try to shoot down a satellite. What was Space Force's budget, Haas, in 1 year?
Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back to it.
Go ahead. It seemed like you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I just, it dawned on me, sir. If I may, sir, what you bring out is so heavy. The Wizard of Oz, Elon Musk, just recently moved SpaceX to Texas, and the Ukrainians and most of Europe are trying to counter. They're getting ready to go into some bidding war. They're trying to bring labor to Mars or something like that. And the budget for SpaceX is $175 billion.
That's a private company.
That's Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. That's how much he's spending on it. Haas, what do you have? Because this is tax dollars. We know that NASA, that's tax dollars. That's $24 billion in 1 year. Haas, what do you have?
The U.S. Space Force's $30 billion budget request for the fiscal year 2024 is about $3.9 billion over what was enacted for the service year 2023.
$30 billion a year for a war that is not happening. No one has ever shot down a satellite ever from another country. They are doing nothing. They aren't fighting a war. They get $30 billion a year. So when you put NASA together with Space Force, what is that, Haas?
That's about $54.9 billion.
$54 billion a year. Let me tell you dummies out there something. Listen to this, Paulie Walnuts. Listen carefully. America has the money. Do you understand? Come on now, work with me. Put it in your brain. Because this is hard for you to get. America has it.
Yes.
They have the money.
Yes.
They have the money to help Black people, to help Hispanics, to help every immigrant, to help poor trailer park white people, to help the Irish, to help the Italians, to give money to the Israelis, to give money to the Ukraine, to give money to everybody. They got it. Don't act like they don't have it, because when you think America doesn't have the money, it makes you hate the person who's getting money that you think you should be getting.
Yep.
That's the plot. America is not sitting back deciding, well, either I'll give the money to the Black people in Chicago or I'll give it to the immigrants. If I give it to the immigrants, then I can't give it to the Black people. America would never give it to the Black people, even if there were no immigrants. America would give it to Mars and to space. America would give it to the Ukraine, to the Israelis. Come on.
It's so heavy, so that you say that. You know, when they were talking about the labor and the workers that they want to send to space, who do you think they're going to try to send to space? You know what I mean? To work those mines in Mars when they figure that out or try to.
They're going to find the smartest of us and send them up there. Let me tell you, let me give you a quote from Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King said, a budget is a moral document. That's what he said. He said that. He said a budget is a moral document. When you make a budget, you prioritize what's important to you. And America has money for space, has money for other countries, but when it comes time to give black people money, they say, well, we got to give it to the Mexicans, so we can't give it to you. So then it makes black people hate Mexicans when they're lying. They have the money for all of it, for everything. They got it. You know, Haas, I haven't brought up the military. If I read you the military's budget, you would faint. You would faint when you hear the military's budget. Brother, sister, they got it. People that live in Chicago, don't be mad at the Venezuelans. They got it. They got the money for all of us. They have it. They're not hurting for money. They're fine. But their priorities are wrong. Their priorities are immoral.
Yep.
You died.
The military budget as of 2023 was $857 billion.
Haas, they have it. There's not a problem with these Mexicans. Don't have to get out of that shelter.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. What was that number again?
Colonel Khan, $857.9 billion.
And hold on. Didn't Biden, when they left Afghanistan, leave all that military equipment over there?
Yeah, he did.
Guns,
Left it.
vehicles, all kind of helicopters, attack helicopters and everything. Didn't he? They hollering about money. He left. Okay, the Taliban was their enemy. He left the Taliban with American weaponry. And how much was the money they paid for this?
Colonel Khan, $857.9 billion.
But they want to complain about black people. Say it again.
Colonel Khan, sir, $857.9 billion.
But you want to complain about Hispanics and Native Indians, man. Native Indians still living on reservations, you know? How long we been in this land? They still living on reservations. They're still living down and out, living like a third world country. And you spend how much? How much, brother?
Colonel Khan, sir, $857.9 billion.
They have it. They got it. It's all right. No, Mexicans, stay in the shelter. Black people, get a shelter. Get a shelter. Get a shelter right next to the Mexicans. Everyone, you have a shelter. Free college. Go to college for free. They have it. Do you understand? They have it. They're not hurting for money. They just don't want to give it to you.
Yes.
They're not stealing money from black people to give it to immigrants. They don't want black people to have it. They just want the immigrants to be here to send them into those fields, which is where they're going.
Yeah, I agree.
This is what I want everybody to understand. When you start watching and hating immigrants, thinking they're stealing your jobs, thinking they're taking money from black people to give it to Mexicans, they have enough money for everybody. Morale.
If I may, sir, can you read the budget again that they spent?
Colonel Khan, $857.9 billion.
If I could, sir, this is going to blow your mind. In 2021, the spending by the Department of Homeless Services, DHS, topped $3 billion. If I could, there's more. DHS budget somewhat smaller at $2.8 billion, falling $2.1 billion in 2023. They dropped the budget.
They lowered it. They lowered. That's the government department that helps every shelter, every housing project across the country. They lowered their budget because, just like Martin Luther King said, a budget is a moral document. It tells you your priorities. And you imagine how stupid you have to be a black person to go and be cruel to immigrants, knowing that white people were cruel to you. Thinking that it's over money, thinking that your city doesn't have the money for Mexicans and black people. They got it. They got it. They got it. Anything else, you die. Please, you got to watch this shit. This here, Haas. Put the blade. You know who Benzino is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
You heard him? Even young people know Benzino. I would have thought the young brothers didn't know who Benzino was.
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
Well, first of all, my whole time hearing of Benzino, I thought he was an oppressor. I thought he was not an Israelite because I damn near remember him saying his father was in the mafia and was an Italian mafia man. I should have known he was black and lying the minute he said that. Because that's a very black lie.
Yep.
Who is your father? Well, my father is Scarface Al Capone, you know. My father was in the Italian mafia. That is such a black person's lie.
Yep.
I should have known that was a lie. And I should have known he was from the tribe of Judah. Come to find out, your dad told me that Benzino is black. Did you know about that, Mathemya? I didn't even know. So till tonight, I thought Benzino was a white man. Anyway, Benzino is just a black man with a black family like yours and mine.
Yep.
You seem like your people was around where General YAHANNA's people was from.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta look like General YAHANNA. Like you around them Bahamas or around there.
It's that West Indian flavor.
Your people ain't from Jamaica.
Yeah,
they from around that St. Thomas.
They from around that area. You know how some Benjamin. My pop was the Benjamin. Right. Once you cross him, he ain't want to deal with you no more. And I think some stuff happened. He cut everybody off. So I didn't really know everybody.
Your vibe is like wherever that Commanding General YAHANNA's region is.
Yeah.
Around that Bahamas, St. Thomas area. Well, let me tell you, Benzino is just a Negro from the tribe of Judah lying and saying his father was Italian. Well, he went on this show called Drink Champs. He went on a show, a very popular blog, right? Called Drink Champs. And Benzino has had a beef. When I say beef, of course, I mean, arguing with Eminem for about 20 years. I didn't know it was that serious until today.
Really?
He's been arguing with Eminem for 20 years.
Wow.
And so he came on Drink Champs and he talked about this battle he's been having with Eminem for 20 years. Go ahead and play it. And so you can read it, you die if we're not ready.
Yeah. And while they get into this is a whole West Indian thing, right? While they pulling this up. The story that I heard of my grandfather, right? He was like about 6'5", like 300 pounds, but he had a real thick, what's that patois accent, right? Everybody tell me. And he carried a switchblade. Okay. Back then and then they had switchblades, and he was known for cutting you. You got out of line, he'd cut you in a minute. That's all the stories I heard about him. Gotcha. And his accent was very almost like how Cat Nia Fox accent. Just like that.
I got you. Come. All right, you got it. Look, this is shameful, Haas. So let me prepare you for this.
What are you crying for?
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Care about us more. I don't want to go through. I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't want. For 22 years, every time I do an interview, they ask me about Eminem. The fuck you want me to do? Come on, man. My daughter came into the industry figuring that, hey, I gotta be cool with Eminem because everybody's against my dad. You think this shit is fucking cool? Nah, man. We're failing as a people. I don't hate Eminem. I don't know him to hate him. I don't hate white people. Tired of this shit, man. It's just too much. I don't want to be the bad guy. I got an 8-year-old son that I dropped off at school this morning. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm all right. I don't want my DMs filled with. I've had 9 pages knocked down, 1 million. White people think I love all people. Come on, man. All me and Eminem got to do is sit down and talk with each other.
Go ahead.
I got a cat. I served in that when I was in the Precious military, and that was my man. He was a cat that was rah. Couldn't stand the oppressor. He was down with Farrakhan and them the whole nine, right? When I was in the East military, right? That was just cool. And he got older.
Yeah, how about shit outside Rocketha? Look. Put up, I want to be everything Benzino is not. Benzino, my boy, sit down, relax. Go have a drink with Drink Champ. Now handle this business. Let me tell you something if I could. Somebody get slow. Glad to be here tonight. Warrior as usual. Let me tell y'all something. Learn something from this. From Ben, huh? Oh, damn.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry. My bad. Learn something from this. Coke and ice, water. But learn something from this. This brother got broke.
by the machine of Esau.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Run it back for me again, Marah. This brother, when you see this, you supposed to know what men of the UPK are made of. What Benzino, now he's wealthy, successful. Who's his father? His father's successful too. A jazz musician or something? Or an actor, somebody famous his dad is. Somebody look it up. Now this cat here is famous, second generation, and is broken by these people. This is what happens when you come up against Esau, when you come up against the small hats. If you never appreciated what we do, you should appreciate it seeing this. He said he's broken. Let me get with you. I think I shut mine off. Damn. Yeah, I sure did. Salaki. See if I can get mine back up through water. Run it back, Marah, for everybody. And let them see this one more time. I'm going to have you stop. Everybody heard it. I'm going to have you stop intermittently if it's all right. Damn, my power down? I sure as hell am. Anybody got a charger? Do what?
You got it.
Regular one. Go ahead, Go back. Oh, yeah, there it is. Stop. That's how Esau is. Esau don't give a damn if it's 20 years. And what he's doing right now on this show is falling on his sword. Falling on his sword for the hatred that he's receiving for standing up against something that was right. Okay? Dr. Waterman, I got one right here. Dr. Dre was wrong. He was right. Dr. Dre and them who produced Eminem's albums and brought him in to make money, they didn't have the morals that this brother had. Okay? The same with the rappers today. Like, how dumb could we be? The slave master took criminals, drug dealers, and made them your heroes. And what did them criminals do? They went and found all the immoral ways to steal more of your music, including hiring that Edomite to play your music to make millions off of. And this has gone on way back. Everybody mad, like you brought out, with Beyonce when she's trying to steal back what was ours anyway. She ain't no different than the rest of them. And she's married to a drug dealer, ex-drug dealer, whatever you want to call it. Like, we act like these drug dealers should, have morals. And then the drug dealers call on us to have morals.
Right.
They want us to stand up, like you said earlier. Stand up and fight for Beyonce being able to get into country music. Who's standing up for the victims of her husband that sold dope on the streets and didn't repent for it? At least the brothers in the UPK repent for the evils that they do. And when they wake up and see that it's wrong, they turn it around and repent. Jay-Z should be on every TV show saying, I just want everyone that I destroy's lives I destroyed to forgive me. Now, what's your question on the interview? Like, that should be coming out of his mouth first. I just want black people to forgive me for all my sins and crimes I committed against the family. You understand? Now, what's your question, Mr. Interviewer? He ain't doing none of that. That's why they mad at the old brother, Charleston White.
Charleston White.
Yeah, right. The thin black brother. They mad at him for coming out against them drug dealers and them killers, because we should be changing our life. And what this brother did when it came to Eminem 20 years ago was right. He came out with a magazine, amazing magazine, The Source. That was an amazing he started it. That was an amazing magazine about black culture, black music, black entertainment. They hated him for it. That magazine was like kryptonite. They controlled Jet magazine. Okay, it's owned by the Japanese. They control Ebony, also heavily invested by the Japanese. And a lot of them investments come from America, but through Japan. Sony Records, all of that ain't really Japanese. It's really American small hats controlling black music and culture, using the Japanese to do it.
Right.
What he did was good and right, but he couldn't take the pressure. Why? Because they spent billions coming up against him for coming up against this Edomite, who black people opened the door to, which at the time, black people were struggling, and he stood against it, and he was right to do it. But they broke him now. See that? Yeah. He's older now. His kids being harassed. He being treated like he said in this video we about to play, I don't want to be the bad guy no more. Well, guess what? UPK, don't be ashamed. Be the bad guy.
That's right.
Be the bad guy, God damn it. You understand? Because what did Christ say? What did your king say? Your king said to you, you denied me in this evil and wicked generation. I'll deny you before my Father. Right. And that you better not want. You better care about that. Because as this empire falls right before our eyes, you understand, you know another kingdom is coming. And everything is being recorded. Everything you do is being recorded. And so therefore, you better get that thing right. Be hated. So what? So what? Well, Benzino, he got other things on the line. So therefore, he don't want to be hated. But this is a lesson at what we coming up against. Work. We fighting it, even if you can't see it. Even if you never see a curl coming down the side of an Edomite head. You better know that somewhere, somehow, these small hats, they've been fighting him for 20 years. Destroyed his magazine, which was a bombing. I mean, that magazine was taking over black culture.
Yes, sir.
It had all the latest rap. It was like people fought. I heard they was trying to give him 50, 60 grand just to get their rappers in. The record labels. Record labels was coming to him like, man, I got 50 G's, man. Just do one spread on my people. That's how big his magazine was. And they went and they destroyed it. And they've been destroying him ever since. I mean, and then he making his own foolish mistakes. You understand? Being from the hood, not knowing better, being uneducated by the scriptures, not knowing what the UPK could have offered him 20 years ago. Right. To show him and navigate and give him the backup he needed to come up against these forces that was trying to destroy him. You understand? Learn to love what the UPK does and learn to love what you do and learn to be hated and be comfortable with it and live with it. You understand? Learn to do that. Christ said they hated you before they hated me. Right. That's what the king said. Did he not?
Yes, sir.
He said they would hate you for my word's sake. So be hated. Understand it. Go ahead, Mariah, run it for us.
Got nothing against some of them that can rap, but I care about us more. I don't want to go through, I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't want, for 22 years, every time I do an interview, they ask me about Eminem. The fuck you want me to do? Come on, man. My daughter came.
I'm going to tell you what they want him to do. They want him to kill himself.
Right.
That's why he's asking the question. He's asking the question because the demons that they unleashing on him is saying, kill yourself. When you in a down state, your spirit is broken, don't ever ask yourself, what do you want me to do? Ask yourself, what does the Lord want me to do? Right. Don't ever ask what you want me to do in the air, because Satan is sitting there waiting to give you an answer. Right. He's waiting there. Our king, once again, was the greatest man that ever walked the face of the earth. He showed us how to fight demons. Right. That they will come to you when you are hungry, when you are suffering, when you are down. He fasted 40 days.
Yes, sir.
Did he not?
Yes, sir.
And the demons came.
Yes, sir.
And they talked to him and tried to convince him in several ways to turn against the Most High and against himself. And they tried to get Christ to commit suicide. Right. He said, dash thyself down. Did he not?
Yes, sir.
That was an attempt in his down, broken spirit to get the king to kill himself off the throne.
That's right,
So
sir.
Christ went through the same thing you're going through. He went through the same thing Benzino going through. It ain't nothing new. This is the world we in. What's new is our king died for, guess what? Us to come together, bring this brotherhood in, let it rise. And I see it rising like a good piece of bread for everybody's breakfast. This nation is slowly and quickly becoming a place for people to become brand new, a haven for people. It's becoming a place that's now feeding the world. clothing people in the world. At one time, we couldn't even hardly do it. I had a conversation with a sister in Chicago today. It was a wonderful conversation. And we talked about how back in the day, we struggled to build this nation and to work hard in this nation. And I was telling her to stop. She was spending her own money on us. I said, sis, you got to stop. And she was like, yeah, we're trying to get it in and all that, this and this and that. And a brother, I just won't give out their names, but a brother came to me who was in the conversation. He said, General, you know, I kind of let them do it because, you know, they can't get on the front lines with us. But them sisters want to get it in. That's what they used to. That's what they know the struggle. They've been in the struggle. You know how long they've been. And I had to sit back. I had to pause. And I said to myself, first of all, that's why the Lord blessing the school, the funds coming in, we helping people. But then I had to sit back and recognize, you know what? I can't stop the struggle. Can't let nobody stop if they don't want to. You know what I mean? And we would talk and we laughed about it, and it was so beautiful. I told her, I said, Ariel been cutting onions for Passover since he was 5. True statement. I said, Muhammad had to learn how to cook lamb and then had to cook the lamb. I used to laugh at him because I said he used to have bins all out in the backyard filled with ice, trying to keep the lamb fresh before it get on the grill. Like that was the struggle. Now you got brothers coming in, they driving in big smokers. Brothers coming in like Chef Boyardee. Come on, brothers, get the lamb in. We're moving it. I said they don't know what Muhammad went through. Eyes burning. Muhammad chopped off every finger in his hand. Every year I wait for the call. Every year. What's going on? Nice slip. I said, God damn it. Every year. He used to go down there, get the knives sharp. He had a special cat to sharpen the knives for the Passover. That was the struggle. Now the nation is beginning to help the nation. Like this seed that Christ grew in the earth in the UPK is now helping the nation. And it's going to do it even more if you could get focused. And now brothers like him would really get help. They wasn't getting no help before. You see, ain't nobody stood with him. Everybody left it. Damn near except for a few, because they went after their careers. They went after their success. They said later for him, UPK, we're going to lose our careers for us.
That's right.
We're going to lose our success
That's
for
right.
us. Because in the end, we will all have the success of the greatest nation that ever walked the face of this earth being rebuilt again, and we get a crown in the kingdom of heaven. Give me some more. Salaki, I'm running.
Come.
To the industry figuring that, hey, I gotta be cool with Eminem because everybody's against my dad.
Stop. Did y'all find out who his dad was? Was he able to look it up? It didn't come up? Find out who his dad is.
His daughter is famous.
Who is she?
She's a singer.
Okay.
I forget her name, but she's famous.
Yeah, like they're a whole famous family. But you heard what he said? Everybody in the industry, that's a lot of people, is against me because of my dad.
She's saying that's what his daughter is.
That's right.
Okay,
Right, like her career. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking his dad.
Exactly.
No, you're right. Okay, I had it wrong. That's why I wondered. I thought his dad was famous.
He's quoting his daughter.
I understand. He's quoting his daughter about himself.
Yes, sir.
And so his daughter got to feel the hatred. Teach your daughter to feel the hatred. Teach your daughter to be strong. Teach your daughter to fight them holidays. Teach your daughter that righteousness is better than whoredom.
That's right.
Teach your daughter that what they love and stand for is why we are in slavery. And show her every time you see a homeless or some guy trying to wash your windows, show your daughter. See, do you want to see dad in this position? That's why I stand up against that. Right. Show her so she don't be fooled. Show her so she ain't embarrassed of you or ashamed of you. Show her. You understand that she should also understand why you stand the way you stand. Give me some more, Marah. And that's how they break you. Let me just say one last thing. That's how they break you. They know you love your children. They know you don't want extra hell on your children. So they break you with your children. Make your children hate you, turn against you. That's why Christ said this. Christ was a badass black man. Christ turned around and said, you love mother, father, daughter, sister, son more than me. You not worthy of me. He said, I came to make a man at variance with his neighbor. Father against son, daughter against mother. He came to do all that. Why? Because he knew you might have to lose somebody to get the job done. To get a kingdom, you got to take a few blows. And he knew it. Benzino was trying to build a record career and a record label and a business. He wasn't building nothing big enough that could stop them small hats. And that's why they crushing him now. You better add something better to your nation. Once again, for those that are wise, now you understand why building this nation was more important than anything.
Right.
Waking up these brothers and sisters. My brothers used to come to me, yeah, I see you talking all that, General YAHANNA. When you get ready to pull them guns out, then call me. I told him, look, man, when I get ready to pull them guns out, you the last one I'm going to call.
That's right.
I said, because I'm going to call the ones who I've taught and raised up that know how to handle their business while you sitting on the sideline. And if you out about going to war, then what you waiting on me for anyway? I don't wait on nobody when it's come time to go to war. And they... Don't come to me with tough talk. Don't come to me with that. UPK, this was tough. It was tough to go out there on that street, follow orders, not knock some of these hard-headed niggas in the head, you understand, and to do what the Lord said to do and to wake them up. Everybody, oh, you looking for pie in the sky, nigga. You looking for God to crack the sky, nigga. You looking for this, you looking for that. Oh, guess what we do got, though? Guess what we do got? We got a nation being built right before your eyes.
That's right.
Right before your eyes.
Damn right.
And yes, the white man's still the devil, the Bible speaks.
That's right.
Make no mistake.
Damn right.
Make no mistake. I ain't losing no sleep. Hallelujah. Play it, morale for me, Salaki, y'all. I think the last 15 minutes, y'all will let me act like a fool. Y'all won't be mad at me. Come on.
I think this shit is fucking cool. Oh, man. Ooh, we're failing as a people. I don't hate Eminem. I don't know him to hate him. I don't hate white people. Tired of this shit, man. It's just too much. I don't want to be the bad guy. I got an 8-year-old son that I dropped off in school.
I want to be the bad guy. I want to be him. And you got to want to be the bad guy. Yep. You can't want to not be the bad guy. You the bad guy because your slave master wants your people to be a slave. You're going to see a lot of stories of celebrities in the news. You know why? You die and look up for me how much money Congress just passed for Ukraine and Israel. This is why you got all these stories. I've been saying this for weeks. This is all over the news, and all these stories are in the news for this reason. Right here, what he's about to tell you. And let me tell you something else, too. We such suckers. We are suckers. Okay? Let me tell you a story about my cat in a second. We suckers. How much you die?
Khan, Senate passes 95.3 billion.
How much?
95.3 billion.
Billion with a B. Billion. For who?
Khan, Ukraine and Israel.
For Ukraine and Israel. 95, did you say? I'm so shook I can't even remember the number.
Khan, 95.3.
95.3 billion. When your grandmama can't even get groceries. Your grandmama can't even fulfill her medications given to her by the doctor. Your grandmama can't walk outside and drop her trash in the can without worrying about being killed. You got to check on your grandmama because you don't know if she's going to die in that house because all her sons are dead. Okay, or incarcerated, stressing her, giving her a heart attack because they begging her to send T-shirts and ramen noodles and put dollars on their books because they ain't got nobody else. That's your life while they pass 95.3 billion. So you're going to see more of this. You're going to see plenty more stories like this because you're a sucker. Let me tell you something, man. And Lord shamed me with it. He shamed me with it. You know how my cat is fat. I always used to look at brother's cat and say, brother, you feeding that cat too much. now my cat is fat. I'm feeding this cat too much. So you know when the cat gets fat, he can't clean his hair in the back. So that if you ain't careful, the hair mat up. I'm working all the time. I'll get to it. I get to it. I looked at the cat the other day. The cat looked like a Rastafarian. I said, God damn. I said, I got to be the cat doctor too. So I went and got the clippers and everything. I come out right, I said, I'm gonna go get the cat. The cat's smart. The cat see me. I pull the bin out. I pull the clippers out. Now this cat, I've had this cat 4 years. Cat, and you know, play with the cat all the time. But she leery, and I'm, come on, mama, come here, come on, come on. I'm trying to get her to come to me so I can. She come close, she look, she sniff, she run away. I'm trying. Finally, I just got mad, got the broom, chased her down in the corner, jumped over the couch, threw her up in the bin, held her down. And then he came to me. The cat ain't dumb as your people are. I said, what? The cat know to look for danger. Your people don't. They're like sheep to the slaughter.
Yeah.
And I said, damn, that's true. Like we sheep to the slaughter. They passed $95 billion. Going to send your sons in them prisons all to die. They're going to convince them to die. You wonder why the president ain't looking at the poverty. Why the president ain't looking at he needs you to be hungry and starving. So when he called to give you, $60,000 to go fight in the desert, your dumb ass will go because you are dumber than the cat. The cat is cautious. The cat is watching. The cat know who the enemy is when it's the enemy, even when it's his friend. Even when it's the one that's feeding him. And just to top off, this today, I clean the cat up, everything. Cat look fur nice, clean the cat up and everything. Play with the cat. Do you know the cat bit me? The cat and bit me good. I'm sitting there petting the cat. Yeah, you look good. Look at you. You fresh. I'm thinking we cool. That nigga turned around and said, yeah, you helped me out, motherfucker. And took off. I said, God damn. The cat is not a dummy. He still got me back for it. Even though we cool and all that. No, you still did me dirty. He got me back. You know what? I said, you know what? I'm going to buy you treats tomorrow. We got to be at least smarter than the cats. We can't be dumb as the cats, man. These distractions has all been done to harm us. And let me tell you one last, if I could, y'all. Please. No, we over the time. Let me tell you something else that the small hats figured out about you. Every time you create a genre of music, it becomes a genre of music that helps promote the revolution of your people. And that included Western music also. You created all of it. Every last bit of top music on this earth, you recreated. And you know what the small hats did? They said, you know what? We know how to stop them from creating more genres of music. We got to turn the rebellion around in the music. We got to turn it around to our advantage. So here's what we'll do. We'll take this new music they got, this rap music that's obviously going into revolutionary music, and we'll turn it into criminal promotion. And that's what they did. And that's why rap's been around so long. That's why you haven't created a new genre of music, because now you still got your fight in the music, but now your fight ain't about helping your people and being a revolutionary like it was back then when Benzino started. Now your revolution is about killing and murdering and selling drugs and making a whore out your daughters. And that has kept you anesthetized for over 20 years. And they sat back, eliminated the India Aries, the what's the one from Philly, the little heavyset one, sing wonderful, the Jill Scotts, all the ones that were saying something positive and wonderful, they got rid of them and kept you in the darkness with this. And then you wonder why they all turned on Benzino, because they had no morals in the first place. You understand? So they know now how to control even your music. Don't be dumber than a cat. Be smart, Black people, Latino people, Native Indian people. Be damn smart. Benzino's falling on his sword on Drink Chat. Don't you fall on your sword ever. Ever. Because not falling on your sword is how you build a nation. Finish playing and I'm going to get up off it, y'all. We are over the time already. Salah, go ahead.
Cool this morning. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm all right. I don't want my DMs filled with, I've had 9 pages knocked down, 1 million. White people think I love all people. Come on, man.
Pause it. 9 pages in his DM, which means white people are sitting there with them computer bots. all day long. Boop, 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 tearing up his DMs because he's coming up against that Edomite. And they making sure that he know that these messages sound like Edomites. That's how they get you. That's how they break you. That's how they stop you. That's why when brothers come to me, General, they shadow banning me. So what? You better find a way around it.
That's right.
They cutting your views. So what? Find a way around it. Break them instead of them breaking us all the time. Break them.
Right.
And appreciate real warriors. Now you see why I big up the brothers all the time. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna big them up. I'm gonna talk about their accolades. I'm gonna put them over me if I have to at times. I don't give a goddamn because what they're doing is amazing. Okay? What they're doing is unbelievable in the eyes of this world. This is a wealthy, successful rapper and got a daughter that's an entertainer. Which one of you out there have had a worldwide black rap magazine, even if you had it 4 times? Which one of you? None. This nigga lives in a mansion, drives Rolls Royces, and they still broke him. Damn that eye. Break them. His people should be putting 9 pages of DMs in Eminem's DMs.
Right.
Eminem should be on Drink Champs crying, saying, I wasn't trying to steal y'all music, man. I was just trying to be down with y'all. I don't hate black people. He should be saying that, not this brother.
Right.
Last bit of it. Go ahead. Last bit of it, Marah, and I'm going to leave it alone.
All me and Eminem got to do is sit down and talk with each other. Let's sit down and talk. Let's battle. Let's do whatever. But let's at least face to face meet each other.
If that was to happen, would you give him a 5?
Fuck it, man. I'd hug him. I don't got nothing.
Broke him. And meanwhile, if you go back and get the old tapes, he was like, how are you going to let white boys come in and take over this music? This is black music. This is our culture. We should be standing up. He was like almost like a revolutionary. Yep. And now he would hug him for the peace. You can't want peace when you're in captivity. Go back and read about them people, man. They didn't want peace. They wanted to bring forth Christ's kingdom because that's how we get peace. Isaiah 47, Isaiah 49. That's how we get peace. They don't call Christ the Prince of Peace because all he do is make peace. They call him the Prince of Peace because he's going to kill everybody that don't allow him to bring peace in the earth. That's why he's the King of Peace. And that's how you get peace. You raise up the king who's worthy to put it all down and bring this earth into the order that it should be in. Hey, man, y'all need to join me in North Carolina, South Carolina this weekend coming up. Doing it up big time for Purim. I hope y'all come out. I hope y'all come out. Also down in Charlotte, we're gonna have the big speaking this weekend coming up. I heard all the top guns coming in from all parts of the country. It's gonna be a blast. You understand? Big shout out to Natazar in South Carolina. Big shout out to Captain Natazar and Captain Nathak in North Carolina. And all the heavy hitters with them out there, the big guns to be with me, man. We're going to do it up like we always do. Hey, listen, and y'all, one more last important thing. When you're going to pay your tithes, go to ISUPK.com. Don't go nowhere else. Because I heard that there's a few fakes out there attempting to try to steal your tithes by setting up fake accounts. Only go to ISUPK.com. When you're paying your tithes online, unless you're doing the Zelle. If you're doing the Zelle, that's different. You just, Ahmad will break it down for you. But if you're paying your tithes, just make sure you're on ISUPK.com, hit the button, and then pay your tithes. It's very important, man, all right? That we stay on top of that, man. Hey, man, I want to thank the heavy hitters in the building. General Muhammad in there. That's right. General Hazayan in the building. General Mayaka be back next week. Officer Marah and his entire team, Yadiah, Mathumya, Ibad, holding it down with us in the building, man. Big shout out to Napatazar. Big shout out to Thabawan. Big shout out to Mashat Mayan. Everybody helping us bring this show along. I'll see y'all next time live on the UPK fam. Shalom.
Oni was a dour slave who was born around 1774. As a dour slave, she belonged to the estate of Martha Washington's first husband, Daniel Park Custis. Her mother, Betty, was a seamstress. Her father was an indentured tailor from England named Andrew. Oni was trained as a housemaid, and she worked under the direction of Martha Washington. Oni was a very skilled needlewoman. She traveled with the Washingtons to Philadelphia during the presidency. Due to Pennsylvania law, which stated that any slave who lived more than 6 months in Pennsylvania could claim their freedom, Washington ensured that the Mount Vernon slaves were shuttled back and forth out of state so that they never spent more than 6 months in Pennsylvania and would have no basis for gaining their freedom. Unable to legally apply for freedom, Oni ran away, and the Washingtons began looking for her almost immediately. She was eventually found in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. When found, she agreed to return only if she was granted her freedom, which Washington refused. In 1847, Oni gave an interview describing her life. After her successful escape to Portsmouth, she married a free black sailor named Staines and had 3 children, all of whom died before her. She was very proud of the fact that after she ran away, she learned to read.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. What's on Christ? Hey, Shalom, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabrak Thumb, to all the brothers. Yahweh Shemal Thumb, Hashem, Yahweh shout out to sisters. It's I.S.U.P.K, doing North Carolina Savage service. Preaching Officer Mahayah with me, and sister conducting as well as Officer Yanazar. You understand? So we're going to get straight into it, man. So, brother, if you could, Baba Kashah. All right. So I'm idiom, which means to stand. Wapan Yakwadam means rise and face the east. We'll start out with the Lord's Prayer in the Hebrew.
Abanawa,
Shabbat
Shemayim,
Quadash,
Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Taba'ah, Ratazayaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natanlanawa, Lakam, Kal, Yawam, Wasalaknawa, Kabawatnawa, Kasalaknawa, Kabawathyanawa, Wala'ah, Tabiayanawa, Bonasaya 1, Abol, Awashayanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwith, Waha'ala, Wahapaparith, Iwalumium, Arman. In English, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. So be it. The prayer for the power of the Hakak in the Hebrew. Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Baba Koshah, Nathan Lenawa, Hakak, Hakak, the power Ah, Kal Makala, Kal Marawa, Hakak, the Tahar, Matazarayam, Hakak, Lahakwiam, Hamatium, Hakak, Arakawat, Hatama'ala, Lagarashan, Bahashim Yahushai, the water Aman.
In English, Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh, please give us the power to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease, the power to cleanse the lepers, the power to raise the dead, the power against unclean spirits, to cast them out. In the name of Yahweh, thank you, so be it.
Pray for the blessing in the Hebrew. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Wa Yahweh Shai.
Wa Yahweh Shai.
Wa Mayaka Allah.
Wa Mayaka Allah.
Wa Alahayim.
Wa Alahayim.
Wa Tazaba Ya'ah.
Tazabia.
Allah Yahanna.
Alawapiana.
Alawapium.
Alawapium. Saranyum.
What is a yanyum?
What is a yoyum?
Akoya yoyum.
Akoya yoyum.
Wahakwatian.
Wahakwatian.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
The water Aman.
The water Aman. In English, bless you, Yahweh. And Yahweh Shai. And Michael. And the angels. Commanding General YAHANNA. The generals. The captains. The officers. The troopers. And the sisters. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it.
121st Psalm in the Hebrew.
I-S-U-P-K.
Ayanya.
Ayanya.
Ahaharium.
Ahaharium.
Ma'ayan.
Ma'ayan.
Yawa'ah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah. Ma'aim. Yahweh. Aisha. Shemayam. Wa'arataza. Aliyatan. Lamawat. Regalka.
Alyanawam.
Shamarka. Anala'ah. Yanawam. Wala'ah. Yayashan. Shawamar. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shamarka. Yahweh. Tazalka. Al-Yad. Yamyaka. Yawamam. Hashamash. La'ah. Yakaka. Wayarak. Balayallah. Yahweh. Yashamarka. Kalrai. Yashamar. Athnapashka. Yahweh. Yashamar. Taza'aka.
Wabawa'aka. Mayatah.
Wa'aid Iwalam.
In English, I will lift mine eyes into the hills, for which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
83rd Psalm in Hebrew. Alahayim. Al-Dami Alaka.
Al-Dami Alaka.
Al-Takarash.
Al-Takarash.
Al-Tashakwat.
Al-Tashakwat.
Al. Kayahana.
Kayahana.
Awayabyaka.
Awayabyaka.
Yahama.
Yahama.
Yawan. Ra'ash. Al-Imaka.
Al-Imaka.
Yairayamwa.
Yairayamwa.
Sawada. Wayata.
Aitazawa.
Al-Tazapawanyaka.
Al-Tazapawanyaka.
Amarwa.
Amarwa.
Wakawa,
Wakawa,
Wanakeda,
Wanakeda,
Magoya,
Magoya,
Wala,
Allah,
Yazakar,
Yazakar,
Sham Yasha'ala,
Sham Yashala,
Iwada,
Iwada,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Nawa Aitazawa,
Nawa Aitazawa,
Laba,
Laba,
Yakadwa,
Yakadwa,
Aliaka,
Alyaka,
Barayath,
Bariath,
Yakarathwa,
Yakarathwa,
Aholia,
Aholia,
Adawam,
Adawam,
Wayashamai,
Wayashamai,
Alayam,
Alayam,
Mawa Abba,
Mawa Abba,
Wahagaria,
Wahagarium,
Gabal,
Babal,
I'm a one,
Waimawan,
Waimalak,
Waimalak,
Palashat,
Palashat,
Anya Shabia,
Anya Shabia,
Tazawar,
Tazawar,
Gam Ashawar,
Gam Ashawar,
Nalawa,
Nalawa,
Imam,
Imam,
Hayawa,
Ayawa,
Zarawai,
Zarawai,
Labanya Lawat,
Labanya Lawat,
Salah,
Salah,
Aishalaham,
Aishalaham,
Kamadian,
Kamadian,
Kasaya,
Asaya,
Sara'ah,
Sara'ah,
Kayabian,
Kayabian,
Banakal,
Wanakal,
Kwayashwan,
Kwayashwan,
Nashamadwa,
Nashamadwa,
Ayan,
Ayan,
Da'ara,
Dara,
Ayawa,
Ayawa,
Daman,
Daman,
Adama,
Ladama,
Shayatamwa,
Sayatamwa,
Nada,
Nada,
Yabmawa,
Yabmawa,
Arab,
Karab,
Bakazaba,
Bakazaba,
Bakazabak,
Bakazabak,
Bakatazal,
Bakatazal,
Manai,
Manai,
Kal, Nasayakamwa,
Gal Nasayakamwa,
Amar, Ashar,
Ashar,
Amarwa,
Amarwa,
Nayarishah,
Nayarishah,
Lanawa,
Lanawa,
Af, Na'awa,
Na'awa,
Alahayam,
Alahayam,
Alahaya,
Alahaya,
Sayatamwa,
Sayatamya,
Kagogala,
Kagogala,
Kakwash,
Kakwash,
Lapanya
Lapanya
Ka'ash,
Ka'ash,
Ira,
Yaira,
Wakalahaba,
Wakalahaba,
Dalahat,
Dalahat,
Harayam,
Arayam,
Khan,
Khan,
Daradapma,
Daradapma,
Basa Irika,
Basa Irika,
Wabasa,
Wabasa,
Wapafka,
Wapatka,
Tabahalam,
Tabahalam,
Mala'ah,
Mala'ah,
Panyaham,
Panyaham,
Palawan,
Palawan,
Wayabakwashwa,
Wayabakwashwa,
Shimka,
Shimka,
Yahawa,
Yahawah,
Yabashwa,
Yabashwa,
Wayabaholwa,
Wayabaholwa,
Aidiyai,
Aidiyai,
Wayakaparwa,
Wayakaparwa,
Wayabadwa,
Wayabadwa,
Wayadayawa,
Wayadayawa,
Kayawa,
Kayawa,
Salaki Kaya,
Kaya,
Atha,
Atha,
Shimka,
Shimka,
Yahawa,
Yahawah,
Labadka,
Labadka,
Aliyawan,
Al-Yawan,
Al-Kal Ha'arataza,
Al-Kaharatazah. In the English, keep not thy silence, O Yahweh. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Yahweh. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, and let us maybe no more. It's like maybe no more remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarim, Gabal and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Assur also is joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot. Salah, do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kisan, which perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth. Make their nobles like Oreb and like Zeb, yea, all their princes, as Abba and as Almunah, who said, let us take to ourselves the house of Yahweh in possession. O my power, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind, as a fire burneth a wood, and as the flame setteth the mountains on fire. So persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name. O Yahweh, let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Yahweh, art the Most High over all the earth.
Okay, Shalom. We're going to start at, if you want to follow, you go you get the Blue Letter app, Blue Letter Bible, and you go the book of Exodus chapter 36 and chapter 28 and verse 36. And if you want to follow in the Hebrew, you just hit once again, you turn to the Blue Letter app, you go to Blue Letter Bible, you go to Exodus, you type in Exodus chapter 28, verse 36, and you'll see right on the side, Salakia, you'll see tools. You hit that, and the Hebrew will come up. And if you want to follow with the Hebrew, you can do so from that point on. All right. Uh-oh. Storms came a little earlier than they thought. 28 and 36. All right. I'm ready when you are, sir. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 28 and verse 36 in the Hebrew. YAHANNA, Taza Yataza, Zahab, Tahawur, Wapa Tathak, Takath, Aliyawa, Pathawathia, Wakia, Salakia, Pathawakia, Kathum, Kodash, Layahawa. Verse 37. Washamath, Athwa, Al, Pathayal, Hakalath, Thakalath, Salak, Thakalath, Wahaya, Al, Hamatasa, Napath, Al, Mawal, Panya, Hamataza, Napath, Yahaya. Verse 38. Wahaya, Al, Matazak, Aharon, Wanasha'a, Aharon, Ath, Iwan, Hakadashium, Ashar, Yakodashiawa, Banya Yasha Allah, Lakal, Mathanath, Kodashiahum, Wahaya, Al, Matazak, Matazakwa, Tamayad, Larat, Tazawan, Lakam, Lapanya, Yahweh. Verse 29. Washa Batazath, Hakathanath, Shasha, Wa Aishiath, Matazanapa, Shasha, Wa Abanat, the Aisha, Ma Aisha, Raquam. Verse 30. Walabanya, Aharon, the Aisha, Kathanath, Wa Aishiath, Laham, Abanatium, Wama Nabaiwath, the Aishiah, the Aisha, Lahum, Lakab Bawad Wala Thapa Arath. Verse 41. Wahala ba Aish Basha Waha Labashath Athum Ath Aharun Akiyaka Wa'ath Banyawa Athwa Wama Shatath Shakath Salakia Wama Shakath Athum Wama La'ath Ath Yadam Wakadasha Athum Lakahanwa Laya. And verse 42. Wa Aishia Lahum Manakasia Bad Laka Sawath Bashar Irawath Mama Thunyum Wa Aid Yarakayam Yahayawa. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 28 and verse 36 in the English. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, engrave upon it like the engraving of a signet, holiness to the Lord. Verse 37, and thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the meat tree. Upon the forefront of the meat tree it shall be. Verse 38, and it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, and that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Israel shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. Verse 39, and thou shalt embroider the coat of fine linen, and thou shalt make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. Verse 40, and for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make for them girdles, and bonnets shalt thou make for them for glory and for beauty. Verse 41, and thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and thou shalt anoint them and consecrate them and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest office. Verse 42, and thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 28 and verse 43 in the Hebrew. Wahayawa al Aharon wa al Banyawa Baba Allah or al Ahol Mawa'id Awa Bagashatha Bagashatham Al Hama Zabak La Sharath Bakodash Wala Yasha'awa I1 Wamathwa Kakwath Awalam Lawa Wala Zaraiwa Kariawa. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 1 in the Hebrew. Wazah, Hadabar, Ashar, the Aisha, Laham, La Kodash, Athum, La Kahan, La Ya, La Kwak, Par, Akkad, Ban, Bakwa, Wa Ayalam, Shanyam, Thamayamam, Thamayamam. Verse 2. Walakam, Matazawath, Wakalath, Matazath, Balai Walath, Bashaman, Wa Rakia Kuya, Wa Rakia Kuya, Matazawath, Mashakathium, Bashaman, Salath, Katayam, the Aisha of Thumb. Verse 3. When I thought our thumb al Sal Akkad Wahak Korabath Athum Basal Wa'ath Hapar Wa'ath Shanyam Ha'ayalam. Verse 4. Wa'ath Aharon Wa'ath Banyawa the Quarayab Al Pathak Ahol Mawa'id Warak Katazath Athum Bamayam. Verse 5. Wala Kwakath Ath Habagadium Waha Labashath Ath Aharon Ath Hakath the Nath Wa'ath Ma'ayol Ha'apad Wa'ath Ha'apad Wa'ath Hakashun Wa'apatha Lawa Bakashab Ha'apad. Verse 6. Washemath Hamatazanapath Al Ra'ashawa Wanathath Ath Nazar Hakodash Al Hamatazanapath. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 28, and verse 43 in the English. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his son when they come into the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 1 in the English. And this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them, to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish. Verse 2. And unleavened bread and cakes unleavened tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened anointed with oil, of wheat flour shalt thou make them. Verse 3, and thou shalt put them into one basket and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. So like it. And verse 4, and Aaron and his sons thou shalt bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall wash them with water. Verse 5, and thou shalt take the garment and put upon Aaron the coat and the robe of the ephod and the ephod and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. Verse 6, and thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 7 in Hebrew. Walakwakath ath shemwa hama shaka wayatazakwath al ra'ashua wama shakath athwa. Verse 8, wa'ath banyawa thaqwariyab waha labashatham kathanath. Verse 9, wakagarath atham abanat aharon waba bayawa wakabashath lahum mabagaith waya wa hayatha lahum kathana lakakwath iwalum wama la'ath yad aharon wayad banyawa. Verse 10, wahak kwarabath ath hapar lapunya ahol mawa'id wasamaka aharon wabanyawa ath yadyaham al ra'ash hapar. Verse 11, washa katath lapunya Yahweh pathak ahol mawa'id. Verse 12, wakath madam hapar wana fatha al qaranath hama zabak ba'atazaba'aika wa'ath kal hadam vashapatka al yasawad hama zabak. Verse 13, wala wakath ath kal hakalab hamakasa ath hakorab wa'ath hayatorath al hakabad wa'ath shathia hakaliyath wa'ath hakalab ashar aliyahun Quatarath, Hama Zabathum, no, Hama Zabatha. In verse 14, Wa'ath, Bashar, Hapar, Wa'ath, Irawa, Wa'ath, Parashwa, Tasharap, Ba'ash, Mahawataza, Lamakana, Hata'ah, Hawa'ah. This is the book of Exodus. They consistent though. They being niggas. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 7 in English. Then shalt thou take the anointing oil and pour it upon his head and anoint him. And thou shalt bring his sons and put coats upon them. And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his son, and put bonnets upon them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons. Verse 10.
It's like if I could, you know what's interesting to me, right? Specifically what we're reading is that when you look at the role of a priest and how they carry themselves in the Bible, somebody compare that to your closest pastor. Real quick. Just evaluate just think about all the scriptures we reading, how they dress, how they conducted themselves, the type of clothing they put on, man. What have we read that even makes you even think about a damn suit and tie? What have you read that made you think about some alligator shoes? Some suede shoes. Where? No damn where, man. You know what I mean? If these pastors were so-called men of God, then why would they not mimic, right, what the men of God did, what the men of God wore? They always want to joke on us, youngsters. They'll call us Power Rangers, bikers, thugs. Well, we look like these Negroes. Hell, I wonder what they used to call them. This man, when they describe some of the garments that these men were wearing, man, all I see is a damn warrior. You know what I'm saying? I see a soldier, man. I see something hardcore in my mind. I wonder what they were getting called back then. So, just some food for thought. You understand? Like, these Christian pastors are in no way, shape, or form trying to mimic what's in this Bible, man. You understand? They don't give a damn about what's in this book. That suit and tie looks nothing like nothing in this Bible, man. You know what it looks like? It looks like something that the oppressor wants you to wear. It looks like an image the oppressor wants you to uphold. Because who else wears those same suit and ties? All your corporations, all your men in high places, your presidents, your senates, everybody in that damn White House got on a damn suit and tie, from the president down to the security. Everybody. You understand? So you mean tell me there ain't no different type of dress code? There's no difference. When you go to Esau military, even the dress code changes up there, depending on what department you in. You know what I mean? Well, the Lord is a man of war, man. And there's a certain way he want his priests to look, a certain way he want them to conduct themselves, man. And your Christian pastor is not it. He's not. You understand? That's why he on social media right now apologizing for committing gay acts with another gay man. You know what I mean? And the hypocrisy in that. What are you apologizing for? I thought the laws of God were done away with, Pastor. What the hell are you apologizing for? You can do what you want to do. You know what I mean? The Christian church is a disgusting place, man. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying, draws up for 2 for you. One time, sir. In verse 10, and thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his son shall put their hands
upon the head of the bullock. Verse 11, and thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 12, and thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood besides the bottom of the altar. And thou shalt take the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is above her liver, I guess that's the caul, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon the altar, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock and his skin and his dung thou shalt burn with fire without the camp, outside the camp. It is a sin offering. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aaron and his sons, and shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Verse 16, and thou shalt slay the ram. Salaki. We go up to 14. Salaki. I go to 15. I go to the Hebrew. Salaki, sir. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 15, chapter 29, and verse 15. Wa'ath ha'ayol ha'akad the quack wasamakwa aharon wabanayawa ath yadyaham al ra'ash ha'ayol. Verse 16. Washakata ath ha'ayol wala kwakath ath damwa was a rakath al hamazabak sabayab. Verse 17. Wa'ath ha'ayal tanathak wana thak yawa wara katazath kwarabwa waka ra'ayawa wana thath al nathak yawa wa'al ra'ashwa. Verse 18. Waha kwatarath ath kal ha'ayol hamaza baka ayla hawa'a la yahawa rayath naya the wath ashar la yahawa hawa'a. Verse 29. Verse 19. Salaki. Wala kwakath ath ha'ayal hashanya wasamaka aharon waba nayawa ath yadyahum al ra'ash ha'ayal. Verse 20. Washa katath ath ha'ayol wala kwakath madamwa wana thathath al hanawaka azan aharon wa al vanawaka azan banyewa hayamanayath wa al bahan yadam haya maniyath wa al bahan wa galam haya manyath was a rakath Salakia was a Rakwath, Ath, Hadum, Al, Hamazabak, Sabayab, and verse 21. Al, Hamazabak, no Salakia, Wala Kwakath, Man, Hadum, Ashor, Al, Hadazabak, Wama Shamu, Shaman, Wama Shaman, Hama Shakath, Waha Zayath, Al, Aharon, Wa Al, Bagadyawa, Wa Al, Banyawa, Wa Al, Bagadya, Banyawa, Athwa, Wa Kodash, Hawa'a, Wa Bagadyawa, Wa Banyawa, Wa Bagadya, Banyawa, Athwa. Verse 2. Wala Kwakath, Man, Ha'ayol, Hathalab, Hakalab, so like Hakalab, Waha Aliyah, Wa'ath, Hakalab, Hama Kasa, Ath, Hakarab, Wa'ath, Yatharath, Hakabad, Wa'ath, Shathia, Hakalath, Hakaliyath, Wa'ath, Hakalab, Ashar, Alahun, Wa'ath, Shawap, Haya Kwayan, Kaya, Ayol, Mala Ayam, Hawa'ah. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 15 in English. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aaron and his son shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood and sprinkle it about upon the altar. You gotta go through all that. Yeah. Thou shalt slay the ram. Verse 17. Thou shalt cut the ram in pieces and wash the inwards of him and his legs and put them unto his pieces and unto his head. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto the Lord. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 19. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his son shall put their hands upon the head of this ram, of the ram. 20, verse 20. Then shalt thou kill the ram and take the blood and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon their great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle blood upon the altar round about. And thou shalt, verse 21. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar and on the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And thou shalt be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons, and his sons' garment with him. And verse 22, and thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 23 in the Hebrew. Wakakar, Lacham, Akkad, Wakalath, Lacham, Shemwa, Salaki, Shemun, Akath, Wara, Waya Kwa, Waya Rock, Salaki, Waya Rara Kwa. Let me say this right. Wara, Waya Rock, Wayak, Waya Rock, Wayak, Akkad, Masal, Hamatazawaf, Ashar, Lapunya, Yahweh. Verse 24. Washamath, Hakal, Al, Kapaya, Aharon, Wa'al, Kapaya, Banyawa, Wahanapath, Athum, Thana, Wapha, Lapunya, Yahweh. Verse 25. Wala Wakath, Athum, Mayadam, Waha Quatarath, Amazabaka, Al, Ha'ila, La Raya, La Raya, Naya, Nayak, Wath, Naya Kawak, Naya Kawak, Lapanya Yahweh, Ashar, Hawa'ah, La Yahweh. Verse 26. Wala Kwakath Ath, Hakazah, Ma'ayal, Hamala Ayam, Ashar, La Aharon, Wahan Napath, Athwa, Thana Wapa, La Panya Yahweh, Wahaya, Laka, Lamana. Verse 27. Wakwadashath, Af, Kazah, Hafa, Nawapa, Wa'af, Shawak, Hafa, Rawama, Ashar, Hawanap, Wa Ashar, Hawarum, Ma'ayal, Hamal La Ayam, Ma Ashar, La Aharon, Wama Ashar, La Panyawa. Verse 28. Wahaya, Wahaya, La Aharon, Wala Panyawa, La Kak, Iwalum, Ma'ath, Banya Yasha Ala Kaya, Tarawama, Hawa'a, Watha, Wawama, Yahaya, Ma'ath, Banya Yasha Allah, Mazabakia, Shalom Yahum, Thara Wamatham, La Yahweh. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 22. No, verse 23, Salakia. And one loaf of bread, and one cake of oiled bread, and one wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron and in the hands of the sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. Verse 25. And thou shalt receive them of their hands and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 26. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thy part. Verse 27, and thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved and which is heaved up of the ram of consecration, even of that which is for Aaron and of that which is for his sons. Verse 28, and it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel, for it is a heave offering, and it shall be an heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offering, even their heave offering unto the Lord. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 29 in the Hebrew. Wabagadia Hakodash Ashar La Aharon Yahayawa Labanyawa Akyawa Lama Saka Bahum Wala Mala'a Bum Af Yadum. Verse 30. Shabaith Yamyam Yala Bashum Hakahan Takathiawa Babunyawa Ashar Yaba'a Al Ahol Mawa'id Lasharath Bakodash. Verse 31. Wa'ath Ayol Amala Ayam the Quack Waba Shalath Ath Basharwa Bamakwum Kodash. Verse 32. Wa'akal Aharan Wabanyawa Ath Bashar Ha'ayal Wa'ath Halakam Ashar Basal Pathak Ahal Mawa'id. Verse 33. Wa'akalwa Athum Ashar Kapar Bahum Lamala'a Ath Yadum Salaki Lakodash Athum Bazar La'a Ya'akal Kaya Kodash Hum. Verse 34. Wa'am Yawathar Mabashar Hamala Ayam Wamam Halakam Aid Habakwar Washalapath Ath Hanawathar Ba'ash La'a Ya'akal Baya Kodash Hawa'ah. Verse 35. Wa'aishiyath La Aharon Wala Banyawa Kaka Kakal Ashar Tazawayathia Kaka Shabaith Yam Yam Amala'a Yadum. Verse 36. Wapar Kata'ath the Aishath Wayawum La Salakia La Yawum Al Hakaparium Wakat Ta'ath Al Amazabak Bakaparaka Al Yawad Wama Shakat Afwa Lakadashwa. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 29 in the English. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein and to be consecrated therein. And that son that is priest in his head shall be shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. Salakia. So you notice, like, they have multiple garments. So he's not wearing the same garment every day. You understand? They got different garments. So don't think that they're just wearing the same clothes every day. Because consecrate and all these words mean cleanliness, to clean them out, keep everything clean. Now this is an offering for the covenant. You know what I'm saying? For the children of Israel. This is the blood oath that they about to get into. So, where was I? Okay. Verse 30. No, verse 31. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration and seethe his flesh in the holy place. Verse 32, and Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 33, and they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy or separate. I've started at 29. We started at 28 and 36. That's in Christ. Verse 34. And if aught of the flesh of the consecration of the bread remain until the morning, thou shalt burn the remainder with fire, and it shall not be eaten, because it is holy. 35. Now, if I may, sir, you know, you see, the Most High is all about separating things. And the reason why you separate things is so that you can distinguish one thing from the other. That's the basic reason for separation, is to distinguish one thing from another. So the Most High distinguished the priests with what they ate from what they ate to what they dressed with. You understand? So everybody knew that they were the priests, that they were holy. They were separate from the separate people. Understand? This holy is separate.
And you know what I'm saying, if I could, like, also add on to what, like, remember the scripture said they doing this for what? For glory and for beauty. You know what I mean? Like, these brothers, you know, it's some cold steppers, man. You know what I mean? The Lord wants you to look and conduct yourself in a certain manner, man. That's why even when we fast, you know, so what did Christ say? Like, Christ was like, you know what I'm saying, don't look weak and feeble.
Yeah, be strong.
You know what I mean? Look strong in what we do. Like, what we do, we're trying to show the world real strength, man. You know what I mean? Show the Lord real strength. Show the Lord. No, you too up. Show the Lord real strength. Show the Lord real beauty. Show the world, you know what I'm saying, what it's supposed to look like, man, how it's supposed to be. Like, remember, we here to lead by example. You know what I mean? To set everything in order. So these heathens and these other nations, like, so they don't know how to conduct themselves, and they don't know how to act. For those of our people who aren't strong enough to, you know what I mean, assume that position of leadership and being in charge, we're supposed to show them how it's done, man. Give them an example. You know what I mean? Absolutely. And that's what Blacks, Hispanics, Native American Indians need, man. We need leaders, man. We need strong men willing to stand up and not fold and break. You know what I mean? For filthy lucre or for fame or any type of fortune. That's what we need, man. That's what you will find in the Israelite School Universe of Practical Knowledge under Command General YAHANNA, man. You know what I mean?
I just want to interject something. You know, the brother that they killed, the Hispanic brother, the Northern Tribe brother that they killed in Philadelphia, his last name was Irizarry. You know, and this is what the brother's talking about, because, you know, the police killed this brother and told a lie. And had it not been for a ring camera on somebody's door, caught him cold, busted him. You understand? They had to fire him. But the point is that we have to separate from these devils. You have to see that Israel is going to be forced to come together. The Most High said that we're going to come together, gather yourself together. And what I saw last night, I saw a Judite brother and the aunt of the deceased, you understand, like teaming up together. And the whole world is seeing that, and blacks and Hispanics are seeing that. You understand what I'm saying? Did she go get a Edomite lawyer? No. The family got a brother. You know, I love that. I hate the fact that the sister was suffering, but I love what it represented. You understand? The brother stood strong for the sister, and the sister stood strong for her family. Blacks and Hispanics, we're going to come together whether they like it or not. And the Most High is going to make it happen. I'm trying to tell you. And I just want to interject that, sir.
No, that's heavy. Like you can't run from the truth, man. You know what I mean? The Lord making this play out, you know what I mean, perfectly, man. It's like a movie. You know what I mean? It's leading up to the climax. You know what I'm saying? Like whether blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans want to embrace it or not, it's going to come a point in time where you're going to have no choice but to pick a side, man. And one side is going to love you and the other is going to hate you. You understand? Like even if you choose to love America and choose a side of these heathens, it's like they're going to hate you. And you're going to end up losing your life. You know what I mean? There's really only one side that can give you life. You know what I mean? In our carnal minds, you know what I mean, we so simple. We think it's an option. We think it's an actual choice when really it's just life or death. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as life and death, man. You know what I mean? And the Lord is pushing forth a spirit throughout the earth of warfare, man. You know what I mean? Warfare, separation. You know what I mean? Separation, what is always has been meant to be, man. The sooner blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans realize that we all we got, the sooner we can really understand who the hell our enemy is, man. You know what I mean? You cannot know who your enemy is if you out here trying to love every damn body.
You know, this whole incident, I'm just trying to say is that, you know, for us to come together, we have to have a reason to come together. The Bible is the reason. You understand? And the Bible is the reason because everything that is spoken of in the Bible is going to occur in this world. You understand? And the Most High says he's going to perform a wonderful work in bringing us together. That's in the scripture. You understand? And all I want our people to know is that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are God's chosen people, and we're going to come together or die. That's like the brother just said. That's the only choice you got. It's going to come down to that. You come in with the brothers and the sisters in the I.S.U.P.K, your people, you understand, or you're going to perish. You understand? And this service that we're giving this morning is in honor of the Lord. You understand? To inform our people. Why do you think our people love to be fly? We've been reading about it for the last 3 weeks. It's in your blood, man, to want to be fly and wear gold. And, you know, it's just who we are, man. I was reading a story they found in the desert out in I think it was either Arizona or New Mexico. Some artifacts, gold artifacts. You understand that the people were wearing. You understand that was similar to what we reading about right now. Round plates of gold on their headbands and all that kind of stuff. It was just in the news the other day. You understand? So our people always like to wear the good and beautiful things in life, man, because we're beautiful people. And as soon as we get the mindset of that and instill it in ourselves as far as being beautiful people, God's chosen people, we can start moving in the right direction, which is towards the truth. I know that a little wrong.
But it's so crazy because you know what I mean, we think the way we think, man, because of the nation, you know what I'm saying, that we under, man. We're having all these damn choices, choice this and choice that. The Lord ain't running no damn democracy, man. It ain't no you can vote all you want. You can choose what side you want. You know what I mean? But just like what happened in the wilderness, there's one side that's going to give you life and one side is going to kill you. You know what I mean? When they made their choice of who they wanted to follow, what happened to the side that made the wrong choice? They got to go live on the other side of the earth peacefully? Oh, they lost their goddamn lives, man. Come on, man.
So like the Pharisees and the Sadducees chose the Romans. 70 years later, the Romans killed all of them. All of them that they could find.
Saying like you think it's a choice, man. The Lord is a gangster. Like the Lord is like you get down or lay down, man. It's one of the two. The scripture said about these other nations. You know what I mean? When Christ come back, if they don't choose to follow, that man, their head's gonna be rolling, man. It's one or two, you know what I'm saying? That's why, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. This ain't no game, man. It can't. You know, game and you know what I mean, Christianity and you know what I mean, the indoctrination of America has just made the strength of the Lord appear to just be so docile, man, and so weak when the Lord is not a force to be reckoned with, man. He's not a force to be played with. You know what I mean? And our people gonna learn soon enough, man. Lord allow it sooner than later. Sooner than, you know what I'm saying? Well, it's not too late, man. You ain't gonna get too
No, most times, like, you know, like these times that we're living in. So like the times that we're living in, you know, sometimes I feel compelled to say certain things because our people, in order for us to think aright and think alike, we have to have the same information, man. We have to have the same information. We have to have the same love for our people, first of all. And I love the fact whatever I see that helps brings Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians so-called together, I love it. And I always, every time I see something, I'm gonna speak on it. Because that sister who lost a family member, she could have chose an Edomite lawyer, but she was wise because she knew that the Black lawyers had history of dealing with these kind of cases. So she was smart. She went with the lawyers who had the experience in this field, and it just so happened to be her brother. You understand? And these are the kind of things that when I see them, I recognize them, and I want to. It's like good news if you understand spiritually what we're talking about. The unification of God's chosen people, man. That's all we about, man. We ain't about nothing else but serving the Lord and the unification of our people, so-called Black, so-called Hispanic, so-called Native Indian. Verse 36, and thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement, and thou shalt cleanse the altar when thou hast made an atonement for it, and thou shalt anoint it and sanctify it. Lord have mercy, that was good news. They poured all that blood down there, but it tells you after they do the service. Just said, after you do the service, you clean up everything. Because it ain't about no kind of filthiness. The cows and the bulls and the animal, the cattle, currency of the day. You understand? So they're sacrificing their best bulls and their best goats and cows as an offering and as appreciation of what the Most High has given them. And this is the mindset that the priesthood was supposed to put into the people to have appreciation for the things that the Most High has given us. Chronicles 15:3, I believe this is. For a long season, Israel has been without the true God and without a teaching priest and without the law. That is it. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 37 in the Hebrew. Shabbaith, Yum, Pakapar, Al, Hamazabak, Wakadashath, Kodashath, Athwa, Wahaya, Hamazabak, Kodash, Kodashium, Kal, Hanagai, Bamazabak, Yakadash. Verse 38. Wazah Ashar, the Aisha, Al Hamazabak, Kabashium, Banya Shana Shanyum Loyawum Bamayad. Verse 39, Ath Hagabash Hakabash Ha'akad Aisha Babakwar Wa'ath Hakabash Vashunya Aisha Banyam Bayan Salakia Bayan Ha'irabium. Verse 40, Wa Aisharan Salath Balawal Bashaman Katayath Rabbi Hahayan Wanasaka Waba'ayath Hahayan Yayan Lagabasha Lakabash Ha'akad. Verse 41, Wa'ath Hagabash Hashanya Aisha Bayan Ha'arab Bayan Kamanakath Ha'bakwar Wakanasaka the Aisha Laha La Rayath Nakath Nayakak Ashah La Yahweh. Verse 42, Ilath the Mayad La Darathiakum Pathak Ahol Mawa'id La Panya Yahweh Ashar Awa'id Lakam Shema La Dabar Aliyaka Sham. Okay, 43. Wana Idathia Shema Labanya Yasha Allah Wana Kodash Bakabadia. If I may, like, I read this Bible and I don't care where I turn. It's always talking about the children of Israel of interest. The people that the words are directed to are meant for. It's always Israel, man. And I'm going to tell you this. Unless you accept that as being the truth, you're never going to really understand the Bible at all. Right. You're never going to understand the Bible if you know that the Bible are the records of the Israelites to, for, by us, about us. And that's it. I'm sorry. That's the truth. 44 should be the last one. So. Verse 44. And I will sanctify the tabernacle. Oh, Salakia. In the Hebrew. Kodashiath. Kodashathia. Af, Ahol, Wa'aid, Wa'af, Hamazabak, Wa'af, Ha'aron, Aharon, Wa'af, Banyawa, Akodash, Lakahan, Laya. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 37 in English. 7 days thou shalt make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Verse 38. Now this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar 2 lambs of the first year, day by day continually. The lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at even. Verse 40. And with the 1 lamb, a 10th deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine for a drink offering. Now, whenever you hear about the oil in the flour, you know they're gonna eat that. They're gonna eat that. They're not gonna just just burn it. They're gonna eat that. Verse 41. And the other lamb thou shalt offer at even, and thou shalt thereto, according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, where I will meet you to speak there unto thee. Verse 43. And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. Verse 44. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest office.
You know what I'm saying? So that's it right there, man. Clip it up right there. All right. Next week we'll pick up Exodus chapter 29, verse 45. All right, Lord, look at us week. You know what I mean? So, all right, it's in there, right? All right, so just up here at Medium. And if it's a gird thyself to the fast look. How about Shimmy? How was Shabrak? Yeah.